You are about to build the most insane AI-powered image editor in React called Pixel. With features like interactive cropping system with real-time handles and pre-built aspect ratios for precise image cropping. Advanced Resize tools which locks aspect ratio with this button and provides preset resolutions for easy resizing. Real-time image adjustment with live sliders like brightness, contrast, saturation, blur, and many more with reset functionality as well. You can add professional typography to your images using this text tool with customizable fonts, colors, sizes, alignments, formatting, and much more. AI features are locked by default, which users can access by subscribing to Pixel Pro. Yes, I will show you how you can build a complete subscription-based pricing for your SaaS applications. Like this AI background editor that removes background with a single click, adding a solid color background and the ability to search for unlimited backgrounds using our search. We also have an autosave functionality after each change for which we will be using a real-time database. AI Image Extender lets you go beyond your limits with controls for extending images in any direction using Imagekit's generative fill that creates seamless content blending. Plus, you'll build AI upscaler and retouch tools that enhance image quality and provide professional retouching, along with this beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly go on to our terminal and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create-next-app at latest and press enter. Press Y. Now if you're following this video in the future, make sure to check what version of Next.js I'm using so that to avoid any errors. What is your project name? My project name is Pixel. I've already created this folder, so I'm just gonna press dot. If you're gonna enter something over here, it's gonna create a new folder. Would you like to use TypeScript? No, because it's just a syntax. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Tailwind? Yes. SRC? No. App router? Yes. TurboPack? Yes. Import alias? We're gonna keep no. Alright, now it's gonna quickly go on and install all of the dev dependencies like Tailwind, ESLint, along with these React dependencies as well, right? So let's wait. And there we go, it is done. It has initialized a brand new Next.js app right here, right? With all of these dependencies inside of package.json file. And again, just make sure to check my GitHub repositories for what versions that I'm using in this project to avoid any errors, right? Make sure to install only those versions. Cool, then let's go on and run our app. So I'm gonna say npm run dev. It's running. Let me just copy this URL and paste it inside of my browser. There we go. Our Next.js app is successfully running. Now you can see it tells us get started by editing app/page.js, which is the main file or the entry point of our app, right? This page.js contains all of the code that you see right over here, right? So what I'll do, I'll just simply go on and let's remove everything inside of this return. I'm just gonna have simply a div over here and I'll say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. And I'll remove all of the exports that are on the top, right? So now if I go back and see, yeah, we can see subscribe to Roadside Coder right here. Now there's this layout file as well, and these two files are true for most of the components that you're going to be creating. Layout file is optional, but page.js is necessary for all of the pages, sorry, not components, all of the pages that you will be creating inside of your app, right? So layout file contains basically the layout of that particular component. So for this one, this is our body tag and our HTML tag right here. And right here in the layout file, you can see we have this title and description. So let's say pixel and description can be AI image editor or whatever you want to keep it over here, right? So we're going to understand more about this file very soon. But first, let's understand what we will be using to style our app. And for that, we're going to be using Shadcn UI, which is built on top of Tailwind CSS. I'm sure a lot of you might have already used Tailwind CSS in one of your projects. If not, don't worry, I will explain it in this project as well. So if I click on get started, you will see it gives us the option to install for the framework that you're using. So we're going to be doing it for Next.js. But if you come back, you're going to notice these are the components. These are the pre-built components that come from Shadcn UI that you can just simply take the code off and customize it according to you, right? So it gives you full freedom, and that is why I like Shadcn UI a lot. You can see if you scroll down, we have a lot of components over here. So let's click on Next.js and install it. So I'm just going to copy this command. And I'm gonna go to my terminal, click on plus icon and paste it right here. Proceed, yes. Which color would you like to use? I'm gonna say neutral. If you want some other design, you can probably go on over here in the Shadcn's docs and check. They have different types of themes over here, right? You can choose that. Now it's gonna perform some actions, install the dependencies. So let's wait. And there we go, it is done. What's the next step? Next step is to basically add a component to your project. So let's see how we can add it. So if I just go on over here in the components, we have this button component, right? And you can see this button component, to install it, you just have to run this command. So I'm just gonna run it and it will create a components folder for us over here, just like this. Inside of this, it has created this button component, right? So inside of the components, it has this UI folder where it will contain all of the components that Shadcn UI installs, right? So it has different variants as well. So if I go back to the docs, you will see this is a normal button, the default variant, this is the secondary variant, this is the destructive variant, outline, ghost, link, and much more, right? So we have bunch of different types of variants when it comes to button or any other component in Shadcn UI. So how do we import it? We just simply have to do this, right? So if I just copy it and by the way, if you just see over here in this button, we have all of these variants and all of this code defined right here. You can customize this as well, and we will go on and customize it in just a moment. So over here in our page, so we have subscribed to Roadside Coder, right? So if I just have a line break tag, so break line, and after that we're gonna have this button tag. Let me import it from @components/UI, right? So make sure to import your Shadcn UI components from this folder only, and we can provide the variant over here. We have given outline currently, so let's see how this looks, and there we go. This is how it will look, right? We have this button with the outline and everything. And if it does not work for you, make sure to restart your app, restart your Next.js app right here from the terminal, right? Now, how do you go on and customize this button right here, right? So if I go inside of this button, you will see we have different variants over here. We have size, which we can configure. But if you notice inside of my app, I have this variant. This does not exist inside of Shadcn UI, nor does this. Right, so this is the custom button that I've created right here. So how do we go on and do this? So if I go back to my code right here, I'm going to add two variants. One is going to be primary and other is going to be glass. So I'll say primary, and over here you can provide whatever style that you want. Like for example, if I want to provide that gradient, I'm going to say background gradient -to right. That is from left to right. And I'll say from blue -500. So these are basically colors that Tailwind CSS has. You can go on and explore more in Tailwind CSS documentation. It goes from 100 to 950, sorry, 50 to 950. So from blue 500 to purple 600, right? Now if I just take this primary and let's try it out. If I just provide it with primary over here, and notice this is how it looks currently, right? So how easy it is to customize it. Let me add more things. I'm gonna say text white and border transparent. And then after it, I'll say so on hover, we will have shadow 2XL, and on hover, we're going to have shadow blue of 500 with 25% opacity. And on hover, I'm going to transform it and make it a little bit bigger, right? So I'll say scale to be 105. So now if I go on and see, if I click on it, like hover on it, you can see it's scaling a little bit, right? Something like that. We can also provide it with a backdrop blur of large, something like this, so that it has some blurry tint, right? So let's just duplicate it. I want to create another variant. Let's call it glass. This will be pretty simple. Instead of this whole gradient thing, I'm gonna have background white with 10% opacity and border white to be 20. When I hover on it, I'm just gonna remove these shadows. I'll say background white to be 20, right? So if I just take this glass over here and if I add it, let me just add two buttons. Another one for the glass. So it's basically there, but you can't see it because obviously it's transparent. Let me just make this class name to be background black. Yep, now you can see it, right? So we are obviously going to be making our app in the dark mode, right? But I guess you get the idea how this looks. Now, when it comes to the size, it has all of these sizes, but I want one more size, which I'm gonna add right after large. I'm gonna say XL, right? It will have simply height 12, padding horizontal 6, text base, rounded XL. So basically, all I'm showing you over here is how you can customize, like highly customize all of these components. And it's super helpful when you're creating an app. So let me just close this. And now, first thing first, let me just make our app in the dark mode. Let's convert it in the dark mode. Let me just remove this class name over here for now. And for that, we're gonna have to go to layout.js. We're gonna configure some things over here. So if I just go back to the Shadcn UI documentation, I think there's something called as, dark mode. Let's click on Next.js. And we just have to follow these steps. There's a one-time thing that you have to do. So if you want to make it dark mode, first of all, you have to install next-themes. So inside of our terminal, I'm going to paste it npm install next-themes. Then the next step over here is we have to create this theme provider context. So I'll just copy it up and I'll go to my components and I'll create a new file outside of this UI folder. I'll say theme-provider.jsx and paste it right here. Make sure to remove these types. It's for the TypeScript. We are not using TypeScript over here, right? Save this. And then after it, all we have to do is we have to wrap our app something like this. So I'll go back to the layout.js and inside of our body tag, I'm going to wrap our app with theme provider. So I'll take theme provider, put it over here. Make sure to import this theme provider from the component that we just now created. And over here, attribute class, default theme is going to be dark, right? This is what will change it. And also we have to add this suppress hydration warning flag over here so that it does not create any problem due to hydration warnings. Let's see how this looks. Did it work? Yes, it did work. You can see it looks good now. Now, similar to these buttons right here, we're going to be using more components from Shadcn UI, right? Like we have a bunch of different components over here. And if I show inside of our app, like for example, this is a card component probably, right? And inside of our app, there are going to be more such components that we are going to be using like tabs and all. So let's go on and install them one by one so that later on we don't have to install them again and again, right? So I'll just go to my terminal and I'll say npx shadcn at latest add. And after this, I'm going to add a drop down menu component. This one will be for the export. If you remember, if we click on export, it gives us the options and stuff, right? I'm going to have the input from Shadcn UI, select, slider, sonar, which is going to be for the toasts and stuff, switch, and tabs. So not much, just a few components. So install it, and it's going to be probably asking us that button is already installed or something. Okay, so it didn't ask. That's good because generally it will replace the button, right? Let me just make sure. Yes, our code was not replaced. It's still here. Awesome. We have installed all of these components. Let's go on and work more on our layout file now. Now, as you can see over here, we have a couple of fonts that we are importing. So I'm not going to use them. So I'll just remove everything from over here. And I generally like to use enter font, right? So make sure to import enter from next/font/Google. So again, this is also just a one-time thing. Let's take this enter and right here, I'll say enter.class name. And now you will see that the fonts are now updated. Awesome. Now, next thing, if you see inside of our deployed website over here, if I scroll it, you will see there are these effects in the background, right? Which makes our app look so modern, right? If I scroll down, it gives this parallax effect. Like as we go down, they are going down along with us, but at a faster speed, right? So how do we create this effect inside of our app? So right here, inside of our layout, first of all, let me just wrap all of these things with a main tag. Inside of this, I'm going to keep the children tag. And above it, I'm going to create a header component, which will contain our header. Obviously, let me just comment this out for a second. And in the main tag, let me just give the class name of background slate to be 900. Minimum height of screen, that is 100 viewport height, text to be white, and overflow horizontal to be hidden, right? There should be no overflow. So something like this. You can see we have the background slate of 900 over here. One more thing that I want to add over here is the toaster component. So this will help us to show toasts whenever necessary. So it will come from at components/UI/sonar. Or actually, this will come from sonar directly, and it will take rich colors so that we have different types of like toasts that we can show. So see, this is the toast, sorry, not this sonar component right here. If I click on show toasts, yep, we can see toasts over here. Awesome. Now, how do we create those floating shapes? Inside of our components, I'm going to do a new file called floating-shapes.jsx, RAFCE, floating shapes. Okay. Now, if I go back and show you, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 colors right here. Obviously, they are blurred, so they are not clear right now, but we have to create 4 colors over here. So for that, I'm going to be creating a const shapes array. Let me just bring the code real quick. So it's pretty simple. It has different types of shapes over here. Basically, first one, we have provided some ID. Size is going to be width 72, height 72, some position. So this one will be top 20, left 10. So this one right here, top 20, left 10. So I've aligned them in a different position, right? Similarly for this one as well. And you can see we have provided some gradient from blue 500 to purple 600, from cyan 400 to blue 500. So different types of circles. I would encourage you guys to use your own colors, right? And make it look more beautiful. So I have these 4 shapes over here. So you can define these. And then inside this div, I'm going to say shapes dot map, and I'm going to render these shapes right over here. So I'm going to take each and every shape over here, and inside of this curly braces, I'm going to have a div. Let's return this div. And actually this will be a self-closing div, since we are not going to be keeping anything inside of them. For the parent div right here, I'm going to give it some class name to be fixed, inset of 0, overflow hidden, because this is not going to be relative to other divs, right? So pointer events are going to be none as well, right? So inside of this div, this will also have similar types of styles. So I'll say class name to be, and actually let me just cut curly braces. In backtick, I'll say absolute. Apart from that, we're going to give the shape, position, and gradient. So I'll say the size, position, and gradient. I want to keep it from left to right. So I'll say background gradient to right. And over here, I'll say shape dot gradient. Then after this, I'm going to give this rounded full. Oops, not here. After this, let's see how this looks currently, first of all. So if I go to my app, oh, we have not imported it. So I'll just copy it up, and inside of the layout, let's just right above this toaster, I'm going to import this floating shapes and save it. Let's see. Yes, something like this, right? So this is how it looks currently. Let's make it even better. After rounded full, I'm going to have blur to be 3XL, opacity to be 20, and some animate to be pulse, right? This built-in animation from Tailwind CSS. So if I see now, yes, something like this. How beautiful this looks currently. Now, obviously, we have to add that scroll animation over here, right? So for that, let me just create a separate hook. So basically, this type of animation is called as parallax scrolling, right? So I'll say hooks, and I'm going to create a new hook over here so that you can use it in some other place if you like. So I'll say use dash parallax dot JSX, and it's going to be very simple. So this is just a custom hook that we are creating over here. Export const use parallax. And by the way, custom hooks are very important if you're preparing for any company for interviews. And I've covered a lot of such custom hooks in my front-end interview preparation course. I'll put the link to that in the description and the pinned comment as well. Now, when it comes to custom hooks, these can take, these have the full power of React. They can also use the states inside of it. So I'm going to be using the use state hook, which is used for basically maintaining the state of our component, right? So it gives us 2 things. One is the variable, that is in this case scroll x. Another is a function which will help us to change that variable. So I'll say use effect. Wherever it is used, I'm going to run the use effect. That is, this will run whenever the component is loaded for the very first time. So I'll keep the dependency array empty. That means it will run for the very first time the component is loaded. Now over here, I'm going to be creating a function called handle scroll. And handle scroll will simply set the scroll y to the window.scroll y. Currently, wherever we are in the scrolling position, this function will set it. And then I'm going to look for the scroll events. So I'll say window.add event listener. Whenever the page is scrolled, we're going to run this, right? So we're going to be updating this scroll y. Now, how will we be using this scroll y? I'm going to say return scroll y. We're going to be using it in that component. I'll show you just a moment. But also, whenever the component unmounts, we need to clean it up as well. So, right, we have return over here. This helps us clean up. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Window.remove event listener. Something like this. Let's take this use parallax, go back to floating shapes, and I'll just import it right here, just like this. Let's import it. I'm going to take this scroll y, go down over here in this div, and I'll have a style tag right here. Inside this, I'm going to have transform. Now, transform, it will say translate y, that is scroll y, into 0.5 pixels, so that this moves along with our scrolling, right? And it also rotates, like wherever we are in the current scroll, we're going to multiply it by 0.1 degrees, right? So something like this, let me just show you. Okay, so it gives us that this should be used inside of the client component only. So, right, so this needs to be a client component. So I'll say use client. And the reason for this is Next.js has 2 types of components, a server component, client component. Server components obviously runs on server, but client component runs in the front end and in the browser, right? So wherever we are using hooks and stuff, we have to use this use client flag over here on the top. So now it's gone. And if I scroll down, okay, we cannot scroll down right now. Let me just do one thing. Instead of min height to be screen, I'll say min height to be something that is a lot, like 100, I don't know, around 2000 pixel, right? So you can give custom values, something like this in the square brackets. Now let's see. If I scroll down, yes, this is working fine. It is rotating as well. So if I show you, if I just remove the blur from over here, you will see circles like this. I think rotation is not really visible because, or yeah, I think it is visible. You can see the gradient is changing with this, right? So yeah, something like this, right? So it looks awesome and looks super modern. I'm pretty sure whenever the recruiter or your freelance client, whoever sees this website, they will be super impressed by you and give you that project that you're looking for. Also, one more thing, let's give the ID, key over here. Since we're using map, so I'll say shape.id, something like this. Let's close it. And now let's focus on this header component that we had commented out. Let's just create a header right here. I'm going to say header.jsx, RAFCE header, right? Let's just import it over here, something like this. Let's see. Yes, we have the header over here. And this header will basically be a floating header, right? Right now you can see it's breaking our app, but we want it to be something like this. And by the way, let me just revert this thing as well. So screen. So if I go inside of my header, we're going to have some glass navigation, right? So how do we create this? Over here, inside of this div, I'm going to say header, and I'm going to give this some class name of fixed, and we're going to fix it on the top. So I'll say top to be 6, left to be half of the width, transform, and I'll say translate by x to be half. So minus translate by x to be half. So it something like this. You can see if you just press Control and space, you can see all the styles right here. So we are shifting it by 50%, but then we are shifting it back minus by 50% as well of the width of this thing, right? Then I'll say z index to be 50, so that it remains on the top, and text to be no wrap. Let's see how this looks. So if I go back to our app, yes, this is our header on the middle. Now inside this, we're gonna have a div over here. Let's keep this header inside of it, and this div will have some class name as well, and it will contain all of the major styles. So I'll say backdrop blur to be medium, so that everything that is in, like behind it is blur. I'm going to say background white to be 20 opacity or 20% transparent, or let me just keep it 10. Then I'll have some border white of 20, rounded to be full. Let me just close this. Padding horizontal to be 8, padding vertical to be 3, display flex and some items to be center vertically, and justify between so that they are on the sides, right? And some gap of 8. Let's see how this looks. So if I go back, yes, something like this. This is exactly what we wanted, right? Inside this, first of all, I'm going to have the logo. So I'll use the link tag from next/link. I'll say it will take us to the home page. Class name is going to be margin right to be 10. In the medium screens and more, margin right to be 20. So that there's some gap on the right side, right? And here you can probably put your logo right here, right? So if I see, yep, logo. So I've actually created a few logos for you guys. If you want to use some logos, I have these logos inside of my GitHub repository. You can click the link in description and just go to this public folder. Let me just download all of these real quick. Yep, I have downloaded them and put them right over here. You can see different types of logos. I'm going to personally use this logo text.png file. So I'll just close it up. And over here, I'm going to say image tag, a self-closing tag. It will take the src. And by the way, image tag is inbuilt inside of Next.js. Oops, what did I do? src. This image tag helps Next.js to optimize the images inside of it. Also /logo-text.png. Let's provide it with the alt tag as well. I'm going to give it some class name of minimum width to be 24 and object cover. It also takes some width and height. So width to be 96, height to be 24. So let's see, and make sure to import image from next/image. There we go. Something like this, right? It looks beautiful. After this link, I want to have a few links as well for our homepage, like features, pricing, contact as well. And I only want to show those links when I'm on the homepage, right? So if I show you inside of our deployed app, you can see features, pricing, contact, all of these. These are only relevant when you are on the homepage, right? So let me just detect that we are on the homepage or not. And by the way, let's make this a client component. So I'll say use client. And here I'm going to be using a hook called use path name. Const path equals use path name, right? So I'll take this path, and after this link, I'll say if path is equals to / and I'm going to show a div right here. And this div will be hidden in smaller screens, so hidden, and the medium screens and above, it will be display flex space X to be 6, right? And instead of this, we're going to render different types of links. Like one of them is going to be this features. So href features, and class name will be text white, font medium, transition all, duration to be 300 when we hover on it. So when we hover on it, we're going to show text cyan to be 400. That's why we have added this transition and cursor pointer. So let me just duplicate it 2 more times, and over here, this one will be for the pricing. So pricing and the contact, right? So right here. Let's see how this looks currently. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Now after this, we're gonna have another div which will contain all of the authentication logic. Right now, currently I'm not gonna be writing this. I'm just gonna say auth over here. So auth, something like this. Let me just give this the class name, display flex, items to be center, gap of 3, margin left to be 10, and on the medium screens, I'll say margin left to be 20, just like before, right? So if I see, yes, we have enough gap over here. Here we will, add the sign in or get started buttons so that we can log in our user. All right, now let's go on and set up our backend and our database. Then we're gonna go on and configure our authentication as well. And for an app like this, the choice of database is very important. And that is why we are going to be using Convex. And I've given you the link to it in the description down below, so you can click on it and land on this page. And it is an open source reactive database. Now, what does that mean? So if you see, they've given an example over here. If we click on this add button right here, it will, if I click on add, you can see it has added it to the database and it has fetched it in real time as well, right? So this is what a real-time database is all about. And in our app, in our image editor, where we will be making a very small change, like for example, if we'll be moving an image from here to there, we need to make sure that our app is saved, our data is saved, and it is in sync with our database. So without any interruptions, Convex can play a very important role in an app like this, right? And it is pretty easy to set up as well. Like you can see, they've given an example over here. They've defined a schema or a model for our database or the table like to-dos over here, right? They're just using this defined schema over here. They define text, categories, and completed. And to store it inside of our database, there are actually 2 things. One is a query and other is a mutation. So query is basically to get all of the data, and mutation is basically to change or update the data, right? So like for example, over here, you can see they are updating the data, setting the to-do as complete. If they want to add it, again, they're using mutation over here. They're simply doing db.insert. Inside of the to-dos table, we are adding text and completed false, right? So it's pretty straightforward, and you will understand all of these things as we move forward in this video. So let's click on login right here. And I'm going to quickly go on and log in with my GitHub. And there we go. We are logged in successfully. You can see I have a couple of projects that I've created over here. I've created a splitwise clone as well previously on this channel using Convex. So I've opened their docs. Let me just switch to dark mode, else I'll go blind. So let's see how we can set up Convex with Next.js. First of all, obviously we have to set up our Next.js app, which we have already done. Then we have to install Convex. So I'm just gonna say npm install Convex. So just open the terminal and paste it right here. Now, next step, we have to set up a Convex dev deployment. So npx convex dev. Okay. So after this is done, I'm gonna be saying npx convex dev and press enter. And notice it's gonna ask us a question. Would you like to configure? Create a new project, choose an existing project. If you're not already logged in, it might ask you to log in as well over here, right? So quickly just log it in, and then it will ask you this question. So I'll say create a new project. Project name, I'm just gonna say Pixel, yes. Use cloud or local dev deployment. I'm gonna choose cloud deployment. It's better, like all of the data will remain in the cloud, right? We won't have to do any additional setup. So okay, Convex functions ready, and I guess it is done. Let's go back. And yes, right here, you can see we have this Pixel project created. If I click on it, there we go. Let's switch to our development. And over here, you can see multiple different things like analytics related to our database, our data where all of our tables will exist, all of the functions, or you can say API call in simple language, which we will be writing. All of those functions will be listed over here as well, and bunch of different things as well, right? So we're going to explore them one by one. But continuing the documentation, you can see we have done this. Create a sample data for your database. It's in the case if you want to, add some data beforehand inside of our database. We don't need to do all of this. Next, we have to create a client component for our Convex provider. So basically, we're going to wrap whole of our app using this Convex provider right here. So we need to copy this Convex client provider file. Let me just choose JS and copy it up. Let's go back to our app. And one more thing, after you have done this, right, there will be a Convex folder created right here along with this .env.local file where you will see your environment variables right here. So we don't need to do anything over here, but right here in the Convex folder, you can see we have a bunch of different things like this README file in case you're using like Cursor or Windsurf, some AI editor and all, right? This will help it out. There's some tsconfig.json. You don't need to touch these files. I'm just quickly showing you what it has created right here. One API.js file where it will export this API function, which we will be using to basically make the query or mutations, right? And right here, we will be creating a schema file as well. So very soon, I'll show you that as well, right? So again, we don't need to touch all of these. So let me just close it. Now, as we were doing, we had to create this Convex client provider, right? So let me just create it right here. Convex-client-provider.js and paste it right here. It's actually JSX since it's a React component, right? So it should be JSX. Okay, so it gives this error. Okay, so it needs to be called, I guess, this only, Convex client provider. So let me just name exactly that, the way that they have explained us. Okay, so it gives the error again. I think we need to move this inside of the app folder. So let's move this and see. Yes, now it's fine. So yeah, I think I skipped this part that it has to be created inside of the app folder. All right, then after this, we're gonna have to wrap whole of our app using this Convex client provider, okay? I'm just gonna go to the layout.js file and wrap whole of our app using this Convex client provider. So until this point, and make sure to import it from that file that we have just now created. Also, by the way, inside of this Convex client provider, currently it's using its own authentication and everything, but since we're going to be using another authentication provider, so it's going to be using something called as use auth. It's going to be taking this, right? And we're going to be coming back to it very soon when we go on to, configure our authentication. Also, by the way, Convex also supports self-hosting. Like I showed you when we were creating the project, right? It gave us the option of local as well, right? So if you don't want to use their cloud provider, if you have your own cloud provider, whatever that you're using, you can also use their self-hosting guide right here, right? So you can probably come to their docs and check out this self-hosting page if you're interested in this. All right, now we're gonna go on and set up the user authentication for our app. And for that, we're gonna be using Clerk. You already know I've used Clerk in so many of my previous projects and I absolutely love it. And I've given the link to it in the description down below, so you can click on it and you can land on this page right here. It's the most comprehensive user management platform. It takes away a lot of headache when it comes to setting up user authentication inside of our apps, right? So if I click on start building for free, it will tell us the exact steps that we need to do to set it up, right? If you're using Cursor or something, you can just probably copy this prompt and it will set it up for you. So first of all, we need to install Clerk/Next.js inside of our app. So I'll go back and let's just open another terminal since Convex is running in this terminal and paste it right here. So npm install add Clerk/Next.js, and then after it, we need to add a Clerk middleware to our app. Now, what is a middleware? So middleware or this Clerk middleware will run when our app is open, right? So before this, it will run and make sure that user is properly authenticated and whatever settings that we have given to it, like if user is allowed to visit that page or not, right? Stuff like this. We will configure all of these things. So we need to copy this up. And we need to create this middleware.ts or JS in our case. So I'll say new file, middleware.js, and paste it right here. Then after this, we need to wrap our app using this Clerk provider component. So something like this, you can see this is the layout component and they're wrapping their app using this Clerk provider. So let's go back to the layout.js file and we're going to be wrapping it something like this. Right, and let's put it down here and make sure to import this Clerk provider from @Clerk/Next.js. So let's see. Yes, it is imported. Cool. Now next, we probably would need to add environment variables as well. So let's click on sign up right here and sign up. I'm going to sign up with Google. Let's name our application Pixel and click on create application. All right, now again, you can see all of these steps right here that we have already done. So set up your Clerk API key. So you can just simply copy them right here and go to your env.local file that it has created and paste it right here, right? So these will be responsible for connecting Clerk with our Next.js app, right? After this, let's see, we've done all of these things, and it tells us how we can use the authentication inside of our app. And let me show you, it's amazing, right? So like, for example, we have created our header.jsx right here, right? This authentication. So right here, for example, instead of this, I'm going to be saying the example that they've given us. So I'll just copy it until this point and I'll just paste it right here. Now, what is going on over here? It's saying when the user is signed out, and by the way, all of these components come from @clerk/Next.js. When the user is signed out, we're going to show the sign in button and the sign up button, right? But when the user is signed in, make sure to import this as well. We're going to show the user button component, which is basically the user drop down. So let's go on and check it out inside of our app. So I'll open the app right here. You can see we have a sign in button and a sign up button right here. Out of the box, what happens if I click on sign in button? It has routed me to a completely separate page and it is asking me to log in. Let's click on continue with Google. Okay, I am logging in and there we go. We are successfully logged in. We have a user drop down option over here as well, right? So this is absolutely amazing. We had to write such a little code and it has done everything for us, right? Like if I just sign out over here and let's use our own custom buttons, right? So instead of this button, let's say if I use the button component from Shadcn UI and we will give it variant primary. Same for the sign in button as well. Let me make it a closing tag and I'll paste this button from Shadcn UI with variant glass that we created. Class name can be hidden in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, it will be visible. And for this one, I'll just say get started, right? For this user button, we can also customize it. So we have something called as appearance. Inside this appearance, it takes something like elements and you can target specific elements inside of this user button, right? So let me just comment it out for now. We will style it in just a moment, but let me just see how my buttons look. So yes, sign in and get started. Amazing. Let me just sign in again, continue with Google. All right, now that I'm signed in, let me just customize this so that it looks more like our app, right? So this is currently white. I don't want it to be white right now. So I'll just uncomment it. Inside of the elements, I can target specific elements like avatar box. And I can provide things like width to be 8 and height to be 8. And it will change the width and height of this particular thing, right? So again, according to you, you can customize it whatever you like. Now, when it comes to this background, like white background, we're going to have to provide Clerk with some themes. So inside of layout.js file, we have this Clerk provider, right? So over here, it has appearance tag as well. And it takes base theme. And we have to install Clerk themes as well. So I'll say npm install @clerk/themes and press enter. Okay, it is done. And now over here, I'm going to use a theme called Shades of Purple. It has a bunch of different types of themes as well. So now if we see, if I click on it, yes, this is a purple theme now. Awesome. Now, some of you might be thinking, when I try to go and log in, what is this weird URL that it is sending me to? And yeah, I understand. This is totally understandable concern. And we're going to fix this now. So this is basically Clerk's URL, but we want probably localhost or our domain to display over here, right? So what we will do, I'm going to be saying inside of our .env.local, inside of our environment variables, I'm going to add two environment variable. First, next public Clerk sign in URL and then sign up URL as well. And we're going to provide custom path. So /signin and /signup, right? This will now be our new sign in and sign up page, but these are currently like empty, right? If I click on sign in, there's nothing over here. So we have to make this page, like build these pages. So inside of our app folder, I'm going to be creating a new folder for auth. So if I create a page like this, it will create a new route inside of our app, right? And now if I want to create, let's say a new folder called sign-in, this is the new page. And inside of this, I can say page.jsx, RAFCE, sign in page, right? If I just save it, and now nothing will happen because we want to go to /signin and not /auth/sign. So if I say /auth/signin, it will show me the sign in page. But this auth, basically I've kept to wrap both of my sign in and sign up page. So in Next.js, if you don't want a folder to become a path, or sorry, a route, you can just wrap it with parenthesis and it will ignore that folder and it will just consider the folders inside of it. So see something like this. So now if I go back, if I try to go to /signin, yes, sign in page is now working correctly. And if you put /auth over here, then it will give you an error. Great. Similarly, I want to create a sign-up page as well. I'll just copy this file and paste it right here. Let's call it sign up page. But when you're creating these sign in and sign up pages for Clerk, you have to follow a convention. So if you notice, when we click on sign in, it gives this sign in and this redirect URL and a bunch of different things over here, right? So all of these are for Clerk to handle. And if I show you in the Next.js documentation, inside of the project structure, so over here, we have something called as catch all route and optional catch all route. So basically these will catch all of the path or all of the segments that will come after that particular route, right? So this is for compulsory routes and this is for optional. That is, it can exist or it cannot exist. So something like this, right? So /shop and then after this A, B, C, whatever, all of them fall under this. So what we have to do for sign in and sign up, we have to create a new folder called 2 square brackets ... sign-in, then 2 square brackets to close. This is the optional catch all route, and we will discuss more about it as we go on forward in this video. We will check Next.js routing even more, and let's move this page inside of over here. Now simply what we have to do inside of this page.jsx, instead of this div, we're gonna say sign in, and this comes from @clerk/Next.js, and that is all with that we had to do right over here. And just I'm gonna copy it and I'll paste it over here. First, let's create a catch all route for this one as well. So sign-up. Let's move page inside of it. And right here, I'm going to paste it. Instead of sign in, I'll say sign up. Instead of this sign in, I'll say sign up. And now this should be good. Let's go on and check. Yes, you can see our sign in component is right inside of our app near our header, right? So let me just align this in the middle. So to align both of these in the middle, I want to provide common styles, right? So for this auth, I'm going to create a new file called layout.js. And this is the benefit of structuring them in one folder. So inside this layout, I'll say RAFCE, I'll say auth layout, and this will take the children, which in this case is sign in and sign up route, and this will render it right here. Now we can simply provide some style right here, and this will apply the common styles to both of them, right? Like for example, I'm going to say display flex, justify center, and padding top to be 48. Now they should be in the middle. What's wrong? Okay, it is working. You can see it looks amazing. We have our header and then we have our sign in. If I click on get started, see, it is giving me the sign up page now as well. Amazing. Okay, so we have set up our database and we are able to sign in as our user as well. But there's one problem. How do we provide all of this user data inside of our Convex database, right? As soon as user logs in, I want to provide this user data inside of over here, inside of our database, right? We want to keep it in sync. So now we have to connect Clerk with Convex. So first step that we have to do is, let me just open the documentation. And over here, we have this authentication inside of Convex docs, right? And you can choose Clerk right here. And it will tell you exactly how you need to set it up. So first of all, obviously you have to set up Clerk, which we have already done. And we have to create a JWT template. So how do we do that? Let's go inside of Clerk and inside of configure right here. And you can see you have all of these settings related to Clerk if you want to change anything like verify it, sign up, etc., etc. So click on this JWT template tab right here and click on add new template. Inside the template, you can choose Convex and it will autofill a few things for you and click on save. Now, what you have to do, you have to copy this issuer URL. Oops. Yeah, this issuer URL. This is the only thing that you will be needing over here. So just copy it and let's see what's next. So we have to set the issuer URL inside of our environment variables. Okay. Let's go inside of our .env.local. I'll just paste it right here and I'll say Clerk JWT issuer domain. Okay, then it's telling us to configure Convex with Clerk issuer domain. So we have to create this auth.config.ts. Let's just make it JS and we have to copy it. Let's just create this auth.config.js file. So inside of Convex folder, let's say auth.config.js. So basically we are telling it that you're supposed to use Clerk now for authentication, and make sure to change this environment variable to whatever that you've named over here. So I'll just replace it just like this. Let's see if there's any changes over here. Okay, environment variable is not set. Okay, so we are supposed to set it inside of our Convex dashboard as well. So if you just click on this link, open, it will take us to the Convex dashboard, and right here we are supposed to set it here as well, right? So I'll just take the value from over here and I'll paste it right here and click on save. Okay, so this is done. Now what's next? Deploy your changes. Okay, that's fine. I've done all of this. Set your Clerk API key. Yes, that is also done. Now we have to configure the Convex provider with Clerk. So if you remember, we have created this file, right? Convex client provider. Instead of Convex provider, we're gonna have to say Convex provider with Clerk now, right? So this will be imported from over here. So I'll just paste this, remove this Convex provider. And if you remember, I told you about this use auth. Now over here, it will take use auth from @clerk/next.js, and then it will be properly set up. All right, so we have done this setup with Convex and Clerk, connecting both of them. Now for the next step, we are supposed to store the user data inside of Convex, right? So we have another documentation right here inside of authentication. Just go to database right here. Let me just close that one. So storing users in Convex database. And again, it's pretty simple. We're supposed to call a mutation from the client to send the data to our database. So if you scroll down, they have given this example schema right here. First of all, you're supposed to define the schema of your user, right? So let's just copy it and let me show you how schemas work. So inside of Convex, I'm going to be creating a new file called schema.js, and I'll paste this code right here. Let's import this define table, and we're supposed to wrap this with export default define schema, right? Let me just move this right here. Make sure to import this define schema. We're going to provide name and email. Token identifier is basically the JWT token that we had configured earlier that we will use to verify if user is legit or not, right? And also let's just add image URL, right? Which is going to be for the profile picture. We're going to be adding more things over here in just a moment. We have to also import this v from convex/values. It's basically defining the type of that particular field, right? And after doing this, if you go back to your Convex database, right, you're gonna see we have a user table defined right here with all of these fields like ID, name, email. Like if I just click on add, it will give all of these options to add right here, right? Awesome. So this is super convenient to do. Now, when it comes to our user, there are going to be a few more things that we'll be defining right here, like for example, the plan that user is currently on, right? So I'll say plan and I'll say v.union. So it can be either free or paid, right? So I'll say v.literal. It's going to be either free, or I'll say comma v.literal. It's going to be pro. We are also going to be keeping the tab of how many projects the user has created, right? So let me just say users tracking for plan limit so that we can restrict the user in the free plan. So we will define the projects used over here, how many exports user has done in this month. Then in the end, this is optional. If you want, you can have a created at and last active at, right? Something like this. You can notice we also have this dot index right here. So this basically indexes inside of our database help us query stuff faster, right? We're going to be finding our user using this token, right? So this will index user beforehand inside of our database so that we can find the user with respect to the token quickly. You can also define indexes for, let's say, email lookups, right? By email, if you have the functionality of, let's say, user search inside of your app, right? Like, for example, using name or email. Let me just remove this comma. You can add probably a search index as well using search name, search field name. In our case, both of these will not be useful, but just for your understanding, these are also the things that you can use inside of our app while using Convex. All right, we're going to come back to this schema and we're going to be defining more schemas right here, don't worry. But how do we go on and store our user inside of our database using this structure that we have created right here? So if you go back to the docs inside of over here, you can see they've given this example of a mutation that how you can go on and store the user's name and token, all of those things inside of our database, right? So let me just copy it up and then I will explain you what's going on. I'll say JS, I'll copy, and they're telling us to create it inside of Convex. So users.js. And again, all of this is part of our setup mostly. And this is going to be one-time thing. So I'll paste it right here. notice what's going on. So it's importing this mutation from this /generated/server. This is how we're going to be creating the mutations inside of our app. It's going to be taking these arguments right here. If we are providing something from outside, like probably an ID or whatever, right? It's going to be taking it from right here. And then it's going to be having a handler. So handler provides us with this object called CTX. And CTX has the powers to do a variety of different things. Like it can query the database, do mutations, like store inside of our table, whatever, like different things. In this case, it's saying ctx.auth.getUserIdentity, whatever the user that is logged in. But in like currently, user, it doesn't know that user exists, right? Since user is not logged in. So if not identity, it's gonna throw a new error. Otherwise, if identity does exist, if user is logged in, we're gonna check, is user stored inside of our database or not? So over here, you can see const user, and I'll say await ctx.db. Yeah, I told you, right? It helps us to query our database. So .db.query. And inside of the users table, I'm gonna use with index. That is, I'm gonna first find the user with index. So I'll say by token identifier. I'm gonna provide it with the token identifier that we get inside of the identity object. And I'll say unique because one user can only have one type of token. So we're gonna find that user. If that user does not exist inside of our database, or actually it does exist, that is, it's not null, we have seen this identity before, then we can simply just update the name or whatever that you want to update right here. So we're just going .db.patch, right? We're updating the user's name for that particular ID and return it. But if it's a new identity, that's a new user has logged in, I'm gonna provide the name and the identity right here. And actually, we're gonna be providing more things over here, like our email and image URL. When it comes to the plan, it will be free initially, right? So default plan, projects used obviously will be 0 for the new user, exports 0 for the new user, created at, current date, and last active at is also going to be current date. So something like this. I know a few of you might be confused still, but as I mentioned, don't worry. As we move forward in this video, we're going to be doing these steps again and again and again, and you will understand exactly how you can do this on your own. So let's write one ourselves, right? So if you want to get a current user, right, we're going to say export const, you can name it whatever. I'm going to say get current user equals query and import this query from right here, right? /generated/server. Inside of this query, it's going to take handler, right? Handler function that had been created up there. So I'll say async and it will take a callback. So I'll take the ctx and then right here, I'm going to check for the user identity if user is logged in or not. So again, same thing, ctx.auth.getUserIdentity. If not logged in or identity does not exist, throw new error, like not authenticated, right? Otherwise, we're going to use the same thing to check if user is inside of our database or not. So I'll do this and then I'll check if user does not exist inside of our database, throw new error, user not found, else we're going to return the user, right? Simple enough. This is very simple. If you just, explore the documentation as well a little bit, you will understand more about this. Awesome. So yeah, we have written this mutation and a query. Let's see what they're telling us next. So obviously, since we have created this mutation, we have to call it somewhere, right? And for that, they're telling us to create this use store user effect hook. Okay. For all the hooks, we have already created this folder, right? Hooks. Inside of this, I'm going to create a new file called use store user.jsx, and we're going to be triggering this hook somewhere inside of our app. So let's just copy it up and paste it right here. And again, one-time thing, and it's a very simple hook. Let me explain you. Let's remove this, and this will come from @clerk/next.js. Okay, so what's going on? Inside this use store user effect, or let's just say use store user, and remove these IDs and all from over here since we're not using TypeScript. It's using this use convex auth function, which gives us is loading and is authenticated states, right? If user is currently being authenticated, this will be true. If it's already authenticated, then this will be true, right? Else false. And then this use user comes from @clerk/next.js, which will provide us the details of the current logged in user. Now here we're defining the state for storing the user ID. Let's ignore it for a moment. And here, this is how we are going to be taking our function. So we have created this function store right here, right? In just a few moments ago. So we are taking that function inside this store user. so that we can call it later on, right? And inside this use effect, I'm checking if user is not authenticated, then return it. But if user is authenticated, then we will store the value, right? So I'll say const id equals await store user. We've just called it and it would have stored the value inside of our database. We've got this id right here and we're calling this create user that they have created over here. And after this, we are just returning is loading and is authenticated over here, right? Simple enough. Again, all of this is part of our setup. So if you're not able to understand it, that's completely fine. You just need to understand that we're connecting Convex with Clerk right here. This is not like the major logic of our app. So where do we call this? Let's go to our header. Header is basically common throughout our app, right? So we can just call it right here. I'm going to say use store user. And this will provide us const is, it's going to provide us with is loading and is authenticated as well, right? Also, by the way, if you noticed inside of our deployed app, inside of our editor, the header is not visible right here, right? So what we can do over here, I can just say if path dot includes slash editor, that this slash editor path, right? Then we can just return null. We can just hide our header altogether, right? Okay, simple enough. Just something that you need to keep in mind. Let's take this is loading and show the loading while the user is being logged in. So below this div right here, I can just say is loading and actually to show the loading, there's something that I like to use, and that package is called as React Spinners. So I'll say React dash spinners, and there's something called as bar loader. So bar loader that comes from it. So let's import it right here. Bar loader. If I just say true for now, and if I go back, you will see, yes, we have this bar loader right here, right? Let me just style this a little bit. Let's wrap this thing inside of our div. Let me just first bring this is loading back. Yeah, now if I just wrap this inside of our div, let's move this bar loader inside of it. And for this div, I'm going to give class name of fixed bottom to be 0, that is on the bottom of the header, left to be 0, width to be full, z index 40, display flex, and justify to be in the very center, right? So let's make this true again and let's see. You can see something like this. We need to provide this bar loader some width of probably 95% and some color, whatever color that you like, right? I have this color tag that I like to provide over here. So it matches our app's color, right? So something like this. See, it looks beautiful now when the user is logging in, is being logged in. So I'll say is loading. And also, by the way, we were using this signed in and signed out from Clerk, right? Instead of this, we can use unauthenticated authenticated components now from Convex / React, right? So I'll say authenticated, this one, right? So these will come now from Convex / React, right? So authenticated, yes. And make sure to remove both of these from over here. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's go on and try it out. If I click on sign in, okay, we are here. Let's click on continue with Google. Okay, it is loading currently and we are logged in. Moment of truth. Let's go back and see inside of our Convex database. Yes, our user is stored right here. Awesome. You can see export this month 0, projects use 0, plan free, and all of those things, right? This is amazing. We are now able to successfully set up our complete app, right? There's one more thing that's still remaining, and that is the tool that we will be using for adding the AI features and more image editing features inside of our app. And that is Imagekit. I've given you the link to the Imagekit's landing page in the description down below. So just land on this page. And if you've checked this video where I told you how you can, create AI transformations in Next.js, or this video where I told you how you can create a video player in Next.js, all of them were using Imagekit, and a lot of you guys loved this tool and wanted to see me build a full-fledged application with it. So here I am. So cool then, let's go on and click on start free. And I'm going to quickly log into my account with Google. And here we go. I am in. Now Imagekit provides us a bunch of different awesome things. Like for example, image transformations. Like we can add resize and crop using it. We can add AI transformations like removing the background, adding shadows, changing the background with a just simple prompt inside of their URL. We can add effects like contrast, gradient, grayscale, and a bunch of different things. And we will talk about a few of them in this video as well. Now, some of you might be thinking, is it free to use? Yes, it is completely free to use. They have a very generous free tier and it's forever free, right? One thing that I really like about Imagekit is that you can also bring your own cloud provider, right? Like if you are using some other cloud provider, you can store your data there, right? But the next step that you have to do is come to their dashboard, click on developer options, and we have to take a few things that we're going to be adding inside of our app. So if you go to our env.local file, we're going to add 3 things right here. Public Imagekit key. So this will be right here, public key. So paste it right here. Then the private key. So private key is over here. Just enter your password and it will display your public key right here. So I'll just paste it over here. And then your URL endpoint, that is for me, is this, right? So yeah, something like this. And yeah, we have set up Imagekit successfully. And we will come back to it very, very soon when we go on and store images inside of Imagekit or add AI effects, etc. Right? But now the next step is to understand our database design more in depth, right? How we're going to be creating or storing things inside of our database and how different fields will be connected to each other. We're going to have 3 major tables, right? Or you can say 2 major tables. This one is just for like the folder for arranging the files. So users table is something that we've already seen. We're going to have the ID, name, email, token identifier, which is related to Clerk, image URL of the user, plan. Initially it will be free, and if users subscribe to a plan, it will become pro. How many projects they have created, how many files they have exported this month, created at and last active at, right? Then we're gonna have projects, right? For every single project that we'll be creating, we're gonna be having a table to store the data for that particular project. So what will we have? Obviously, we're gonna have the title of that project, the canvas state. Now this is the most important thing. So canvas state is basically the Fiber.js object for that particular project, right? We're gonna assign, like we're gonna align different photos or elements like text and all in different places, right? We're gonna apply the background and stuff. So for all of these things, where exactly do they exist and how will our canvas will be structured? It will be an object of Fiber.js, which we will be storing right here. Width and height of our canvas, right? Like for example, later on, if we decide to reset it, if we have backed it up right here, it will be easier for us. The original image URL, so that if we, let's say, remove the background and stuff, we can use this later on to reset it. Thumbnail URL that will be showing, active transformations from Imagekit that we have added, the user ID that it belongs to, and you can see it's a foreign key that belongs to the user table, right? And the folder ID inside of which it exists. And again, it belongs to this folder table which contain ID, user ID, again, foreign key, name, and created at. This is very simple. If the background has been removed for that particular project or not, created at and updated at, right? So pretty straightforward, so that it's easier for you guys to understand what I'm doing right here, right? Let's go on and create both of these tables that's remaining. So coming back to our code, we have this schema.js, right? We have already created this users table. So after this users table, let's create a projects table, right? So I'll say define table. Inside of this, we're gonna have an object which will contain different things. First of all, the basic project info, that is the title and the user ID. Then details related to our canvas that I showed you, that is canvas state, right? Fabric.js canvas JSON that we'll be storing right here. Width and height in pixels. Then details related to our image, that is the original image URL, what is the current processed image URL, like removed background and everything, and the thumbnail URL. Then we're gonna have the transformations, the active transformations of the Imagekit URL params, and the background removed flag, like if it's true or false. So you can see all of these types right here. This will be any, so that we can store object. These will be number. This user ID will be v.id user, since this is a foreign key that belongs to the users table, right? So that's why I'm saying v.id to users table. Then active transformations, this will be a string, and this is going to be optional, right? These can be empty by default. That's why we've kept these as optional. Initially, these will be empty. Background removed, again, this is optional, and this can contain true or false. That is why Boolean. For the organization, we're gonna have the folder ID, which will belong to the folders table, right? And then in the end, the timestamps like created at and updated at. Cool. Let's just provide it with some indexes, right? So that we can easily access these. First of all, we can access projects by user. So I'll say by _user. And this will be with respect to the user ID, right? Let me just duplicate this 2 more times. If you want, you can add, sort projects with respect to the particular user ID. So by user updated. So I'll say user ID, comma, updated add, like in whatever way user has created these projects. We can also index these projects with respect to the folder. Also, this will be dot, not comma. I think it's already there. So yes, yeah, something like this. And yes, folder with respect to folder ID as well, right? Then in the end, let's create the table for folders. Folders, define table. It will simply have name, user ID that it belongs to, right? The foreign key, and the created at with the index of by user. So that we can filter the folders with respect to the user ID, right? Simple enough. And by the way, if you guys don't remember, let me remind you, our plan looks something like this. So in the free plan, we're going to have 3 projects, 20 exports per month, and the basic features. And in the pro plan, these will be unlimited and all of the AI features inside of our app. So I'll just put it right here so that we remember it later on. Okay. So there's that. Let's go and check inside of our DB. Here we go. Inside of the data, all of our tables are right here. Folders, projects, and the users, which we already created earlier, right? So something like this. Now, one thing that I want to do, if we go inside of our app right here, if we want to, let's say, go to the /dashboard page, let's see what happens. Currently, the dashboard page does not exist. So it will give us this page could not be found. But if it did exist, right now the user is logged in. But if I just sign it out, and now if I try to go to /dashboard, it should not allow me to go to this page. It should reroute me to the sign in page, right? It should tell me to sign in first and then access the dashboard. And by the way, I noticed that after sign in, we have to show the dashboard button right here, right? So if I just sign in right over here, we should show a dashboard button as well, right? So let's go to our header, this header component, and right over here above the user button, let's just add a link tag, which will say href/dashboard. Inside of this, we're going to have a button from Shadcn UI. Make sure to import this link tag. It is imported, I guess. Variant will be glass. Class name will be hidden in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, it will be display flex. We're going to show a layout dashboard icon from Lucid React, which comes inbuilt inside of Shadcn UI. Height 4, width to be 4. And we're going to show the text dashboard, which will be hidden in the smaller screens and will be visible in the bigger screens. Let's check it out. If I say inspect, and if I make this smaller, yes, it is visible. I think I should remove this thing right here, the whole class name from right here. Yes, now it's looking good. Awesome. If you click on it, this should take us to the /dashboard page. Right. Now, as I was saying, we should add the protective routes, right? So if you go inside of our middleware.js, here we can add that functionality. We can only allow users to go to the page that are public, right? So before this, I'll say const is protected routes equals create route matcher. This comes from @clerk/nextjs/server. And inside of this, it will take an array of all the routes. First one, let's say /dashboard. And after this, I'll say dot asterisk. That is whatever comes after dashboard. We need to protect that as well. Let me just copy it. And for the other one, it will be our editor, right? So editor. So user cannot access both of these pages without logging in. So inside of this Clerk middleware, now we're going to be taking a callback function, which will take 2 things. First of all, it will be an asynchronous function, and this will take 2 things, the auth object and the request object. And then inside of it, I'm going to take out the user ID to check if the user is logged in or not, right? So from auth, so auth is basically promise. So I'll say await, and I'll take out the user ID from inside of it, right? Now after this, I'll check if the user ID is not present and is protected routes, this function that we just created over here, right? It will take the request object and it will handle everything, right? It will check to see if either of these paths are present in our current URL or not. If they are not present, then I'm going to redirect them to sign in, right? So I'll take out await auth. From auth, I will take out, oops, this will be a function actually. I'll take out redirect to sign in. Yes, this function, I'll use it right over here. I'll say return redirect to sign in, and I'll call it right here, right? This will throw our user to the sign in page if they try to access the dashboard or the editor page, right? If not, I'm going to return next response, and I'll keep the things going. So next response dot next, right? Simple enough. this should do it. Let's go and check it out. If I click on dashboard, I think we're already on dashboard. Let's try to refresh our page. And I think currently we are already logged in, so it won't be any problem. Let's sign out. Okay, now if I try to, let's say, explicitly go to the dashboard page, right? So dashboard, if I press enter, we should be routed now to the sign in page. Yes, you can see it has thrown us to the /sign in page. Awesome. This is exactly what we wanted. Now that we have set up all of the basic functionality, we have created the header, login, set up our database and everything, let's go on and start working on our landing page. So if you can see in our deployed app, this beautiful landing page right here, right? I'm pretty sure that you guys can imagine how awesome your resume will look once you have added this landing page inside of there, right? You can see when we hover on it, we have some animations over here. We have all of the scroll animations and stuff, right? So it looks super pretty. You can see all of the pulse animations and stuff with background. This looks like an app that is created in 2025, right? And don't worry, I'm not gonna spoon feed you on how you can go on and create this landing page. I will tell you everything, but I will tell you one major thing that you should be using to create landing pages in 2025, right? So let me show you the best way to do it, and then I'll show you the step-by-step way and step-by-step code as well to do this, right? So if you just open Claude AI or whatever AI tool that you use, right? And I personally prefer Claude AI. You can also use ChatGPT. And let me show you the type of prompt that you have to use to generate a landing page like this. And again, don't worry, I will show you how you can create it using the code as well, just in case you want to understand the complete code, right? So inside of my GitHub repository, you can see I have given this prompt right here, right? So if you just go to the public folder, go to prompt.txt. Notice this is the prompt. This is how you have to structure your prompts as well. Create a cutting edge React landing page for AI image editor. You can place whatever app that you're creating over here using Tailwind CSS. That feels like it's from 2025. This should be a bold, futuristic design that makes visitors say, whoa, and not your typical corporate website. Like we've given it an outline over here. Then we can give it the tech stack requirements. Like if you're supposed to use React, Tailwind CSS, framework motions, React intersection observer, so that we can see the scroll animations and stuff, right? Then we can describe the visual styles and effects. Like for example, in my case, I wanted glass morphism, floating geometric shapes in the background that we just created, 3D transform effects, etc., right? I've given you more, descriptive prompt right here, so that you can go on and modify this according to you. You can remove something, you can add something over here, right? I've given it some component structure, what are all the things that I want. So let me just quickly show you what happens when you input some, this is too long, I understand, but obviously I have used AI to refine this prompt as well, right? So you can just take this prompt, input it to AI and ask it to refine it more, right? So if I just copy it up and let me show you, if I just input it to Claude right here and I'm gonna say go, let's see what happens. See, it is starting to work on this editor, it's writing the code and everything. Let's wait to see how it builds something like this. Now, the landing page that I'm going to be building, you have two options. Either you can follow this approach to generate your own landing page, your own unique landing page, or you can wait, or you can skip this video a few minutes where I will show you the step-by-step code to create this landing page. But first, let's wait to see how this turns out to be. And there we go. It looks like it's a little bit different, but oh wow, you can see it has given us this mouse custom cursor as well. I mean, it needs a little bit work to be done over here with the margin top and all, but you can see it is changing the texts and all. Okay, if we scroll down, yes, we have this animation. Okay, proper scroll animations and stuff. Nice. We have this pro and standard prompt cards as well. Amazing, right? This looks super cool. And again, as I told you that you can go on and customize these prompts according to you, right? So let's just close this Claude and we can go on and start working on our landing page. If you like this approach, just hit that subscribe button down below. It motivates me to create more such videos like this for you all. Okay, so let's go to page.js. This is where we are currently right now, right? We have just started subscribe to Roadside Coder and stuff. Let's remove this from over here. And by the way, guys, I'm working on a Next.js course for you guys right now. I've given you the link to a Google form in the description down below. You can go on and fill out that form and let me know what are all the things that you want to be in this Next.js course so that I can make this the absolute best Next.js course on the planet. So first of all, for this div, I'm going to give this some class name of padding top to be 36. Then we're gonna have 4 different components right here. If you see, is the hero section, the interactive stats, the features. So I'll just keep on writing it. So hero section, the stats, the features, and the pricing, right? These 4 things. And then in the end, we can just have a CTA section that ready to create something amazing, blah, 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 right? So I can say section. Let me just make this file page.jsx. This is better. Inside this section, let's have a div. Inside this div, I'm going to have an h2 tag, which will say ready to, and then we're going to have a span tag inside of it, which will say create something, something amazing. After this, we're going to have a p tag, which will say join thousands of creators who are already using AI to transform their images. We're going to give it text to be XL, text grid to be 300, that is a little bit subtle, and margin bottom to be 8. Then we will simply have a link tag after it. Let's import it from next/link. A button, our custom button tag with variant primary, size to be XL that we had added. And I'm going to say start creating now. Let's see how this looks. Okay, let's style both of these things as well. First of all, for our section, I'm going to give some padding Y to be 20 and text to be in the very center. For this div, I'm going to say max width to be 4XL so that it does not go to the complete width, right? And MX auto so that everything is in the center, and padding horizontal to be 6. For the H2 tag, I'll say text to be 5XL, that is a big heading, and font bold, margin bottom to be 6. And for this span right here, I'll just provide it with some gradient. So I'll say background gradient from left to right. So to right, from blue 400 to purple 500. Background clip to be text and text to be transformed so that it looks something like this, right? Cool. Let's go on and start working on the other things like the hero section, stats, features, and pricing. So I'll go to my components. I'll create a new file called hero.jsx, RAFCE, hero section. So let's take this component and import it right here. I'm just gonna import it just like this. And now inside of it, what are the things that we need to build? So first of all, we have to create this heading, this caption with these 2 CTAs and this graphic right here. Okay. Now if you noticed, when I reload this page, it takes like half a second and then displays us this thing, right? So we need to create this effect first. So what I'll do, I'll just take 2 use states over here. First is the text visible, which will be false by default. Another is demo hovered. That is this thing right here. When we hover on this, it will become a little bit bigger. It will scale a little bit, right? So both of these states will manage that. Then we're going to have a use effect hook, inside of which let's import use effect and use state as well. And also let's make this component client component. So also use client. So inside of this use effect, we're doing a set timeout. That is after 5 seconds, we will set text visible to true, right? And in return, we're going to clear the timeout to clean things up. And now we can use this to show that text, right? So over here, let's just make this a section. Inside of this section, I'll have a div. Inside of this div, we will have another div which will contain an h1 first, which will have a span called create, right? So if you see, this create is in a separate style. And then below this span, let's break the line, self-closing tag, and then I'll have another span which will say without limits. Let's keep one eye, yes. Below this h1, we're gonna have a paragraph tag where you can add some text like professional image editing powered by AI and all of these tools, right? Text to be XL, text grade to be 400, margin bottom to be 8, max width is going to be 3XL again, so it does not take the complete width. Margin horizontal to be auto and leading to be relaxed, which means line height. Now, when it comes to this create right here, I'm going to give this the same styles that I gave right here to this create something amazing. Background gradient from left to right, from blue 400 to purple 500. Sorry, via purple 500 to cyan 400, right? 3 gradients right here. Background clip text and text transparent so that we can only see the color on top of it, and animate pulse so that we have some pulse effect just like we gave it in the background. So let's see how this looks. Yeah, something like this. So you can see it's not properly aligned for now. Let me just do that. For this section, first of all, I'm just gonna say class name, minimum height to be screen because it will be a big section, right? We will have more things over here. Display flex, items to be center, justify center, position relative and overflow will be hidden. And div will have text to be center, z index to be 10, so it remains on the top, and padding horizontal to be 6. Let's see. Yes, something like this, right? Now, when it comes to this div right here, I'm going to say class name to be transition all and duration 1 second so that we can show the text eventually. And if the text is visible, that is this state is true, then opacity will be 100 and translate y to be 0. Like that is will go from bottom to up. Otherwise, it is not, when it is not visible, the opacity is 0. Translate y to be 10 so that it is on the bottom. So if you notice, if I just reload this page, you'll see it will start from over here, and yes, it went to the top, right? Something like this. So let's make this h1 a little bit bigger. So for the h1, I'll say text to be 6XL. In the bigger screens, text is going to be 9XL. Font black, margin bottom to be 6, and tracking tight. So let's see. Yes, something like this. And I think I should remove this padding top to be 36. Yes, now it's fine. Now when it comes to this without limits, I'll give it text to be white. Yes, something like this, white. Now after this paragraph, we're gonna show 2 buttons, right? Start creating and watch demo. So I'll have 2 links right here. Sorry, 1 link and 1 button. Over here, I've kept it empty. You can probably give some link to some YouTube tutorial or whatever, right? So you can also wrap this with this link tab. In this case, I just kept it empty, like just normal button for now. Let's import from next/link, and for button, I'll import from Shadcn UI. Variant will be primary, size will be XL. This one will have variant glass. So both of our custom variants right here. This one will take us to the dashboard page. And for this div, I'll say display flex to be column in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, flex will be row. Gap to be 6, justify center. So it's there in the very middle, and vertically also, they will be item center. And margin bottom to be 12. Let's see. Yes, something like this. All right, so after this div, we're gonna be having our demo interface, right? So over here, you could have either added, a graphic or something, but this is something that I used AI to generate, right? This whole thing right here. Obviously, I'm not gonna go on and write the code to generate this whole thing. In real world as well, you will be generating stuff like this using AI. So let me just bring in that code. So I'll go to my GitHub repository in app in page.jsx, and I'll just take this div from right over here. And don't worry, I will explain you. But this is not something that you need to understand line by line, because again, this is something that you will also use AI to generate, right? So this is basically a div, and inside of it, we have another div where we are rendering these 4 icons. So let's see, first of all, is it rendered? Yes, something like this, right? We are rendering these 3 icons right here. We're saying the name, Pixel Pro. We have 4 icons that our app represents, right? Something like this. So I just described this thing to AI. Probably you can also describe and make something even better, right? For like with AI. And also we can see there's no gap on the top, right? So let's just bring this thing back in page.jsx so that we have the gap again. Cool then. All right, so our hero section is complete. Awesome. If I just reload this page, let's see if that transition is working or not. Yes, we can see, and it's loading. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Now, after this, we have these stats, all of these features right here that we're going to be creating. So let's do this. So inside of page.jsx, for our stats, I'll have an object right here, something like this, stats, an array of objects with label, value, and a suffix. You can, modify it to whatever that you want the value to be over here. So I've just added some dummy stats over here, like images processed, active users, AI transformation, user satisfaction, right? And then I'm going to take these stats and render them right here. So I'll say section. If you want, you can create a separate component for this too. Inside this div, I'll have another div which will render the grid of this thing, right? So I'll say stats.map, and I'll take a callback right here where I'll render a div return. Inside this div, we're going to have 2 divs. First one, if you notice, will have the number and the suffix along with the label for the second one. So I'll have a div. This one will contain stat.value.to local string and this suffix, right? So I'll say stat.suffix. Let's see inside of our app how this looks currently. Oh, it's giving the error because we have not taken the stat right here, stat, and let's take the index as well so that we can give this the key of index. Let's give this class name of text to be center. Okay, let's see. Oh, it should be stat over here, not stats. There we go. Yes, something like this. For the div below it, I'll say stat.label, and class name will be text gray to be 400, uppercase, tracking wider, and text to be small. Okay, for this div, I'll just give the class name of text to be 4XL. In the larger screens, text is going to be 5XL. Font bold, margin bottom to be 2, and I'm just gonna give it some gradient from cyan 400 to blue 500. So it looks good, right? And background clip to be text and text transparent, just like we did, so that we can only show this gradient on that text, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. All right, let's properly style this. First of all, for this div, I'm gonna say maximum width to be 6XL, margin horizontal to auto, and padding horizontal to 6. For this section, let's give it some vertical padding to be 20. And for this div, I'll say display grid columns to be 2. In the larger screens, grid columns are going to be 4, right? And gap to be 8. Let's see. Yes, something like that. Okay, now after this, we're supposed to create that features section. So this features section, powerful AI features. So let's actually create a separate component for this section right here. I'll call it features section. Okay, let's go on over here in the components and then create a new file, features.jsx, RAFCE features. Now obviously we need to have the data for our features, right? So again, you can just go on over here and take that from the components features. This is the array that I've given for you guys in this file. Just take it and paste it right here. Again, you can modify it according to you, like it's not compulsory to use this data. I've given icon over here, title, and the description of that particular feature, right? So just like this, we have created a simple data right here that we will be rendering. First of all, let's take the section over here. Inside this section, I'll have a div. Inside this, I'll have another div, which will contain our h2. And this h2 will simply say powerful AI features, right? With some background gradient from left to right. Again, simple to how we did before. From blue 400 to purple 500. Background clip text and text transparent. Below this h2, we're gonna have a paragraph tag, which will say everything you need to create, edit, and enhance images with professional grade tools. Let's style this a little bit. I'll say class name to be padding y to be 20, ID to be feature. So we've given ID over here so that we can, use our nav bar to navigate to it. So let's see. Okay, we have to import it first as well, right? So let's import it. Let's call it features. Let's see now. Yep, something like this. You can see if I go to the top and click on features, yes, it takes us right here. Now for this div right here, I'm gonna say class name max width to be 7XL, margin horizontal to auto, and padding horizontal to 6. So everything is in the middle. And for this div, I'll say text to be center and margin bottom to be 16, so that you can see everything is in the middle now. Now all we need to do is to render those cards over here. So below this div over here, I'll have another div which will render the grid, right? So I'll say class name to be grid. In the bigger screens, grid columns are going to be 2. In the larger screens, grid columns are going to be 3, and some gap of 8 between them. Right, now inside of it, I'll say features dot, and I'll map through it. Right, now I'll create a separate component over here for our feature card like this. Now either we can go on and create a completely separate file for this feature card, but since it's not being used anywhere else in the project, I'll just create this features card right here. Right, so probably right below this. So RAFCE features feature card. Right, we don't need to export it. Let's remove this, and actually let's just move it to the top right here. Right, let's see if this is being rendered. So yes, it is being rendered. Now what will this feature card take? If you have noticed one thing inside of our deployed app, when we refresh this, you can see they all come one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that, right? So this is how we should be doing this as well. So we have to add the 1 second delay between, not 1 second, I think I'd say 1/10 of a second delay between each one of them. So I'll say key equals index. I'll take the index from right here. I'll take every single feature and the index. I'll provide the feature, so dot feature, and I'll provide the delay. So delay can be whatever the index is multiplied by 10th of a second, right? So into 100. Now inside this, we will make use of all these three things. So let's receive them right here. Icon, title, description, delay. Now, how do we add the scroll animations? If we scroll our app further, you can see there are more scroll animations right here, right? So we need these scroll animations, and these are going to be possible using the intersection observer, right? The intersection observer API in JavaScript. So what we can do over here, we can create a custom hook to implement something like this, right? So I'll say use dash intersection observer. And trust me, this is a very important interview question as well. And I have discussed this interview question in my front-end interview preparation course, which you can again check out from the link in the description down below. Use interface observer. More questions like this as well, right, in that course. And this is going to be very simple as well. We're just gonna take a state right here. Let's say is visible, right? Let's first make this a client component. So use client. And apart from this, I'm gonna be taking a ref as well to get the reference of that particular element. So let's import use state and ref, and then I'll say use effect. Now inside this use effect hook, first of all, we can take a threshold over here, that is after how long does we are supposed to show this. So by default, let's just keep the value to 0.1. I'll take this threshold and I'll put it right here. Inside this use effect, I'll take new intersection observer. This is the API that we're supposed to use over here, right? And I'll say const observer. So basically it monitors the scroll behavior of our page and checks if something is inside of our viewport or not, right? So it will take a callback function over here. I'll take the entry element and I'll say set is visible entry dot is intersecting, comma, I'll put the threshold after how long, only then it will return me. Then I can say if ref dot current observer dot observe, and we can provide the ref over here. So ref dot current. Now you might be thinking, what is this ref? So basically this is something that we will be returning from over here. So I'll say return ref, and if it is visible, and we will be providing this ref to that particular element, right? So if that element is intersecting in current screen, then it will return us is visible to be true, right? So I'll say return observer.disconnect so that we can clean it up. So how will we use it? So we will take this use interface observer, we will import it right over here, just like this. It will obviously provide us with two things, ref and is visible. I can also have hovered and set is hovered over here. When we hover on it, we want to scale it a little bit, right? Just like we saw. Let's import this use state, and we've already imported this. Now we will have a div over here, right? So I'll provide this div with this ref over here, this ref that we're getting from right here. Then all we have to do is we have to create this feature card, right? So icon, title, description. So I'll just simply say inside of the div, I'll have the icon first, then in the h3 I'll have the title, and in the p tag I'll have the description, right? Let's see how this works, or is it even working or not. Okay, it's having the error because it's expecting this to be a client component. So use client, let's save this and check. Okay, now if I scroll it down, looks like nothing's, oh yeah, it's because we have not added the, we have not used the is visible yet, right? So I'll just give the class name over here. Inside of curly braces, I'll have a backtick. First of all, let's just style it a little bit. So I'm gonna be saying class name backdrop blur large, background white with 5% transparency, border white with 10% transparency, rounded 2XL, padding to be 8, transition to be all, and duration 700 when we hover on it, right? So cursor pointer, and then after it I'll have a template string right here, and I'll say if this is visible, if is visible is true, then opacity will be 100, translate y to be 0. If opacity is 0, translate y to be 10. So they appear from bottom to top, right? We can also give is hovered some styles. So after this, I'll say if is hovered true, then transform, scale 105, rotate 1, shadow to be 2XL. We're going to provide it with the delay as well when it comes to transition for each and every card. So first card will have, let's say, 1/10 of a delay, second card will have 2/10 of a delay, something like this, right? So I'll say transition delay will be delay and milliseconds. this much milliseconds that we are providing over here. To add the hover states, set is hovered. We can say on mouse enter will be set hover to be true. On mouse leave, set hover to be false. Let's check it out. If I just refresh my page, and now if I scroll down, you will see all of these cards will render one by one, something like that, as soon as they enter the screen, right? So this looks super cool. Now next is probably the most interesting part of our app, probably that you might be waiting for, is the pricing, right? We are going to be implementing pricing inside of our app. All of these features, we can see how we can also subscribe to a plan as well, right? So let's go. I'll just create a component over here called pricing.jsx, RAFCE. I'll say pricing, save it, and let's just import the pricing component over here first. So pricing, something like this. Let's see if it's visible inside of our app. Yes, pricing. Okay. Now, how do we set up the billing or pricing inside of our app? We're already using Clerk inside of our app, right? So let's see. Here it is, Clerk. Now, Clerk comes out of the box with billing, and it's sort of a new feature, but it is amazing. I've used it in my previous project as well, and it works flawlessly. So just click on over here in the settings, and we would need to create some plans over here. So click on create a plan. Now you need to, let's first configure the free plan, right? So let's click on this. You can add some description over here if you want, and you can set the base fee. So since this is free, obviously we're not going to set it. Now over here, you can add the features that will be displayed to us in the pricing table. Like for example, 3 projects maximum, right? In the free tier. I'll say create feature. Apart from this, we can add another feature like 5 exports per month, create feature. We can add a feature, basic crop and resize, create feature. We're gonna add color adjustments, or probably we can also say standard quality exports, right? Something like this, like whatever feature that you feel like adding, that you have added inside of your app that you're providing for free, you can add over here. Okay. I've added the free plan. Let's add the pro plan as well. So I'll click on add plan, and this one will be called pro. Let's keep the monthly subscription fee to be $12. If you want, you can put the annual discount as well over here. I'll just keep on I'll just keep it disabled. Let's add the features over here. I'll click on add features. Let's say unlimited projects, create feature. I'll add another one, unlimited exports, create feature. Let's have AI editing tools, like all editing tools, sorry. We'll have a separate feature for AI tools. Apart from that, what else do we get? We get the background removal, right? So AI background removal, let's create this. We will have AI extender, and one more thing, we will have AI resize, upscaler, and more, right? Something like this. So both of these plans we have created. Let's click on save. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's click on enable billing. And there we go. The billing is enabled. Awesome. Now, the simplest way to display the pricing table inside of our app right here is by doing this. So let's say if I go to pricing over here, and I can just simply say pricing table, and we need to import it from Clerk/Next.js. And let's go back and see. Here we can see we have a free plan and a pro plan, right? Something like this. If you click on subscribe, it will obviously first ask you to sign in. Let's just sign in first. Here we go. If I click on subscribe, it will give me this checkout screen and everything, right? So this is easy to do with something like this. And probably if you want less headache, you can do something like this. Probably you can just give it some padding. So let me show you. If I say class name, let's just make it a section. Class name to be padding Y to be 20. ID can be pricing. We can say probably max width to be 4XL, margin horizontal to be auto, and padding horizontal to be 6. So now if we see, it's something like this, right? You can make it probably 6XL as well. Yes, something like this. Or then you can add this heading right here, right? It will be much simpler to implement something like this. Clerk provides it out of the box, but we want to implement our custom pricing table, right? Something like this. If you are happy with this, probably you can just skip this pricing table section, building this pricing table section. But if you want to create a pricing table, something like this, then you can continue following this part of the video. Right, okay, so I'm not going to be using it. So I'll remove it right here. I'll take this and I'll put it in a div right here. So div with the class name of this, right? Inside of this div, we're going to have another div, and then we will have an h2 tag which will be similar to this actually features. So you know what, I'll take this h2 and also the paragraph tag. So I'll just paste both of these things right here, and I'll simply say pricing here, and in the description I'll say start free and upgrade when you need more power. So if I go back, yes, something like this. Let's give it margin bottom. It is here. Okay, so for this div, I'll just say text to be center, margin bottom to be 16. I think it needs more space right here. So I'll say margin bottom to be 8, or rather I'll say padding bottom to be 6. Yes, now it's better. And you know what? Instead of this, I'll just say simple, and then inside of here, I'll have a span which will say pricing. So pricing can be in this gradient like format, right? Text to be 5XL, font bold, and text wide to be margin bottom to be 6, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. For this, we don't need this max width and all. So yes, like this. Now below this div, we can render our pricing, right? So obviously, since we're not using the pricing table anymore, we would need to create the custom array for all of the features, right? So I've already created it for you guys. So again, if you just go back to my GitHub repository inside of the pricing section, I have this plans array that I have created. Just copy it and paste it right here, right? So simply it will have the ID, free user, plan, free, price to be 0, features, whatever features that we have added over there. Probably you can adjust it according to you. We're gonna have a button text, get started free. For the pro plan, we will have all of these things. And also we would need this plan ID. Since we're doing a custom implementation, this will play a major role. So how do you get this? So if you just go back to pro right here, here's the plan ID. So make sure just copy it and replace my plan ID with your plan ID, right? This will make sure that everything works correctly, and make sure whatever ID that you have put over here in the key for both of the plans, you will put over here as well, right? This is very important. Okay, let's take the plans and render it right below this div. So just like before, we were rendering features card, right? So simply I'll have a div display display grid, and in the bigger screens, grid columns 2, gap to be 8, max width 4XL, margin horizontal to be auto, and we will render the plans, map through it with each and every plan and the index, and we will create this pricing card component. We'll provide with the index and the plan. Okay, so let's create this component right here. And let's remove this pricing table from here. I'll say const pricing card, something like this, something like this. Inside of this, I will take all of these props like ID, plan, price, features, featured, plan ID, button text, all of these things that we have taken inside of that array, right? Now inside of it, since we will also be rendering it with respect to the scroll, I will be importing that use intersection observer hook over here as well. Oh, sorry, I named it use interface observer. So it should be intersection observer. That's why it was not getting imported. Make sure to fix this over here in the features as well. So use intersection observer. Yes, this is correct. So right here in the pricing, let's import it. Make this a client component. So use client. I'll also have is hovered state over here, just like before. And also now we will use something called as use auth hook, which will come from @clerk/nextjs. Now this will help us to identify which plan user is currently on, right? This has will help us identify it. So how do we use it? I'm going to say is current plan equals, first of all, I'm going to check if this ID has something. And then instead of has, I'll provide the plan. If user has this current plan, we are mapping through this pricing card, right? If it's free or if it's pro, right? If it's free, it will return true, else it will return false, right? So this will help us to check if user is on free plan or the current plan. Then after this, we can just return and let's create our UI right here. And this UI will be actually very similar to this features. So I'll just copy this div right here. I'll paste this div. This div will be closed over here. Let's see, what do we have to change? Relative to this. Okay. So let's make this relative, position relative, backdrop blur large, that's fine. Let's remove background white to be 5 over here. I'll also remove this border white to be 10. Rounded can be 3XL since this will be a bigger card. We'll have padding 8, transition all, duration 700, cursor pointer. Okay. Is visible. This is correct, I guess. Yeah, this is fine. Hovered can also be this. And actually, I'll just say 115. when we hover on it. So it's a little bit more. Instead of shadow, let's just add z index to be 10 so that it is above other things. We will also have one more thing that is with respect to the featured, right? If it's featured, we will make it a separate color. So I'll have inside of template string, I'll say featured is true, then gradient from top to bottom from blue 500 to purple 600. We'll have some border 400 and scale to be 105. The card will be a little bit bigger, and we will do this for the pro version, right? If you see, pro is like featured to be true. Otherwise, it will simply be background white 5 and border white to be 10. So let's see. I don't think we will have anything. Use state is not defined. Okay, let's import use state. Also, we need to remove this style equals delay, whatever that we added over there. And now you can see for pro, it's like this. When we hover on it, they are showing the hover effect. This is pretty good. Awesome. Let's add the content inside of it. So if it is featured, I'll just show a featured flag on the top. So I'll say if it is featured, I'll show a div which will say most popular. And this is like very simple thing. We're just doing position absolute over here. Top to be -4, like minus top -4. Left to be half, that is in the very middle. Transform and translate to be half, that is half of the width. I'm shifting it so it appears in the very middle. See, something like this, most popular. I think this is a very basic UI. You should know how to create all of these UI, and you should need, spoon feeding to understand each and every line like this, right? If you are following this tutorial, I expect you to be at least a little bit decent in Tailwind CSS, right? Because we're discussing a little bit advanced stuff in this tutorial. Now, when it comes to most popular, we're going to give the background gradient from left to right, from blue 500 to purple 600, text to be white, padding horizontal to be 6, some vertical padding to be 2, and rounded to be full. Text small and font to be bold, right? Something like this. Okay, now below this featured, we're going to have another div. Inside this, we're going to have an h3, which will render the current plan heading. Below it, I'll have a div, which will render the price. So price, and let's add $sign over here. And I'll check if price is more than 0, then we can show per month, right? For free, it will be 0, obviously. For pro, since it's going to be more than 0, so we can show it per month after it as well. See, something like this. For free, it is 0. For this div, I'll say class name to be text center. For this plan, I'm going to say class name to be text 2XL, font bold, text white, and margin bottom to be 2. And for this pricing, I'm going to say text to be 4XL, font to be bold, background gradient from left to right, from cyan 400 to blue 500. Background clip text, text transparent again, so that the gradient appears on the text only, and margin bottom to be 6. So something like this. Okay, let's render all of the features below it, right? So again, very simple. We're gonna use the unordered list tag. So right below this div, or actually below this div right here, I'll have a UL tag which will render all of the features that we are getting from right here, right? So features.map will take each and every feature and just render them inside of a span tag, simple enough, and the text of that feature, right? So I don't think this part needs any explanation. So something like this, right? Straightforward. Then after this, we're gonna have a button which will enable us to buy that particular plan. So button, and let's import this button right here, and I'll check if it's current plan. So is current plan the variable that we took right here, right? So is current plan. If this is true, then I'll say current plan. Otherwise, I'll show the button text if it's free or pro, right? Something like this. You can see this is the current plan since this is free, and this will show the upgrade to pro. Okay, let's style the button a little bit. Variant, if it's featured, then we will show the primary, else we'll show glass, right? Something like this. Size can be XL that we added, and class name will be width full. And this button will be disabled if it is the current plan or the plan ID does not exist, right? Plan ID only exists for pro, so you cannot purchase free plan technically, right? So yes, something like this. Now, how do we click on it and enable the purchase, right? Since we are creating a custom component altogether. So on click, handle pop-up. Let's create this handle pop-up function right here. So say const handle pop-up this. First of all, I'll check if is current plan true, that is this is the current plan, then we'll return. We won't do anything, right? We won't open the checkout. Else I'll have a try catch block right here. Now inside this try catch block, I'll say if window dot clerk. So one disclaimer over here. since this feature of opening the pop-up does not exist in the Clerk currently. So this is sort of a workaround, but I have mailed their team and they told me that they are bringing this feature very soon. Like they will have some hook, like custom hook over here, which will enable us to open it. But for now, they've given me this solution. So window.clerk exists and window.clerk. This thing, internal open checkout. If this function exists, then we can open it right here. So I'll say window.clerk.internal open checkout, and inside of it, it will take a few things. First of all, let's make this an asynchronous function. It will take things like plan ID, plan period, which is month, and subscriber type is going to be user. Right? Simple enough. In the catch, we can just handle the error. So console.error, whatever error is. You can also trigger a toast if something goes wrong. So toast dot, let's say error to be error dot message. I can say something went wrong plus this error message. Okay, let's check it out. Hopefully this will work. If I click on upgrade to pro, yes, it opened it. Plan not found. Okay, let's make sure my plan ID is correct. So I'll just copy it and paste it right here. I think it was incorrect. Let's refresh it. Click on upgrade to pro. Yes, we can see it. And to test it out, you can just pay with the test card. Let's do that. And this became our current plan. Awesome. We are a pro user now. Awesome. And with this, we have successfully built our landing page. Congratulations. This looks absolutely amazing. And you know, people charge sometimes thousands of dollars just to build such a beautiful landing page and high conversion landing page for a lot of SaaS companies, right? And now you know how you can do this as well. Awesome. Let's now move forward to our dashboard page and build it. And for that, we would need to create a new page inside of our app. So over here, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call it main. And we will keep all of the main routes, like internal routes like dashboard or editor inside of it. So I'll say new folder dashboard, and I can say page.jsx RAFCE dashboard and save it. Now we should be able to see dashboard right here. If I refresh it, yes, we can see the dashboard right here. Amazing. One more thing, if you notice, if I go to my app inside of the dashboard, inside of any of the project, let's say this one, notice how this URL looks, /editor/ this ID right here, right? So how do we create this dynamic route? So to create dynamic routes in Next.js, we do something like this. Let's say if I create a new folder called editor, inside this, we want to create a dynamic route. We have to say new folder, and inside of the square brackets, we will say ID, or let's just say project ID, right? And here I can say new file page.jsx RAFCE editor. And if we want this ID, we can just take it from this use params hook, which comes from next/navigation. It should be await use params, so const, and we can take it out from right here. So I'll say project ID. We need to make this an asynchronous component. We'll take this project ID and I'll say editor to be this project ID. Let's try going to this route now. I'll say editor/whatever ID over here. Oh, since we're using hooks, this should be a client component. So use client again, and let's save it. Yes, you can see editor and this, and you can see the header disappeared because we don't want the header to be shown over here in the editor page, right? We added that setting earlier. Okay, no worries. Let's go back to our dashboard page and start building our dashboard. So first of all, before going on and building our UI for the dashboard, we have to create the APIs, right? Like creating the project, listing all of the user projects, deleting our projects, etc. Right? So first of all, I'll go back to my VS Code over here. We're gonna go inside of this Convex folder, just like we created this users.js. We're gonna be creating a new file for projects.js. And now you might remember, how did we create a mutation? I'll say export const create equals mutation. I'll import it from ./generated/server. Inside of this will be taking an object. Inside of this, first thing is going to be the arguments that we will be providing to create a produce, which is going to be a callback function. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. Now, what are the things that we will be providing as an argument over here? First of all, when we create a post, it's gonna be having a title, right? You might remember we added this in our schema as well. So we dot string. Then I'll say original image URL, which is going to be optional and it's going to be a string, right? Then we will have things like current image URL, again optional and string, thumbnail URL, and height of the project, and the current state of canvas. And obviously when we're creating the project, it will be empty. Now insert this handler to provide these arguments right here. First of all, we will take the context or ctx so that we can make the queries and the args that we've taken up there, right? So inside of it, first thing first, you might remember we have created this inside this users.js. We have this get current user, right? So we will make use of it and check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'll say const user equals await ctx dot run query and import this internal from /generated /api dot users dot get current user, right? This is the API that we need, or the function that we need, right? So first of all, I will check if user is in free plan or not, because only 3 projects are allowed for free users, right? So I'm gonna say if user.plan is equals to free, then I'm gonna be making a query, right? So I'll say await ctx.db.query projects table, right? With the index this user ID that we've gotten from over here, and we will get all of the projects the user has, right? And now we can add the validation over here that if project.length is more than or equal to 3, then we're gonna throw the error free plan limits to 3 project, upgrade to pro for unlimited projects, right? Something like this. So this validation is very important in this app. Now after this, let's go on and create the project. So I'll say await ctx.db.insert, and you can see it has a bunch of different functions right here, right, to perform the query. And you can see the more information right over here. So I'll use insert since I want to insert inside of our database. So inside of which table? See, it gives us suggestions over here as well. I'll say projects. Then I'll have an object right here where I'll be providing all of these things that we have gotten from args right here, right? So title, args.title, user ID, user._ID from right here, original image URL, current image URL, thumbnail URL, width and height, canvas state, created at and updated at will be date.now, right? You can also remove it if you want, since it's going to be by default added inside of our right. So we've added it, and now next thing that we have to do is we have to update the project count of the user. If you remember in the schema, we have this inside of user projects used, right? So we have to update this query. So I'll say await ctx.db.patch is for updating. For this user ID, I'll say project used is user.project used plus 1, right? And we can update the last active at as well. In the end, simply we can return the project ID that we have just now created inside of this. Okay, so that is the create function. Let's create a query for getting all of the users' projects. So again, it's going to be very simple, just like we created that get user query. So I'll say query imported from /generated/server. Inside of it, I'll say handler, async, and a callback function. Very simple, just like before. We're going to check if user is logged in or not for the authorization. If user is logged in, then we're going to simply fetch all of the projects. So I'll say await dot like ctx.db dot query projects table with index by user updated. Like whatever project has been updated the very latest, we're going to fetch that first. So it has to be equal to this user ID. Order is going to be in the descending, and we're going to collect all of these projects. After it, simply we will return it to our user. So return projects, right? Simple enough. Now the third one is going to be for the delete. Since you have already seen these two things, I want you to build this first before seeing my solution, right? So pause the video right now and try to create this and then see my solution. Okay, I hope you have done it. So let's see how we can do this. So delete project mutation, right? Inside of it, what do we need to delete a project? We would need a project ID, right? So in the args, I'll take the project ID, v.id for this projects table. And then I'll take the handler. It will be asynchronous, and it will be a callback right here. I'll take the ctx and the args over here. Inside this, we can write our logic. Again, first thing first, we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? We need to fetch the project for that particular user. So using this project ID, right? So I'll say const project equals await ctx.db.get args.project ID, so that we can get all of the information related to that project. But first we need to check if this project does not exist, then we're going to throw new error, project not found. Also we need to check if this project belongs to that user who is trying to delete it, right? So I'll say if user does not exist or project.user ID is not equal to this user's ID, right? Then I'll throw access denied, or you cannot access it, right? Something like this. And then finally, after the checks has been done, we're gonna say db.delete method. So I showed you we have all of these methods, and delete is for deleting a certain entry inside of our table. And I'll provide this project ID. Then we can update the user's project count, right? So ctx.db.patch user ID, and projects used will be math.max 0, user.projects used -1, whatever is maximum, right? We're gonna use it because we don't want the value to go negative, right? And also last active at. Then in the end, we're gonna simply return success to be true, right? Simple enough. Now that we have created all of these functions, let's close this up and let's go back to our dashboard page. Now we're here on our dashboard, right? And let's say if we want to fetch all of the projects. Now I know there are no projects right now inside of our database, but if we were to fetch them, we would have to do something like this: use query. And this use query comes from Convex/React. It's very similar to like TanStack query if you have used it. I also created a tutorial on my channel as well related to it, so you can watch it if you want. But if you want to fetch all of the projects right here, we have to provide this API.projects, and make sure to import this API from @convex/generated/API, and this will provide us with the data right here, right? So let's just do this. Let's take this data and gonna console log it right here for now. And let's see, we will get some empty object, but I just wanted to see if there's any error or not. Right, so let's click on console. Okay, it's giving us error that we have to use client. Obviously I forget this again and again, use client, since we're using the hook over here. And we're getting one more error right here: v is not defined inside of the projects. This has to be imported, v.optional. Yes, let's see if it is compiled properly now. This is not defined. Where is it? In the delete, I guess. It is here, I guess. Yeah, inside of over here, and get user projects. Okay, hopefully now it will work. And there we go, it is working, and we can see the empty array right here. Now when we are dealing with APIs in React or Next.js, just fetching them directly is not enough, right? We have to handle things like error or data loading, bunch of different things, right? So for that, let's go and create a custom hook that will handle all of these things. So we already have this hooks folder right here, right? I'm going to create a new file right here, use-convex query, and I will create custom hooks for both fetching the data and like for query and the mutation as well. I'll say export const use convex query equals, I'll take the query, and if there's any argument, so I'll say args, and inside of it we will get the query. So I'll take the query and paste it right here, and then we will create the 3 states that we want to handle, right? So first one is for our data, loading, and the error. So data set data, loading set is loading, and error set error. So again, use state is basically like a normal variable in React.js for storing the values and stuff. So let's import the use state. Instead of this data, let's call it result, right? All right, so when this hook will be running for the very first time, so we'll be using use effect, right? So use effect runs when the component runs for the very first time if the dependency array is empty right here. If there is something inside of this dependency array, like in our case, I'm gonna put result. Every time result changes, this column will be invoked. First of all, I'll check if result is equals to undefined, then set loading to true. This will be the start of our loading. If that is not the case, I'm going to say else, then try set data to result, set error to null, right? If there's any error, then set error to error, and I'm going to display a toast. Now we need to set up this toast as well in just a moment. And in the end, we will set the loading to false. Now, how do you set the toast? First of all, import this toast from Sonar, right? So now this toast will work when throw the error when the error occurs. And in the end, we will return the data is loading and the error. Now, similar to this, we will be creating another hook for our mutations as well. So this was for the querying, and I'm just gonna copy and paste it right here. And the other one will be called use convex mutation. Now in this case, the only difference will be we'll be using use mutation over here. We will take the mutation, mutation. And also, by the way, these args, I have not provided them over here, I believe, yes. So comma args that we are getting from there. Yeah, so in this case, this will be just be mutation. We don't need the args over here because this thing returns us with a function over here instead of result. So I'll say mutation function, and let's remove this use effect with return and all. We will have these three states right here. I'll say const mutate equals async, and we will be taking the args right here, right? Now, first of all, we will set the loading to true and error to null. And after this, we will be making the API call just like before. So I'm going to say try, and I'll say await mutation function that we have gotten from over here for this mutation, and we'll provide the arguments inside of it. We'll take the response and set data to the response, right, and return it. If we have any error, we will set it to the error and also show the toast. Finally, we will set is loading to false. If you want, you can just remove this throw error as well since we're already showing it. Then in the end, we will simply return all of these things. So mutate data is loading error, right? Simple enough. All right, now that we have created it, let's go on and use convex query, right? And this will be imported from our hooks folder. Let's remove this. And this will now provide us with data error is loading. So let's take the data. Let's rename this data to be projects, and I'll take is loading as well. We can show some sort of UI when this is loading is going on, right? Let's make sure this is working. So I'll just put projects right here and check. Yes, we can see the empty arrays right here, right? Cool, then let's start building our UI then. Inside of this div, I'll have another div which will contain our dashboard header and the project's content. So first of all, inside of our header, I'll take a div, and in this header, we will have the title and the paragraph, right? So I'll take an H1 right here, which will say your projects, and a paragraph, which will say create and manage your AI powered image designs. Okay. Apart from this div, we're going to be having a button, which will help us to create the project, right? Which will trigger the modal and open the modal for creating the project, right? So I'll take button, import it from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'll say new project. Let's provide an icon before it as well. Plus icon, make sure to import from Lucid React. This button will have the variant primary that we created, size to be large, and class name gap to be 2. Let's take a state over here which will manage if the modal is opened or not, right? So right here, show new project modal and set show new project modal. By default, it will be false, obviously. So when we click on this button, I'll say on click to be set show new project modal to be true, right? Let's give some style to this div right here. Display flex, item center, justify to be between, margin bottom to be 8. Let's see how this looks currently. Yes, something like this. Let's provide some gap at the top. So for this dashboard page, I'll give the class name minimum height screen, padding top to be 32, padding bottom to be 16, right? And inside this, for the internal div, I'll say container, margin horizontal to be auto, and padding horizontal to be 6, right? So everything is in the very middle with some padding. Yes, something like this. Now right here is where we will be rendering all of our projects, right? So below this div, I'll take that is loading and I'll check if the loading is going on. Then we can probably show the bar loader right here from React dash spinners. I'll take the width to be 100%. Let's see how this looks. Oh, we also have to give or condition, right? So or let's just say projects for now, right? Not here, I mean right here. Right, let's see. If I refresh the page, we should see, yes, we can see this loading indicator right here, right? Let's give this color to be, let's say white. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, it looks something like this, right? Pretty cool. Now this is where we are going to be rendering our projects. So for that, I'll first of all check if projects has something, and if projects dot length, length is more than 0. If that is the case, then we will render a component right here. Otherwise, we will render an empty state, right? So otherwise, I'll render, let's say, a div over here. Okay, let's just first work on this empty state. So here, simply we can say an h3, create your first project. After this, I'm gonna say upload an image to start editing with our powerful AI tools. And then we can add a button over here as well, like similar to this button, right? So I'll just copy this up and I'll paste it right here. I'll probably say start creating. Icon can be sparkles icon. Let's use this. Variant, primary, size, let's keep it as XL, and other things will remain the same. Right, so let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this, right? Let's align this in the very middle. Or probably we can remove this H3 from over here, right? We don't really need this. This is the only thing that matters. For this parent div, we can say class name to be display flex, flex to be column, that is from top to bottom, item center, justify center, padding Y to be 20, and some text to be center, right? So everything is in the very middle, something like this. You know what? I think we should bring that H3 back. It'll look better with it. Yes, it is looking better. Nice. Now let's click on this and trigger the modal to be opened right here, right? So for that, I'm going to be creating a modal component right here. So let's say right below this, I'll create a new project modal. This will take a is open prop, which will check if set new project modal is true. And on close, we will set show new project modal to be false. Now obviously this does not exist, so let's create this component right here. I'll create a new folder, underscore components. Now why I've put underscore over here? So that Next.js does not consider this folder as a route, right? It will ignore this folder as a route and all of the things inside of it. So I'll say new dash project dash modal dot jsx. Press enter. So right here I'll say RAFCE new project modal. Now how do you create a modal? We have a component that we'll be using over here. So let's first of all import this new project modal right here, and let's take both of the props is open on close. Now there are a few more things that I forgot to install at the beginning of this video when it comes to Shadcn UI, right? Just say npx Shadcn at latest add, and we're gonna be adding an alert component, a dialog component for the modal, a label, and an input. I think input we have already added, right? So we don't need input. So we need to install these three things. So press enter and let me show you what these three things are. So inside of Shadcn UI docs, let's see dialog, right? So if I click on open dialog, see, it will open something like this. This is the modal that we want, right? And apart from this, we would need alert as well. So alert will look something like this for showing that you are not subscribed to pro plan or whatever, right? Something like this. So cool, then let's proceed. Yes, to import this dialog right here, we're gonna be taking this dialog component from Shadcn UI. So right here from the code, I'll just copy this dialog and I'll just make it a React fragment and paste it right here, right? Something like this. Let's import this dialog, add components, dialog trigger, dialog content, dialog header, dialog description, dialog title. There's actually one more thing, and that is dialog footer, right? So I'll take dialog foot. I'll just say footer for now, and I'll take both of these things and I'll provide it to right here. So I'll say is open equals is open, right? And for closing it, we can have an handle close function which will call this on close, right? And we can take this handle close, and right here I can provide on open change handle close, right? So let's see if it's working or not. If I click on open right here, yes, you can see it is triggering it. But we don't want this. We want when we click on over here, only then this should be opened. So we won't be needing this dialog trigger. Let's remove it and let's go back to our dashboard. So this show new project modal should open it. So I think it should be open is open. So now it should work. Yes. If I click on start creating, yes, it is working. New project, this is also working. Great. Let's add the dialog title right here. I'm going to be saying create new project. Class name text to XL, font bold, and text to be white. Let's remove this dialog description. We're not going to be needing this. If the user is free user, then we can show some badge over here. So let's install a badge component from Shadcn UI as well. So I'll say add badge. Meanwhile, this is installing. Let me just add it right here. So right here, I'm going to say if it's a free user, is free. So we will obviously write the logic for is free as well. Then we will show a badge from add component / UI from Shadcn UI. Variant secondary, like if I show you, this is how a badge looks like. And it has multiple different types of variant like this, right? So we're showing the secondary variant. Class name, we can provide it some custom color, background slate 700, text white to be 70% opacity. And the current project count, whatever it is, If it's 1, 2, we can show how many projects are remaining, right? If the user is free. So this thing and this thing, both of these things we can, take out from a custom hook that we will be creating called as use plan access, right? We'll be taking out is free current project count. Now obviously this does not exist, and this is something that will handle or enable us to trigger a modal where we can show if user is the free user, we can instantly ask them to subscribe to the plan, right? It will be much more convenient for the user. So what I'll do, I'll just create a hook right here, use plan access.jsx, and this is going to be a very simple hook. Notice, let's first create this hook, use plan access. Inside of it, I'll check if user has the pro plan or not, right? So I'll take the use auth, just like I showed you earlier, it has this has function. So inside of this has function, I'll check is pro has plan to be pro, right? If user has the plan to be pro, then it will return true, else false, right? And here let's take a is free as well, which will be opposite of is pro, right? So we can have both of these states right here to check different things. Now first of all, I'll take an object right here, which I'll say plan access. So this object will be responsible for giving the user the access to different plans. Now there's this also feature that comes inbuilt in from Clerk, where you can check for a particular feature, right? But to make things simpler inside of this hook, I'll just create this plan access, right? We have all these different tools, and we will provide the access to these tools accordingly with respect to this. So I'm going to use it and create a few helper functions inside of that this hook will provide us, right? First of all, has access. So has access will take the ID of a tool, like for example AI edit or AI extender, and it will check if user has the access to it, right? So if let's say we are provided AI edit, if it's true, if it's equals to true, then this will return true, else false, right? Similarly, we can have more things, like we can get the list of the restricted tools that user does not have access to, right? So I can say object.entries inside of this plan access, and I'm going to filter it out with has access, right? This is not this thing right here, don't confuse it with that. This is basically each and every tool, if it's true or false. If it's true, then it will be provided over here in the map right here, right? Okay, we can also have a function to check if user has reached the project limits, which will be useful in our model. So can create project, we will take the current project count, and if the user is pro, then return true. Otherwise, we will return and check if they have used or reached the free limit or not, right? Similarly, we can also check for the export. So can export, same, current exports this month. If user is less than 20, then fine. If they are pro, then no worries, we're not gonna need to check it, right? And then we can return all of these things in the end. So return, if user plan is pro, we'll return pro, else free user, we can return is pro, is free, has access, plan access, that is this thing, this object right here. Get restricted tool, can create project, and can export. So all of these things will be useful for us throughout our development journey as we go on forward in this video, right? You will notice. For now, we will be using these two things, right? Is free and current project count. Let's import this, use plan access, and see how this looks currently. So if I click on start creating, it shows me create new project, and what happened? I think it's because the user is not the free user, right? We switched to the pro plan, that's why. So let's go to our dashboard, to the subscriptions tab, and can we convert the user back to free? Yes, I think we can cancel the subscription. Let me just cancel the subscription from right here. You know what? I'll just delete this user and log in again. I'll delete user from here, from my Convex dashboard as well. So delete. Okay, let's go back. And obviously this will give me error. So let's go back to localhost 3000. And let's try to go on and sign in again with our Google account. Okay, looks like we are in. Let's go to the dashboard now. If I click on start creating, yes, see, we are on free plan, right? So now it shows me this. And I think there's one more bug, current project count. It's not showing it. Let's go and check. This will actually not be coming from over there. So it's not going to be coming from right here. Here we are going to be taking can create project, right? And this thing, we need to fetch all of the projects to calculate that, right? So I'll say use Convex query, the hook that we created. I'll say API, import this API, .projects.get user projects. And now with respect to this project, I can say current project count equals project.length. If it has something else, 0. See, something like this, 0 of 3 projects created, right? Let's also take let's first move this right here, and I'll also take a variable over here called can create, right? So that we can decide if user can create a new project or not. And I'll take this can create project function from use plan access, this can create project. It will take it and it will decide if user can create a new project or not. Okay, this will be useful for us. All right, now below this dialog header, with respect to how many projects are remaining for the user, we can show the different message, right? So I'll take a div over here. Let's say class name space y to be 6. Inside this div, I'll take an alert component. So if you remember, we installed this alert component, right? So let me just take the code and I'll paste it right here. Instead of this variant, I'll be adding a class name, background amber 500 with 10% opacity, border amber 500 with 20% opacity. Let's import this alert. Instead of this terminal icon, I'll have the crown icon from Lucid React. Alert title, alert description. We are actually not going to be needing the title over here. And I'll check. I'll just wrap this whole alert and I'll say if is free true and current project count is more than or equals to 2, then we can show different messages like last free projects remaining or project limit reached, etc. Right? So inside this alert description, I'm going to say if current project count is equals to 2, then I'll say last free project. Otherwise, I'll say project limit reached. So let's see. So obviously we won't see anything right here, but let's say if I'll just remove this for now and I'll make it true, right? So we should see, yes, last free project. If it's false, then we should see project limit reached, right? Something like this. Let's revert it back. And after this, I'll have one more message. If current project is equals to true, I'll say this will be your last free project. Upgrade to Pixel Pro for unlimited projects. Otherwise, if it's reached, I'll say free plan is limited to 3 projects, right? For the alert description, I'll say class name, text amber 300 with 80% opacity. For this crown icon over here, I'll say height to be 5, width to be 5, text amber 400. Okay, cool. After this alert, we're gonna have the logic for uploading the images. So I'll say upload area. I'll just comment it out for now. And then we will have things like input the title of the project, right? And so like whatever the file size is, file name, etc, etc. Then in the dialog footer, we can just have 2 simple buttons. One is for canceling it. So I'll say button variant ghost on click will be handle close so that we can close the modal. And class name is going to be text white with 70% opacity. On hover, text is going to be white. Let's see. So button is not defined. So let's import the button. See, something like this. We can click on cancel and close it. Okay. Below this, we're going to have another button for creating the project. Let's first import that mutation. So I'll say use convex mutation hook that we created. And I'll say api.projects.create, this create function that we created, right? And it will give us this mutate function, which we can rename to create project, right? We will also have a couple of states over here, a few states like is uploading when we are uploading the image to Imagekit. We can also have a state for the project title that we are going to be entering. If the file has been uploaded for the image, so selected file, and there's going to be preview URL after it has been uploaded, right? So preview URL. Okay. While this is uploading, let's just disable the button. So for example, for this cancel, I'll say disabled equals is uploading. When it comes to the create project button, I'll provide it with a function called handle create project, which obviously does not exist. I'll create it in just a moment. It will be disabled if the file is not selected, if project title is not given, or is uploading is true, right? And variant will be primary. If it is uploading, we can also show this loader2 from Lucid React with animate spin from Tailwind CSS, right? And we can show creating, otherwise we can show create project. So let's just create this function like empty function for now, just like this. Let's see how this looks. Make sure to import use state right here. See, something like this, right? If you want, let's just give some gap of 3 right here. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, since we have not given the title and all, you can see it's disabled currently. Now, to upload our images, first of all, to create the UI, we're going to be using something called as React Drop Zone. So React Drop Zone, This is the npm package. Let me just open this. So basically we can just drag and drop the files using this React drop zone library. And the UI would look something like this. You can see upload an image. We can just drag and drop over here or click on it and select the image as well, right? So pretty simple. So let's install it first. So I'll go to the terminal, npm install React drop zone. So how do we use React drop zone over here? We have to do something like this. We have to have a dev, then an input tag, and then import all of these things from use drop zone hook, which comes from React-drop zone, and provide them just like this. So I'll just take this dev from over here and paste it right here, right? Let's take these things. So I'll go to the top right here. I'll add a few more configurations. So let me show you. Use drop zone, and inside of this hook, it takes a few things like on drop, what happens on drag, on leave, on drag over, bunch of different things, right? So we're gonna have on drop. We will perform some action, what happens on drop, right? So let's just create a dummy function for now, const on drop. Apart from that, we need to tell it what types of file that you need to accept. So I'll say accept and all of these types of image files, right? Max file that you need to accept is 1. Maximum size that I'll give over here is 20 megabytes, right? Cool then. Now this will return us a few things, just like we saw in the documentation. Get root props, get input props, is drag active, right? Let's see how this looks currently. Cannot resolve. I think it has imported it incorrectly. So let me remove this. Now it should be good. Yes, now it's fine. Drag and drop some files here. If I click on it, you can see it opens this up. Let's create a better UI for this instead of just this. So I'll just go down right here. And actually I'll add a condition over here. I'll say if not selected file. If file is not selected, then I'll show this, else I'll show another div over here, inside of which we can preview the image. But first let's work on it. So you can see we are using this is drag active over here. So I'll say an h3, if is drag active, then drop your image here. Otherwise we're gonna show upload an image, and also we will show an icon here. I'll show this upload icon from Lucid React. Below this, we will check if user can create more projects. So if can create is true, then drag and drop your image. Otherwise, I'm gonna say upgrade to pro to create more projects. And I can also show over here what we support, right? So supports PNG, JPEG, WebP, up to 20 MB. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's style this a little bit. So over here in this div, I'll say class name, border to be 2, border dashed, rounded XL, padding to be 12, text to be center, some cursor pointer, and transition all. So I'll show you why I've given transition over here. First of all, it will look something like this. And let me just wrap this in curly braces and add backticks over here. And when the drag is active, I can change the styles a little bit. So instead of template string, I'll say if is drag active, I can show border cyan 400, background cyan 400 with 5% opacity, and border white, when we hover on it, border white to be 14. That's why we've given this transition all over here. So see, something like this effect. Now, if user can create projects, so I'm going to say if user cannot create, then we will just show disabled, right? So opacity 50%, pointer event none, otherwise empty, right? So obviously right now we can create projects, so it won't be showing that. Okay, cool. Now let's write the logic first of all for on drop, right? When we drop a certain file, when we click on it and we choose a file over here, it will take accepted files right here and we can perform some action with it. So let me just console log for now, accepted files, and let me show you what happens. So let me just open console over here. Oops, inspect. Let's add a file, maybe this one. Notice we have this file right here, something like this, right? So let's do something with it. So obviously it gives us array, right? So I'll take the first file, so 0th index, and I'll say if file is there, then I'll set selected file to be this file, right? Inside this set selected file state, right? And set preview URL to be url.create object URL and file, right? This will create a local URL for us and it will set it right here in the preview URL. Let's get the title of the file. So I'll extract it. So I'll say const name without extension. So I'll say file.name.replace. I'll remove whatever the extension is like JPEG, PNG, and don't worry, I did not write this myself. I asked ChatGPT how you can write this because obviously who knows how to write regex, right? So once we've got that, I can just say set project title to be name without extension. Otherwise, we can say untitled project. Cool. So let's see how this looks currently. If I add any image right here, see it's gone because right now we are in or condition. This condition, right? So let's just display this image as well over here. I'll first of all give this the class name of space y to be 6, some gap between these, right? And then I'll have a div right here with class name relative, and inside of it we are going to be displaying that image over here, right? So I'll say image with source to be preview URL that we just set. Alt can be preview or whatever that you want. Class name width full, height 64, object cover rounded XL, some border and border white, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this, right? We have like a small preview so that user gets an idea of what they have uploaded right now. After this, we can show a button if user wants to remove this image, right? So I'm gonna show a button with variant ghost, size to be icon. On click, we can set the file to null, set preview to null, and set project title to null. And this will be absolute. So that's why we have kept relative over here, because we want to align it on the top right. So you can see absolute, top 2, right 2, background black to be 50, on hover, background black 70, text white. And inside of this, we have an X icon, which will come from Lucid React. So notice something like this. If I click on it, it will remove the image from over here, right? Cool. Then I'll just select some other image. Okay. Now, after this div, we want to show a couple of inputs, right? First one for the project title that we've just set. So let me just bring it in real quick. First of all, for the project title, I'll say div, and this div will have label that we installed from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import from add components. It will be for this project title input, class name text white, and it will be called project title. We'll also have this input will also come from Shadcn UI, ID, project title, type text, pretty straightforward, right? Value will be project title, this state that we have right here, right? On change, we can change this state, placeholder, enter project name, class name can be background slate 700, border white, some text white, placeholder text is going to be white. On focus, we're going to say border cyan 400 and ring cyan to be 400. Let's go on and see how this looks. So yep, something like this. It gave me the name of the image. If we want, we can change the name of the image, right? Something like this. So after it, we can show some more information about the file that we have just uploaded, right? So again, it's going to be very simple. So I'll just bring it in real quick. We'll first of all show an image icon depicting the image. Inside the div, we will show the selected file's name and selected file size divided by 1024 and 1024 so that we can show it in the megabytes, right? Currently, it must be in the bytes. And 2 fixed, 2 decimal places. And some very simple styles. I've already explained all these styles, right? Multiple times, so you guys can check it out. If you want, you can change the styles a little bit as well. So let's see. If I upload any image again, yes, you can see the image information right here. Awesome. So I think most of the things are done. Now the major thing remaining over here is when we click on this create project, this handle create project will be triggered. And what will happen inside of it? Let's write the logic for it. And by the way, on like when we do this handle close, not just on close, we want to perform multiple things over here, right? So apart from on close, we're gonna say set file, selected file to null, set preview URL to null, set project title to null, and set is uploading to false, right? All of these things. Now coming to our handle create project function, this will be an asynchronous function. Inside of it, first of all, we need to check if the project limit has been reached or not, right? So I'm going to say if not can create, right? If this is false, then I'm going to show a upgrade modal, right? I'm going to pop up a modal from where user can subscribe to the plan. So what we can do, we can create a state for it, separate state to track that, show upgrade modal and set show upgrade modal, right? By default, it will be false. So right here, I'm going to say if not can create, set show upgrade modal to true and return, right? We're going to show the modal. And don't worry, I'll be going on and creating this modal very soon. Okay, now next line of defense can be if the file is not selected or project title has not been entered. Then we can show the toast, import the toast from Sonar. I can say please select an image and enter a project title, right? And we can return it. If all of this is done, then we can set the uploading to true. We're going to show loading state or uploading state over here. And then after it, we can add a try catch block. Now, first thing first, we need to upload this image to Imagekit, right? And then take the URL and upload it to Convex, or basically make a query to our database to create a new project, right? So okay, let's create a new form data so that we can send it to Imagekit. Inside this form data, I'm gonna append two things. First, the file itself, and then the file name, selected file dot name. Okay, then we're gonna have to create an API for uploading to Imagekit, and it's going to be very straightforward. Let me show you. So to create APIs, like public APIs in Next.js, what do you have to do? You have to create an API folder over here. API. Inside of this, I'm gonna be creating /imagekit. Inside of this, I'll say /upload, right? Something like this. And so this will be an API endpoint like localhost 3000 /API /imagekit /upload. And we have to create a route.js file for it to work, right? Cool then. So you might remember we have taken these environment variables from Imagekit, right? So we're gonna make use of them right here. But we need to install one library. So npm install Imagekit. This is going to be very useful for us. So right here, I'm going to be saying const Imagekit equals new Imagekit, and we will provide all of these three environment variables right here. And it has installed, so we can import it from Imagekit. Oh, not like this, like this. Okay. Then depending on the type of API that you're creating, you have to use post, put, etc., right? So I'll create a post request, export async function post, and it will take a request object right here. And inside of this API, let's write the code. So I'll say try catch actually. And first of all, we need to verify the authentication of the user. So I'll first of all check if user ID await auth, and auth will be coming from @clerk/nextjs/server to check if user is logged in or not. If not, we're gonna throw the error unauthorized. Then we're gonna get the form data that will be coming from the request. So after this, I'll say const form data equals await request.form data that we'll be sending. I'll take out the file. I'll take out the file name that we were sending, if you remember, right? By doing form data.get file name. And then I'll check if file does not exist, then I'll throw the error. Let's just import this next response over here as well. So next response.json error, no file provided. Status is going to be 400. Okay. Then after it, before uploading the file to Imagekit, we need to convert it into a buffer, right? Array buffer. So const bytes equals await file dot array buffer. This is the function that we have to run so that we will get the bytes right here, and then I'm going to say buffer dot from bytes. So now we have everything that we need to upload this file to, right? Let's just provide a unique name for this file. So I'll take the current timestamp that we are uploading. We will sanitize the file name for any unnecessary things with underscore, and after it we can just set the const unique file name equals user ID / this timestamp underscore the sanitized file name that we just now created, right? So now we have everything to proceed. Then we can simply make use of this Imagekit object right here, and I'll say await Imagekit.upload. I can put the file name, and the folder. So this folder will be created inside of Imagekit /projects, right? So let me just say yt-projects. So it will create this folder. We can also generate the thumbnail URL. So I'm going to say thumbnail URL equals imagekit.url, and after uploading it, we will get the upload response, right? So we will get the URL over here. And thumbnail can be the lower version of the same image, right? So I will apply the Imagekit's AI transformation with width, height, and crop mode is going to be maintain aspect ratio. Quality will be 80%. Awesome. And after all of this thing, in the end, we can just return it, right? So I'll say return next response.json to the user. I'll return success, URL, thumbnail URL, file ID, width, height, size, name, all of these things. A few of these things will be uploaded to Convex as well, right? In the catch now, simply we can handle it. We can say console.error, Imagekit upload error, and return next response.json, success to be false, error, failed to upload image. Details are going to be whatever the error message is, right? So yeah, we have created it. So let's go back, and right here after this, let's continue it. Normally we use fetch to fetch any API, right? So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll say upload response equals await fetch, and the path that is API/imagekit/upload. Method is post, and body is going to be this form data that we are providing. Okay. So after this, we should have the response. So I'll say const upload data equals await upload response.json. we have the file. So we can check if it's successful or not. So I'll say if not upload data.success, then throw new error, upload data.error, failed to upload image. After it, we would have gotten all of the data that we need to create our project, right? So I'm gonna say await create project function, this create project, which comes from right here, if you remember, from the mutation, right? So inside this, we will provide, inside this, we will provide a bunch of things that we need to create a new project, right? Like title, project title.trim, original image URL, current image URL, thumbnail URL, all of these things, if you notice, are coming from upload data. Width of the image, height of the image, and the canvas state will be null initially, right? Since we have not started working with Fabric.js. And then we can just simply say toast.success, project created successfully. And we can push our user to the editor. So to route the user, let's just take a use router over here, const router equals use router. Make sure to import it from next/navigation, not router. Okay. Then after this, after toast.success, I can simply say, after this, after this, I can simply say router.push /editor/project ID, right? Simple enough. In the end, we can show the error, console.error, error creating project, and we can also show the toasts that failed to create project, please try again. And finally, we can set is uploading to false, right? Yeah, I think that should do it. Let's test it out. This was quite a long component, so let's check it out. Start creating, upload an image. Let's choose this and I'll click on create project. It is creating. Let's see what happens. Okay, it has thrown me an error. Project ID is not defined at handler. So we have, I guess, some error in the projects.js. Let's check it out. So inside of the projects.js, it says that project ID is not defined. This in projects. I don't think it's referring to this. Let's see. So this thing, okay. So we have written project ID, return project ID over here, but we have not assigned it right here. So project ID equals await ctx.db. Yes, now it should work. Should not cause us any errors. So I'll just clean it up and try to refresh the page. Start creating, upload an image. Let's upload this car right here, create project. Oh, we could have also changed the name. I forgot. Anyways. Okay, project created successfully. Let's see if we are routed now to /editor page, and yes, we are routed. Amazing. Let's see what's the issue over here. Only server components can be async at the moment. Okay, I think it's some error in editor component. We will check it out later on. Don't worry about it. But let's see. Inside of our Imagekit account, we should have, yes, a YT projects, and we have both of these files. So last time this was uploaded, I guess, but it failed. So I'll just delete it. But yeah, you can see our car is right here. Let's check the Convex database as well. So inside of the projects, okay, nice. We have this right here. You can see all the image, original URL. It has set the height and width of this current image as well, along with the title, user ID and everything, right? Awesome. So we have successfully created this logic to create a project. Just one more thing remaining for now is that when we create the project, if the limit has been reached, so not this, here in the handle create project, if the limit has been reached, we should show the upgrade modal. So let's do this too. I'm going to be creating a component right at the very bottom over here. Let's call it upgrade modal. Upgrade modal. It will take a bunch of things like is open, like last time when we created a modal, and I'll say show upgrade modal. This state that we created will have on close. So set show upgrade modal to be false. We will tell it what's the tool that is triggering this, right? So I'll say restricted tool equals projects, and I'll give the reason as well, whatever reason that we want, right? So free plan is limited to 3 projects, upgrade to pro for unlimited projects, and access to all AI editing tools. So this will be shown in that modal respectively, right? So let's create a new component right here. Not here, actually, I'll create it inside of common component. So new file, upgrade modal.jsx. I'll say RAFCE upgrade modal. Let's take the props over here. Now this is going to be a dialog as well. So I'll just go back to Shadcn UI documentation to the dialog and just copy it up and paste it right here. For open, I'll say is open. On open change, I'll say on close. So this upgrade modal will act multiple roles. Like for this project, it will be acting, but for the tools as well. Like if there's a certain tool that free user cannot access, if they try to access it, we will show this upgrade model, right? And we'll tell them that they cannot access the tool, right? So over here, I'll be taking a function called get tool name, and we'll be providing it the tool ID. Inside of this, we have all these tool names that user cannot access, and I'll say return the tool name with respect to the whatever tool ID is present right here, right? So we will use that using this function. Okay, let's proceed and create this. So we won't be needing dialog trigger just like previously. And for our header, first of all, I'm going to be saying a crown icon, dialog title. Make sure to import all of these things first: dialog header, dialog content, dialog itself, right? Make sure to not import it from Radix UI. Make sure to import from ./UI or components/UI like this. Okay, for dialog content, I'll say class name. In the bigger screens, it will have max width to be 4 XL, background slate to be 800, border white to be 10, so max height to be 90 viewport height, and overflow Y to be auto. Right, let's see. We would have to open it. Go back first. Upgrade model is not defined. Okay, so let me just import this upgrade model right here. And you know what? Let me just do this. I'll just put it true over here for now. So true, just like this. And now if I try to go on and click on new project, I'll enter any random image right here. Click on create project. You can see we have this upgrade to pro model showing up. Okay, now let's keep moving forward in this upgrade model. After this dialog header, we will have a div with the class name of space y to be 6. Inside of this div, I'll check if this restricted tool is provided to us. So restricted tool is true. Oops, if this is true, and I'll show an alert right here. So just like we took the alert previously from Shadcn UI docs, I'll be doing that. We'll show a zap icon, alert description. Inside of this, we can simply take that restricted tool and save get tool name. I'll call this get tool name function right here. I'll provide with this restricted tool, so it can provide us with these names right here, right? AI background, AI image extender, etc, etc. Same for this one as well, right? Reason. If reason is provided, then we can show that. Otherwise, we can display this message. Right now, but one thing that I can see over here, we don't have this project, right? So if I go down over here for projects, so I have not added for the projects over here. So I'll say more than 3 projects. Okay, now I think they should be fine. Let's make sure that we have imported alert. I think we have. Let's go and check it out. See, more than 3 projects, pro feature. Free plan is limited to 3 projects since we have provided that reason over here, right? If we had not provided, it would have shown the generic reason. Okay. Then right below it, we can show the pricing table that I told you earlier about, right? Pricing table that is inbuilt inside of the clerk, right? So something like this. Yes, you can see it looks beautiful. And then at the very bottom, we can provide a button to close it as well. So below this, I can say dialog footer. Make sure to import it from Shadcn UI. Justify center, and button is going to be variant ghost that we created. On click, on close, this thing. Class name will be text white to be 70% opacity. On hover, text will be white, right? And I'm going to say maybe later. So let's see. If I click on, let's just select any image, random image, and you can see maybe later, right? If we remove this class name, I think this is also fine, but let's just keep it. It'll make it look a little subtle, right? So yeah, you can click on subscribe right here, and it's at the, like it's behind all of this thing. So what we can do right here in the pricing table, we can say checkout props, and inside this we can target appearance, elements, and then drawer can be Z index, and you can provide some huge number over here so that it appears on top of the modals, right? So let's try it out again. If I click on over here, I'll choose any image, click on create project. If I click on subscribe, yes, we can see the drawer right here. Awesome. We can subscribe to the plan and we can continue. Great. With this, our upgrade modal is done, and basically create project functionality is done as well. Now all we need to do is we need to render all the projects right here. So I'll go back to the dashboard, and we have left the space over here, right? So over here is loading and projects, and this is where we're going to be rendering all of the projects. Okay, so let's create a component called projects or project grid. Inside this, we can just provide our projects equals projects. Okay, let's create this component over here. Create a new file, project-grid.jsx. RAFCE project grid. This will take the projects that we were providing, and inside of this div we will be rendering all of those projects, right? So I can simply take the projects array and map through it. I'll say projects.map. I'll take each and every project. I'll say project card. This will be a separate component that we'll be creating in just a moment. I'll provide it with the key because of map. I'll provide it with each and every project, and on edit I'm going to trigger this handle edit project that we will create right here. So it will simply be this handle edit project. It will take the project ID from here and it will route us to that /editor/project, right? And make sure to import this use router from next/navigation. Let's make this a client component, so use client, something like this. Okay, so let's create this project card. So I'll create a new file, project-card.jsx, RAFCE, project card. Okay, inside of this will take the project, and on edit, let's take this and import it right here. So now we should see project grid is not defined. Okay, let's import project grid over here as well, and then let's check. Okay, we are loading. See, we can see just project card over here where we'll be rendering our project card. Okay, let's go inside of it, and actually we're going to be using card component over here from Shadcn UI. So this card component, this thing, right? So let's install. So I'm going to go to the terminal, npx shadcn at latest card, and press enter. Meanwhile, it's installing, I'll just go to Shadcn UI and just copy this code and paste it right here. Okay, let's see, we're not going to be needing the card header or the card footer. This should be good enough. First of all, let's show the thumbnail, right? So inside of this card, before the card header, I'll show a div. Inside of this, I'll check if project.thumbnail URL exists, then I'll show the image tag with source project.thumbnail URL. Project.title will be inside of the alt tag, and class name width full, height full, and object cover. Make sure to import this card and card content from this /components folder, and see, we can see, oh my god, it's pretty big, right? So we need to style this as well. First of all, we need to provide this div with the aspect video, so it can maintain the aspect ratio. Background slate to be 700, position relative, and overflow to be hidden. And I guess in this project grid, in this div, we need to provide the class name for display grid so that it appears properly. So I'm going to say display grid, grid columns 1 in smaller screens, in medium screen 2, in large screens 3, and in extra large screens 4, right? And some gap of 6. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Okay, now next let's continue our project card component. For this card, I'm going to be giving some classes like padding y to be 0, because by default you might have noticed it had some padding, right? So I've removed it. We're going to be adding some group styles, and position is going to be relative because we're going to be adding that delete and edit buttons inside of it with the absolute, right? Background slate is going to be 800 with 50% transparency. Overflow hidden, on hover, background like border white. Simple enough, right? All of these I've already shown you. Transition all, on hover, transform, and scale 1.02. So if I hover on it, yes, something like this. Okay, now we're going to be adding those hover actions that I was telling you about, like delete and edit. So if I show you in the deployed website, this thing, right? So let's create that. So below this image, I'll be having a div which will contain 2 buttons. First one will be for the edit. So I'll have an edit icon, edit text, variant to be glass, size small, on click will be on edit that we are providing from over here. Class name, gap to be 2, right? And let's import this button component as well. Below it, I'll be having a delete button, right? So delete button, just like this. Obviously, we have to import the function that we created. I'll import it in just a moment. So variant will be glass, size will be small, class name gap 2, text red 400, on hover text red will be 300. It will be disabled when the delete is going on, right? And trash 2 icon from Lucid React. Let's import that mutation over here first. So right here, I'll take the use convex mutation hook, and I'll import the API, and I'll take this delete project function that we created, right? This will give us this mutate function, which I'll rename to delete project, and is loading right here, right? We also need to create this handle delete function. I'll just create it empty for now, just like this. It will be an asynchronous function. Oops, asynchronous function. We'll come back to this very soon. We can also have last updated. where we will show when did we last work on this particular project, and we need to install one library over here, npm install date dash fns, which will provide us with this format distance to now, that is how much time it has been since that particular date. So since project dot updated at, there we go, it is installed. Let's import this just like this. Now coming back down here, this will trigger the handle delete function that we will work on in just a moment. Now inside this card content, we can just show more about the project, right? First of all, let me just give this card content some class name, padding bottom to 6, and then inside of it I'm gonna say h3 with the project title, and I'll also show a badge component with variant secondary, right? So import it from Shadcn UI, class name text xs, background slate 700, text y to be 70, right? So and it will show the width and height of the project. Let's see something like this, the project title and width and height. Okay, let's wrap this with a div, right? So I'll just do something like this, and display flex item center justify to be between, and I'll also show over here the last updated, right? So text small, text white to be 70. So right here I'll say updated whatever last updated, right? So updated 40 minutes ago, something like this. Now it looks very professional. Okay, let's see what else we need to do for this div. When we hover on it, we cannot see these edit and delete, right? We need to provide these class name absolute, inset to be 0, background black to be 60% opacity. Opacity will be 0 by default when we hover on it, so group hover opacity will be 100, and we're gonna add the transition on the opacity. Display flex item center justify centers where they are on the very middle, and some gap of 2. So let's see now. Yes, something like this, right? So let's go on and work on this delete functionality first, and actually I think this is the only thing remaining in this project card component. So I'm gonna trigger and ask using this confirm, are you sure you want to delete this project? This action cannot be undone if user confirms it. So I'll say if confirmed, then inside of it I'll trigger this function delete project, right? So I'll say await delete project with this project ID, and then I'll trigger this toast which will show project deleted successfully. Otherwise, let's just have a try catch over here. Actually, try catch, put this inside of try, and catch will have this error deleting project, and I'll say fail to delete project, please try again. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's go on and click on delete. I'll click on OK, and there we go, project deleted successfully. Amazing. So we have successfully created our dashboard page. Awesome. Let's create a new project again. Let's say I'll add this image. I'll call it car, simple, right? I'll just click on create project, and yeah, I forgot to change this thing over here. Instead of new project model, I have to change this to not can create. Yes, now it should not show us that error. If I click on create project, yes, it is creating, and there we go, it has created it for us. If I click on new project, you can see 1 out of 3 projects has been created. Awesome. If I click on edit, it should take us to /editor, and don't worry, again ignore this error. We're gonna fix it in just a moment, because now we are going to be working on this /editor page. Awesome, let's go. So currently it looks something like this. So I'll just go back to my code right here inside of editor, project ID, page.jsx. So I think it's giving us this error because of this async right here. So let me just remove it, and we're gonna get the params just like this, params, and we can extract the project ID like this. Let's see if the error is gone now. Yes, now it's gone. Okay, now let's see how it looks currently inside of our deployed application. So something like this, right? We have a sidebar, we have a top bar, and then we have this canvas area right here, right? So when it comes to this canvas, there are multiple states, like the object over here, right, of the canvas. What's the active tool currently? When we perform some AI operations, it will show us a processing message on the whole screen, right? So we can keep that loading state as common. So for maintaining all of these, we're going to be using context API from React.js, so that our state is common at the top of our application, right? So right here is where I'm going to be defining context. First of all, right here, I'll be creating a folder at the root called context just context, and inside of it, we're going to be creating a new file called context.jsx. And it's going to be very simple here. I'll be defining our context of application and we can export it, right? So I'll say export const canvas context equals create context. So this is how we create context in React. If you have seen my previous videos, or like if you have seen, I've discussed this in my front-end interview prep course as well. A lot of interview questions are formed around it as well, right? So now we need to export this. So I'll say export const use canvas, and this is something that will handle our state, right? So callback, sorry, function, arrow function. So inside this, I'll say const context equals use context hook, which will come from React as well, and we'll provide it with this canvas context, right? I'll check to see if no context is present, then throw new error. It's error, right? Simple enough. Now let's make a use of it right here. What I'll do, I'll wrap all of my app with this canvas context that we are getting from right there. I'll say dot wider, and this will have a value, right? Whatever we will pass inside of it, whatever values that will pass, our whole application will have the access to it using the use canvas right here. Sorry, yeah, use canvas right here. Yes, correct. Okay then. So let me create some, like all of the states over here that we will be using. They will be canvas editor, set canvas editor, processing message, set processing message, right? Make sure to import use state. For setting our active tool, I'm going to be having a state for active tool, set active tool, right? By default, we can keep resize as active tool. So, and to provide this to our canvas, we can just provide them right here, right? Canvas editor, set canvas editor. I can say active tool, set active tool. I can just, let's just rename it to on tool change, and also this processing message right here, right? So something like this. Now, one thing that you need to keep in mind, and most of the image editor apps have this thing, that they are mostly compatible with desktop, right? If you go to the mobile view, like something like this, it will give you a message that editor is only usable on desktop, right? So we have to make sure our app does not break in mobile devices. So we have to provide this message right here when user is on mobile devices, right? So this is our editor page currently. So let me just add this message first. So inside of this, I'll just, instead of this thing, I'll have a div right here. Or you know what, I'll just create the div above it. We'll just keep this editor message for now. Inside this div, I'll have another div, and I'll have an icon for monitor, right? Denoting our screen. Below this, I can just say h1 desktop required with text 2XL, font bold, text white, and margin bottom to be 4. Below this, we're gonna have two paragraphs which will say this editor is only usable on desktop. Please use a larger screen to access full editing experience, right? And whatever div that we're gonna keep below it is going to be only visible on desktop. So how do we do this? We can just say class name to be in larger screens, it will be hidden. Minimum height to be screen so that it's on the complete screen. Background slate to be 900. Display flex, items to be center, and justify center. Let's see how this looks currently. If I try to make the screen size smaller, yes, something like this. We have to style this a little bit more. So for this div, I'll say class name text to be center, max weight to be medium, right? And when it comes to this div, I'll give class name, and for this one, I'll just simply say it will be hidden in smaller screens. In larger screens, it will be display block. Minimum height to be screen, background slate 900. So now if I go back, see, if as soon as I switch to bigger screen, we can see this editor right here. Okay. Now before continuing and starting to develop this UI right here, I need to make a couple of APIs as well, right? One of them will be the autosave API. Like whenever we, let's say, shift this item or whatever, right? It should automatically save the current state of the canvas inside of our database. And you can see it's seamless. We don't see any loading and anything. It's automatically working behind the scenes using Convex. The second thing is obviously to get the current project, right? This whole project. If you want to get one single project from our database, then we have to implement that API as well, right? So right here inside of Convex in projects.js, we already have this file. Right here, let's first write the get project query. And again, I would highly recommend you guys to write this first yourself and then look at my solution. We are just going to be taking one arg right here. So yeah, pause this video right here and try to build this handler function. Okay, I hope you might be able to do it. So this will be an asynchronous callback right here. We are taking the project ID to be fetched, and inside this we'll be taking context and the args, right, which is the project ID. First of all, again, we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'll say const user await ctx.run query internal.user.get current user, right? If user is logged in, then we need to fetch our project. So I'll say await ctx.db.get args.project ID, and it will fetch our project. Now we need to check if project exists or not, right? So I'll say if project does not exist, throw new error, project not found. We also need to make sure that this project belongs to this current user. So I'll say if not user or project.user ID is not equal to user.id, then access denied. If everything is correct, then simply we'll return the project. Alright, next we're gonna be writing the function which will be responsible for auto saving our canvas state, right? And the state of basically the whole project. So again, try to do it yourself first. So update project. This will take a bunch of things in the args, right? Like the project ID, canvas state, height, width, if it's been updated, right? Current image URL, thumbnail URL, active transformations, if the background is removed or not. So all of this information will be added right here to be added to our database, right? So inside of our handler, and this will be very similar to the project creation mutation. So this will be an asynchronous handler. Again, first thing first, these thing will be common. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. We're gonna check for the user and we're gonna get the project. Then again, same thing, we're gonna check if user, like if the project belongs to this user, right? And then we will just create this update data object where we will be adding the updated data. First of all, like obviously we're gonna be updating the updated add field. Then after it, we're gonna check what are all the things that are provided right here, right? Because you can see I've kept optional to all of this because any one of these can be provided as well to be updated, not all of them. So let's see. First of all, I'll check the most important thing. If args.canvasState is not equals to undefined, then update data.canvasState is equals to args.canvasState. I'll update it. Similarly, I'll do it for the width and height as well. Then I'll do it for the image URL, thumbnail URL, the active transformations, if there's any added, right? Like for example, AI related editing like sharpness or whatever that we'll be adding. And in the end, if the background has been removed or not, right? If it's not undefined, then again we'll add that as well. And whatever that we'll get over here will update inside of our database. So we'll be using patch function, ctx.db.patch args.projectid update data, right? And then we can also update users last active time, right? This is optional. If you have this sort of feature inside of your app, then you can update it. Otherwise, this is optional, right? So I'll probably remove this in this case. And then I'll return args.projectid, right? Simple enough. And yeah, I think these are all the two APIs that we need to create. So let's continue building our UI and let's fetch our project. So over here, I'll say const data is loading and error from use convex query hook that we had created, and I'll take out the API dot projects dot get project that we created, right? And we'll provide it with the project ID that we're getting from right here from our params, right? Okay. Now, if it's loading, so this is loading. If it's loading, then we can show some loading indicator over here, something like this, right? We can use loader 2, or probably you can use the same bar loader that we were using earlier, right? So either of those works. This is a very simple code. That's why I'm bringing it in quickly. So let's see. If I just go right here and refresh the page, loader 2 is not defined. Okay, we need to import it. I think I have imported it. Yes, I have imported it, but I didn't save it. So you can see it's showing this loading indicator, something like this. We also need to check if there's any error and this project is present, project data is present. So after this, I'll say if error is there and project is not present, then we're simply gonna have a div which will say h1 project not found and project you're looking for does not exist or you don't have the access to it. If you want, you can also have the error right here, like error dot message, right? Something like this. It can be more specific, right? But I'll not add it. I'll just show this generic message right here. Okay, let's see. I think everything is working still fine. Now, right over here inside of this div, we're gonna add 3 things as I mentioned. The top bar component, that is this component right here on the top. Then inside of one single div, I'll have a sidebar component and the canvas component. right? So below it, I'll have a div. Inside this, I'll have a sidebar component and a canvas component, right? Let's just keep this canvas inside of a separate div, something like this. All right. Also, I forgot, we have this processing message state, right? So whenever some AI processing happens, we need to show a loader so that user cannot interact with the editor anymore unless that operation is complete. So we can show it right here on the top of this div. So I'll have a div right here, and I'll actually wrap whole thing with this div, and on the top right here is where I'll be showing that processing message. If it is true, then I'll show a div right here, right? So this div will be very simple. Let me just show you. Let me just bring it in real quick. This will be fixed in one position, inset to be 0, background black 50, backdrop blur excess, so that we have some blur on the background. Z index to be 50 so that it remains on the top, display flex, item center, just fast center so that it remains on the very middle, right? Then we're gonna have a div, rounded large, padding to be 6, display flex, flex columns, items to be center, because inside of this we're gonna be showing this ring loader from React Spinners, which will look very futuristic sort of loading indicator. I'll show you in just a moment. And then inside of this div, I'll simply say the processing message, and please wait, do not switch tabs or navigate away. So you know what, let's just add something inside of this processing message. Let's say removing background, right? Let's save this and try to check how it looks. See, something like this, removing background and please wait, do not switch tabs. And on the background, it will show blurry effect for this whole editor, right? Currently we don't have anything, so we cannot see it, but yeah, something like this, right? It looks awesome. So cool then, that's the processing. Let's first go on and create our canvas component, right? So for this div, I'll just give the class name of display flex, flex to be 1, so it takes all of the space available, and overflow hidden, so that we cannot see anything going beyond the boundaries and stuff, right? For this canvas, I want it to take the most of the space in between these two, so I'll say flex 1, background slate 800. Okay, so let's first create the canvas component. So inside of this, I'll create a new folder called underscore components, and I'll create a new file called canvas.jsx, RAFCE, canvas editor, and this will simply take the project as a prop. So let's go on over here. In place of this, I'll just add this canvas editor component that we just now created, save it, and let's go back and check. Okay, yes, canvas editor right here. Okay, by the way, for this div right here, for this parent div, I'll say display flex, flex column, and height to be screen, so that it takes the complete screen just like this, right? So, and the background is little blurred out. All right, cool. Now you might be thinking, how are we going to be adding these complex tools and all of this canvas and stuff? Implementing this in using the custom HTML canvas is going to be very difficult, right? And that is why there are a lot of such libraries which will help us out in building this. One of them is React Conva. Another one is Fabric.js. And between these, I find Fabric.js to be easier to work with, right? But it depends, like whatever you want to use, you can use. But for this video, I'll be using Fabric.js, right? Fabric.js JavaScript library. Click on it, and here we are. You can see it provides us a canvas like this where we can add stuff, move stuff, right? We can add text, something like this. And we're gonna be adding a lot of different types of things like cropping and resizing, a lot of complex stuff that you won't see on YouTube. Generally, these types of courses I've seen a lot of creators put out as a paid courses, but not on this channel. I'll be teaching everything from the absolute scratch, right? So let's click on docs right here and getting started, right? So first of all, we want to install Fabric. So npm install Fabric, right? So I'll just copy it up and go back. I'll go to my terminal, it right here. Meanwhile, it's installing. Let's go ahead and check the docs to see how we can work with it. So your first app, okay? So there are different types of things that you have to import when you're working with different types of elements inside of Fabric, right? Like for example, for text, we have Fabric text. For creating canvas, we have static canvas. There's another thing called canvas that we'll be importing instead of static canvas, which is basically going to be a class, something like this. We're going to do new static canvas, and then we can add it to our canvas component. In React, we are going to be using refs to make use of this, right? So the docs are not very friendly when it comes to React, but yeah, while creating this project, I had a quite a hard time going through these docs, but it's all right. I was able to create this app, so no worries. I'll show you everything from absolute scratch, don't worry. So let's go on and create our canvas right here. So first thing first, we have to render our canvas right here, canvas component. So inside this div, we're gonna have another div which will contain our canvas component, right? And this will be a self-closing tag, oops, something like this. And this will be a container div, which will be used to decide the dimensions of this canvas, right? And for this, we will be taking two refs over here. Now, if you don't know what refs are in React, basically they are the way to get access to the particular element inside of our DOM, right? So something like this, const canvas ref equals use ref. And since we're using hooks over here, let's make this component a client component. So use client, duplicate it, and the other one will be the container ref, right? For the container div, as I mentioned, for the calculations of viewport. So this div will be the container ref, and this canvas is going to have ref canvas ref, right? And class name to be border. We're going to show some border around it, and ID to be canvas. This will be helpful later on. Let's give this some padding around it. Let's have a state over here so that we can show the loading on canvas if there's any loading going on, right? So is loading, set is loading. Let's import use state right here. And also we're going to be using this context that we have created, use canvas, and we're going to take out the necessary things that we'll be using, right? So use canvas, make sure to import it, and we're going to take out the canvas editor, set canvas editor, active tools, whichever tool is active right now, and if you want to change the tool, right? So all of these things we're going to be using right here. And you will notice loading is by default true, right? When the canvas is loading, later on after it has been loaded, we're going to turn it to false. There's one more thing that I need to import right here, and that is this API that we just now created, update project, for saving, auto saving our projects. So I'm going to be using the custom hook that we created, use Convex mutation, import it, and also this API, so that we can say api.projects.update project. And this will return us with this mutate function right here, right? Simple enough. All right, let's go back down. First of all, let's see if there's any change currently. Nope, it looks something like this. Okay, let's do one thing. If you might have noticed inside of our editor right here, we have this background, right? This checkerboard style background, which we see in the image editing apps. So let's display this background right here as well. And obviously, I'm not capable of writing this complex CSS, so obviously I would go on and ask Google to provide me with all of this gradient and stuff, right? Google or ChatGPT. So it gave me this huge code style with all of this linear gradients, background size for each and every block, and background position for them, right? Class name will be absolute since we want it in the background, opacity to be 10, pointer events none, we don't want it to be clickable. And for the parent div, I'm gonna give class name of position relative so that this absolute can be positioned properly. Display flex, items to be center, justify center, background to be secondary color, width and height is going to be full, and overflow to be hidden. So let's see now. Yes, something like this, right? And you can see our canvas in the very middle of the screen. Okay. Now when our canvas is loading, we're going to show a loading indicator right here, right? So I'll say is loading, and I'll have a div right here. Inside this, I'll have loader 2. If you want, you can also use something from React spinners. I'll say animate spin, width and height to be 8. And below this, I'll have a paragraph tag, which will say loading canvas. Now let's position it in the absolute way. So I'll give it position absolute, int set to be 0, display flex, item center, justify center, background slate 800 with 80% opacity, and z index to be 10. Let's align this inner div as well. So display flex, flex column, item center, gap to be 4. So let's see, yes, something like this. All right, now let's go on and make use of this canvas ref and container ref and integrate Fabric.js with it. So right below this, I'm gonna have a use effect hook, and this is going to be very important for this component, right? So I'll just say project. If the project changes, then this use effect will rerun, right? So first of all, I'm gonna be checking over here. If canvas ref.current does not exist, that is, we have not provided this ref to the element. If project does not exist, or if this canvas editor exists, that is, it is already initialized, right? So then we will return it. Otherwise, if not, we are going to initialize it, right? So I'm going to be writing a function over here, const initialize canvas equals async and a callback right here. First of all, when the initialization starts, I'm going to say set is loading to true, right, for the canvas. And then I'm going to be calculating the viewport size. So if you notice inside of our editor right here, this is the viewport where we have to render the canvas, right? So we have to only calculate this much. If it was bigger, then we would calculate for that. So right, different things. So now we have to calculate the viewport scale if we want to upscale or downscale with respect to the project width. So I'll just create this function right here, const viewport scale, and inside of this we will be making the use of this container ref to calculate the dimensions, right? So I'll first of all check if container ref.current does not exist or project does not exist, then return. Now let's take all of the dimensions right here. So I'm going to say const container equals container ref.current, and with respect to this container I'll say client width and client height, and I'll reduce 40 just to provide some padding over here, 40 pixels padding, and we will get the width and height right here. Now we also have to calculate the scale factor with respect to the project's width and height, right? Because we don't want the project to be too big or too small. So I'm going to say scale x is going to be container width divided by project width. So ratio between both of them, and same with height as well with scale y, right? And we will decide if we want to upscale or downscale, right? So let me just show you with the comments. I'm going to write the comments over here as well. So if whatever is smaller in either of these three, if the height, width, or 1, right, whatever is smaller, we will take that as the scale, right? So that is what we are doing, calculating viewport scale. All right, cool. Then now that we have done this, let's go on and initialize Fabric.js. So I'll say const canvas equals new canvas. Make sure to import it from Fabric. So just like this, remove this from over here. Yeah, something like this. Import canvas from Fabric, and then we will provide it right here with the ref. So canvas ref dot current, comma, and inside of this we will provide different properties to this canvas, right? So let me write it out, and I'll write the comments along with this as well, right? So first of all, width and height. So whatever the project width or the image width and height is, we will provide it right here. After this, the background color. So let's keep the background color as white. So something like this. When we add different things, like for example text, image, etc., there will be layer system, right? So I'm going to say preserve object stacking. A few more settings like control above overlay, so that we can see the handles and stuff when we click on something, right? So it can move it, we can make it bigger or smaller. We're going to put the selection to true so that we can select these. We can also define the type of mouse that will be displaying, right? So when we hover on something, we will display move cursor will be move, right? And a default cursor will be just default, right? So yeah, apart from that, I'm going to say allow touch scrolling so that we can prevent conflicts between the items, elements, render on add remove, skip target find, so that we can target different elements inside of it, right? So we have kept it false. Okay, after this, after we have defined these things inside of the canvas object, we can set the dimensions of our canvas. How big will it be? So I'll say canvas dot set dimension. Oops, what is this? Canvas dot set dimensions. So you can see right here, sets the width and height of this canvas instance, and it takes the following things, right? So I'll say set dimensions, and set this, I'll provide the width and height with respect to this viewport scale, right? So I'm gonna say width to be this, height to be this, and we will update both visual and internal dimensions, comma, by saying backstore only, right? It will update the visual dimensions. Then with respect to whatever the scale is, we can zoom the canvas, right? So I'll say canvas dot set zoom to be viewport scale. Now we also need to manage the windows or like the displays which support high DPI rendering, right? So these things are very important when you're working in a company. So I'll say scale factor equals window dot device pixel ratio. We will calculate that, and with respect to that, we are going to be rendering it, right? So that we can get proper amount of pixels right here. If the scale factor is more than 1, then we will increase the canvas resolution, and we can do that by something that's like canvas.getElement.width equals project.width into scale factor, same for height as well, and the scale as well, right? So all of these things, these are sort of one-time thing. We have to configure these inside of our canvas, right? So that everything works correctly. Now that everything is done, we can add our current image URL or the original image URL, right? So I'm gonna first check if it has been added, like if it exists or not. So I'll say project.current image URL or project.original image URL, right? If either of these is true, Then we can move forward, and I'll have a try catch block right here. So original image will obviously contain the original image that user has provided, but the current image will contain the modified image, right? So I'm going to check if current image has something, then we will take that. Otherwise, we can just take the original image URL right here. Then after this, as I told you, if you want to render different things like text inside of the Fabric.js canvas, we have to use Fabric text. You want to render the image, we have to use Fabric image, right? So since we want to render the image, I'm going to use Fabric image. So right here, make sure that this is imported. Yes, it is imported. And I'll say dot from URL. So we have the URL of the Imagekit URL, right? So I'm going to say image URL. And inside of this, I'll provide cross origin so that we can handle the cors for this as well. And let's assign it to the Fabric image variable so that we can add it to our canvas later on. Now we have to take care of the scale, width and height of this Fabric image as well before adding to the canvas, because we don't want that, let's say if canvas is 720p, right? But we have scaled it down or we have scaled it up. With respect to that, we have to scale up or down the image as well, right? Otherwise, if image is 720p, but the canvas is scaled up, it might be smaller, right? So something like this. So that is what we have to do over here. First of all, we have to calculate the aspect ratio. So I'll say image aspect ratio equals fabric image dot width divided by fabric image dot height. So like for example, 16:9, whatever, right? Then we have to calculate the canvas aspect ratio, something like this, and then we will compare and render it. So let me just take a scale x and scale y variables where we are going to be populating these values. Then I'm going to check if image aspect ratio is more than canvas aspect ratio, right? Then we need to scale it down. So let me just write the comments as well. Image is wider than canvas, then scale based on the width. So scale x is going to be project.width divided by fabric image.width, and scale y is going to be scale x, so that we can render with respect to the aspect ratio. Otherwise, if that is not the case, image is taller than canvas. In this case, the width was more. In this case, the height is more, right? So we're going to scale based on the height. So scale y, project.height divided by fabric image.height. Okay, then we can finally set this fabric image, right? So I'm going to say fabric image dot set. Inside of this, we can provide all of these different values inside of over here. So let me bring them in and I'll show you. So first of all, where will it be positioned from left, from top, origin x, origin y, scale x, scale y. We have calculated all of these things, right? Scale x, scale y, if it's selectable or not, if it has mouse or touch events enabled, right? So all of these different things we are going to provide it. And as we save the next position of image after we have moved it, we will overlap these settings later on, not right now. Then finally we can add this image to the canvas. So I'll say canvas.add fabric image, canvas.center object fabric image. Then finally in the catch, I'm gonna say if there's any error loading project image, right? That was quite a lot. Now after this, we're still not done. This is just for creating the canvas up there, right? So if I show you this thing, initialize canvas, right? This is for creating it. If it's already created, on the bottom of this function, I'm gonna be checking that restore the canvas state if it already exists inside of our database, right? So I'll say if project.canvas state already exists, then in the try catch block, I will simply render it. So I'll say canvas.load from JSON and provide the canvas state so that we can render all the objects and images and everything, right? And then I'll re-render it by saying canvas.request render all. In the catch, we will handle the errors. All right. Finally, we are going to render these, right? So after this, I'm gonna say canvas.calculate offset for all of the elements. We're gonna render it again if it's initially being rendered, and then we will store it inside of our context. So right here, right? So it is accessible to whole of our app now. And then in the end, I'm just gonna say set is loading to false, right? And then I will call this function. So after this function is done, I'm gonna call initialize canvas. After we have unmounted the component, we're gonna clean it up. So I'll add this cleanup condition. If canvas editor is there, then canvas editor dot dispose and set canvas editor to null. Okay, and here we go. It looks something like this. If I try to drag the image, yes, it's working. Awesome. If you have some warning and stuff, just ignore them for now. We will eventually go on and fix them as we move forward in this video. By the way, when I was developing this app, there was a small issue that was causing the elements to be shifting here and there. So the simplest fix for that is this. After the initial render, I'm resizing the canvas, right? So if the image is too big, if the canvas size is too big, it's not properly getting resized to the proper size, right? So if you trigger this, after half a second, it will automatically resize to this original image, like original size. Okay, cool then. Apart from that, there's one more use effect that we need to add over here. When we resize our screen, we need to recalculate the canvas scale and dimensions, right? So that it remains properly sized when browser window changes. So over here, I'm going to be having a use effect, and I know this might be a little bit complex, but don't worry. Eventually, once you have followed this tutorial and will start building something of your own, you will slowly get grasp of how Canvas works. Canvas is one of the most advanced and the toughest topics in web development. So don't worry if it's a little bit hard to understand for now. So simply, if the window is resized, right, that is when the canvas editor changes or the project changes, what I'll do, let's create a function over here, handle resize equals function. First of all, I'll check to see if canvas does not exist or project does not exist, then return. And then I'll take the new scale. So calculate viewport scale, and then I will update the canvas dimensions by doing canvas editor.set dimension, just like we did previously, right? This we are doing the same thing right here, and then applying the recalculated position after it, right? So I'll just say set zoom, calculate offset, request render all. That is all, right? The only thing that we need to do over here is we're going to take this function, and after it we're going to add this event listener to resize, right? So handle resize, and if the component unmounts, I'm going to remove this event listener, right? So this will prevent issues when the window size changes. So let's see. Right now we won't have any issues since we have enough padding to work with. But later on, when we have the top bar or sidebar over there, then this will help us to resize the canvas properly. You'll see later on. All right, now next we want to add the functionality. Let me just minimize these use effects so that I have some space to work with over here. Now next, when we, let's say, move something inside of our canvas, let's say move this image right here, right? So we want to make sure the state of that image remains the same, and we store this inside of our database. And after we have refreshed the page, this will remain on that particular place, right? So right here, I'm going to be creating a function called save canvas state, right? And this will be very simple. This will be using this update project function inside of it. So let me show you. I'm going to first check if the canvas editor does not exist or project does not exist, then return, right? Otherwise, I'm going to have a try catch block right here. And inside of the try block, I'm going to take the canvas JSON. So also canvas editor.toJSON. This will give us the complete object of our current canvas, right? And we'll take it and we'll call this update project with the project ID and canvas state so that we can update our database with this canvas state, right? That is all. Now we need to take this function and we need to call it whenever we move something inside of our canvas. So I'm going to be having another use effect over here. This use effect will be called if the canvas editor changes, or actually inside of it, I'll be adding some editor events, right? So let me show you. So if I'm going to say if not canvas editor, then return, and I'll have a save timeout variable for our set timeout that I'll be adding. I'll show you. So what you want to do, you want to only save after the 2 seconds the last change was made, right? So we're basically adding a debouncing right here. That is, if user is changing, let's say multiple different things quickly, right? Like sudden changes. We don't want to make change on every single change. I mean, we don't want to make save on every single change, right? We want to wait 2 seconds and then make it, right? So right here, I'm going to be adding a function called handle canvas change, right? And you can see debounced save function waits 2 seconds after the last change. Inside this, simply we're going to first clear the last timeout and then trigger a new set timeout of 2 second delay. If a change is made before it, then we're going to again clear it. And this concept debouncing and along with this throttling is very important for our front-end interview as well, right? So, and I have covered this in my front-end interview preparation course. So check it out from link in the description down below. All right. So we need to listen to canvas modifications. So I'm going to say canvas editor dot on object dot modified. If object is modified or added or removed, then we're going to trigger this right here. And in turn, this will call this function right here, right? So this will help us to auto save it. Now, when we clear it, I'll say return unmounting, get the timeout, and I'll do canvas editor dot off to remove these events right here, right? So that is all. Let's try to do something over here. I'll try to update, let's say, image position, something like this, right? Let's try to, okay, we have some error. CTX is not defined. Let's go in and see. I think we have not added it in the callback probably. So yes, right here, CTX and args. Okay, now I think it should work. Let me just refresh the page first. So if I just move it, let's say something like this, right? After 2 seconds, it should have saved it now. If I refresh the page now, there we go. Our state is preserved. Amazing, right? This is exactly what we wanted. Let's resize this image a little bit to this. And now if I refresh the page, you can see the state is still preserved, resize and everything, right? So this is amazing. Cool then, that was a lot of code. Let's go on and work on the top bar and sidebar, right? We have initially set up the major part of our video. We have set up our canvas. Let's go on and start working on the top bar where we are going to be rendering the tools, undo, redo, and the sidebar as well, where the tools settings are going to be visible, right? Okay, so inside this main, inside of right here, inside of page.jsx, we have top bar and sidebar, right? So first of all, let's create the top bar component. So right here, I'm going to say new file, editor bar.jsx. I'll create the sidebar as well, editor sidebar.jsx. RAFCE, editor sidebar. This will take the project as an input. And for editor, let me just copy it. And for editor top bar as well. Let's rename it to editor top bar. And let's take it and import it over here in the page.jsx. I'll say editor top bar over here. Make sure to import it. And I'll say editor sidebar over here. Make sure to import this as well. Right, let's see if this is visible. Yes, editor top bar and editor sidebar, and you can see this has become smaller. So let's go inside of the editor top bar. Now when it comes to our top bar, notice inside of our deployed app, we have all of these tools right here, right? We have option to go back to all projects, the title of the project, and all of these CTAs. We'll work on these later on, right? So all of these things we are supposed to render right here. So for this, I'll create probably a array of object, right? Something like this. And you can also just go to my GitHub repository under these components, editor top bar, and take this tools array. And this is nothing. This just has the ID of the tool, label what you want to show, the icon. So in this case, it's expand, import from Lucid React is active, true, right? Import this crop icon is active, true, so that it renders when the component is rendered for the very first time, right? I'll import all of the sliders, text from Lucid React, spell it, and these AI features are going to be pro only, right? So that's why I've kept pro only to be true. So maximize 2 and I as well. Okay, now we have to take all of these tools and we have to render them on the top bar. And if any of the tool is inaccessible for the user, right? Oh, by the way, I need to put it outside of this. If any of this is inaccessible, we're going to show that upgrade modal right here, right? So first of all, let's just make this a client component. So I'll say use client. I'll be making the use of use router over here. So right, if you want to go back to all projects, make sure to import from next/navigation. We will take a couple of states over here like show upgrade modal and restricted tool, right? This will contain the restricted tool that we're trying to access, and this will obviously display the upgrade modal that we created a while ago. Okay, let's take our context as well over here. So I'm going to say use canvas, make sure to import this, and use state as well. I'm going to take out the active tool on tool change canvas editor over here to perform the actions, right? I will also use the use plan access hook that we created to check if user has free plan or pro plan, etc., right? And we're going to be taking out has access function, can export function, and is free, right? If user is free user or not. I will also create a function right here, handle back to dashboard, which will simply route us back to dashboard when we click on that all projects icon. And I will create a function over here, handle tool change, so that we are able to change the tool and show it inside of the sidebar, right? Okay, let's start with this UI. I'll just wrap this in a fragment because on the bottom, we are going to be showing our upgrade modal, right? So on the top, first of all, I'll be rendering a div. Inside this div, we're going to first have the header row, right? So I'll have a div for that. And header row will have two parts. The left part for all projects, the middle part, actually 3 parts for project title, and the third part will be for the actions, right? So first of all, I'm going to have a button right here, which will say all projects. On click, which will just trigger this handle back to dashboard, right? And variant will be ghost. Then after this, I'm going to show the project title. And then after this, we're going to have the write section, right? So for that, I'll just keep the div empty for now, right? I'll just say write actions like save, export, etc., etc. Let's see. Button is not defined. Okay, I have not imported button along with this arrow left. Let's see now. See, something like this. All projects, if we click on it, we'll go back. So what I'll do for this div right here, I'm going to provide class name display flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom to be 4. And for this parent div right here, I'm going to say border bottom, some padding horizontal to 6, padding vertical to be 3. So that we have some gap right here, something like this, right? So right actions will be over here. Now below this div right here, I'm gonna have the row where we will be rendering all of the tools, right? So I'll have a div. I'll say display flex, item center, justify between. This will also have 2 parts. First will be this tools, and then will be this undo redo. First of all, I'll have a div for the tools, right? So for this div, I'll have class name of display flex, items to be center, and gap to be 2. Inside of this div, I'll render all of the tools that we have created up there, right? The map of all of these tools, and then I'll map through them, right? So I'll take each and every tool right here, and I'll take out the things from inside of it, right? First of all, I'll take out the icon, if it's the active tool currently or not. So if the active tool is equals to tool.id, this active tool state that we have taken right here has tool access, right? If user has the access to it. So we're going to use this has access that is going to be coming from this use plan access hook, right? So we'll provide it with the tool id. After it, simply we will return the button right here. So inside of the return, I'll say this button component. So this button will simply have the key tool.id variant. If it's active, then I'll show default, else I'll show ghost variant. Size is going to be small. On click will trigger this handle tool create just in just a moment. Then I'll display the icon to label. If it's pro only and user does not has the access to this tool, then we'll show the lock icon over here. Let's import this lock icon from Lucid React. Let's check how this looks. See, something like this. We don't have access to these tools, right? So it shows lock icon right here. We're gonna add some classes over here as well. First of all, inside the class name, I'm gonna say gap2 and relative. And if it is active, then I'll show the background blue, text white, on hover, background blue 700. Otherwise, I'm gonna say text white, on hover, text gray 300, background gray to be 100. If user does not have access to this tool, then opacity will be 60 so that it is disabled, right? Sort of something like this, right? And these are enabled right now. Cool then. Now for the right side, right below over here, let me see. Yeah, this is the first one, and below this, I'll have a div like this, which will have 2 buttons. First one will be rotate CCW, that is for undo, and second one will be for the redo. Make sure to import both of them, right? Simple enough. Let's see. Yes, we have both redo and undo icons right here. Now what if we are clicking on these, right? If we don't have access to it, we want to show the upgrade modal right here. So what I'll do, I'll just go on over here, handle tool change. Inside of this, I'll say if has access, if user does not have access to this tool ID, I'm going to use this function right here, right? Then set restricted tool to this tool, whatever the tool ID is, and it will go inside of it, like inside of the upgrade modal. We had created that object, right? We have created the map. It will take it from there and set show upgrade modal to true. So it will show the modal. Otherwise, if that is not the case, we will simply say on tool change. We'll trigger this on tool change function from right here, and I'll provide the tool ID, right? Simple. And right here, obviously we need to import that upgrade modal as well, right? So upgrade modal that we created, we're gonna have to give it some props, like is open to be show upgrade modal, on close to be set show upgrade modal to be false, and set restricted tool to be null. Then we will give the restricted tool in question, so this tool, and the reason as well. Now reason is obviously generic, we have already added it, but if it's this export reason, right, that we will be adding very soon, so we will have a separate reason for the export. So something like this, if reason restricted tool equals export, free plan is limited to 20 exports per month, right? Something like this. Upgrade to pro for unlimited exports. You can also add this inside of their object, right? So we will come to this export tool as well very soon, right? But let's see if it's working. Yes, we are able to switch the tools, and let's try to click on this. Yes, there we go. We can see the upgrade to pro model right here, just like the SaaS apps that you might have used in your day-to-day life, right? So you can see it clearly shows AI background, pro feature with respect to the tool, right? So we have made sure that these components are highly reusable, right? Awesome. let's go on and work on this sidebar now. So inside this editor sidebar.jsx, again we will have to create the object with respect to the map what we want to render right here, right? So just go to my GitHub repository inside of components, editor sidebar, and just take this array of objects right here. This will be helpful for us to render them, right? This is just a static object. So I'll just paste it right here, something like this. And the only thing that it contains is the title, the icon, and the description for that particular tool, right? So let's import all of these icons one by one. Slider, palette, maximize to for text as well from Lucid React, the eye icon as well. Okay, there's that. This is going to be a very small component, not much is going on over here. We just only need the information of what is the active tool currently. So I'll take it out from the use canvas hook. And then with respect to that, we will get the object over here, right? So I'm going to say tool config equals tool configs from here and the active tool, right? Okay. After this, if there is no tool config, then we will return that. We'll also extract this icon from inside of it. So I'll just say const icon equals tool config dot icon. Now we're ready to render all of this. Now inside this div, I'm going to first of all render the title and a description. So I'll have the div inside of which I'm going to first render the icon and the title, and below it I'll have a paragraph tag with the tool config dot description. Let's see how this looks. See, something like this: resize, change project dimensions. For this div right here, let's just provide it with certain width. So minimum width to be 96, border right, display flex to be column. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. Then below this div is where we will be rendering the actual tool, right? So I'll have a div, the class name to be flex1 so that it takes the gap, and padding to be 4. Inside this, I will have a component or a function, you can say render tool config in curly braces, and I will call it with the active tool and the project, right? Now we have to create this as well. So right below it, I'll say function render tool config. If you want, you can create it in a separate file as well, your choice. But basically this is what will be responsible for rendering different components with respect to what is currently selected, right? So I'll have a switch case over here and I'll provide the active tool, right? So let's say if case is crop, right? If the crop tool is selected, then we will render the crop component right here, like for example return crop content. If nothing is selected, I can just render select a tool to get started, right? I am not gonna break over here. So let's say for example if I just create this, so inside of this components I'll create a new folder for tools, right? Or we don't need to put actually underscore over here since we already have the underscore in the components folder. So we can just say tools. Inside this I'm gonna say crop.jsx. Let's create another tool. Let's say resize.jsx. I'll say RAFCE, resize controls, or if I just go to crop RAFCE, I'll say crop content, something like this. And if you want to render it, you can just go on over here in the editor sidebar, and you can just import it over here. Let's do this for resize as well. So I'll say const like case resize. I'll import resize controls. Let's see if I click on crop. Yes, resize, yes, yeah, something like that, right? With respect to that, we can render all of these components right here. And also, by the way, let's say if we have selected crop, right? I want to change the cursor with respect to the tool selected. So what I can do, I can go back to this canvas component, canvas.jsx, right here, let's say. I'm going to be adding a use effect hook. Let's import it, use effect. This will be triggered if canvas editor changes or active tool changes. And inside of this, I'll first of all check if canvas editor does not have anything, then we will return. And then we're going to simply add a simple switch case with respect to the active tool. If the case is crop, I'm going to say canvas editor dot default cursor will be crosshair and hover cursor will be crosshair. Otherwise, in default, it will default and move, right? So let's see. See, currently I'll just select resize. So this is the cursor, and if I select crop, you can see the cursor changed, right? I can drag and drop and do whatever. Like with that, I'll show you how you can add that functionality when we go on to create the crop. Okay, that's nice. Then let's go on and start working on these tools one by one. And let me just show you the simplest tool. Like I don't want to go very complex in the first tool. So let's just first start with the adjust tool, right? So let me just create this component. I'll say new file adjust.jsx rafce adjust controls, and over here I'll just import it. So if I go back now, if I click on adjust, yes, we can see adjust controls. Let's start working on it. It will look something like this. Let's create another project over here and let's select this file, right? So this is our deployed app, by the way. If I go to adjust, I can change the brightness, I can change the contrast, saturation of this image. You can see now it has more saturated colors, vibrance, blur as well, along with the hue, right? And I'll show you how you can add more things over here if you want. By the way, you might be seeing that we have this error right here, right? Which says trying to initialize canvas that has already been initialized. And this is because when we use React in strict mode, it renders hooks twice, right? So to fix this, the easiest way is to go to your next.config.mjs right here and just add React strict mode to false, right? And now let's see. Yes, now our error is completely gone. Awesome. Let's start working on this adjust now. So to implement the adjust tab, as I showed you, we are going to be having all of these options right here, right? And these come out of the box of this Fabric.js library. So here I am in this Fabric.js documentation, and inside of this API, you have Fabric, filters, and classes, right? And here you can find all of these options. Like for example, for brightness, we have this const filter equals new brightness, and then we can simply push it to our canvas object, right? And say apply filters. Same for contrast, gamma, hue, invert. We have a lot of types of adjustment tools over here, and you can see I have implemented limited, but if you want, you can implement all of these, right? It will look super cool, and the person you are showcasing this project to will be super impressed, right? And I'll show you how you can add each and every one of these. So let's go back to our code, to this adjust.jsx. And first of all, what we will be doing over here is we'll be creating an object for like an array of object for all of these filters. So I'll say const filter underscore config equals an array. And inside this array, we're gonna be taking these things one by one first. Brightness, contrast, saturation, and then rendering them, right? We're gonna take the minimum and the maximum value for each and every one of these. Like for example, for brightness, we have to provide them something like this. It goes from -100 to 100. So I'm gonna say, let's take an object right here. I'll say key equals, colon, brightness. I'll be taking a label for each and every one of them. The min and the max value for it. With what step will it be increased? I'll say 1 step. If you want, you can add 2, 3, 10, whatever, right? Default value is going to be 0, that is in the middle. Then we are going to be providing the filter class. So filters are going to be imported from this Fabric library, right? So remove this. Also, let's make this a client component, use client, right? And then we have to provide the value key over here, which is brightness, and then transform. That is value divided by 100, right? And similarly, we're gonna be doing for other values as well. So I've written the complete object right here inside of my GitHub repository, right? So let's take this, let's copy this whole object, then we are gonna start working with this. So I'll just replace it and then I'll explain you each and every object, right? So, okay. So brightness, we've already done. Same for contrast, -100 to 100. Again, you can go through the docs, you will understand what I'm talking about. All of these have separate section inside of the docs. Right? So again, filters.contrast, same for saturation. All of them are like exactly the same when it comes to functionality. Vibrance. The only difference is with blur, right? Blur starts from 0 and goes max to 100. Then we have hue as well. And the value key over here will be rotation, hue rotation, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. And let's start rendering this inside of over here inside of our div. I will also be having a reset button. So if I show you inside of over here, if I put, let's say, like whatever filter over here, right? Let's say contrast, saturation. If I click on reset, they will all be reset just like this. Great. So right here, I'll take a class name space y2b6 so that there's some gap between them. Inside this, first of all, we're actually gonna have two things, right? First, we will have the reset button on the top, and then we will have all of the filters right here. So reset button will be very simple. Let me just add a div over here and I'll just add an h3 heading, image adjustments, and then below this h3 I'm gonna have a button tag from Shadcn UI, variant ghost, size small. On click we will trigger a function called reset filters, right? So let's just create it, const reset filters. We're gonna come back to it very soon. And then we're going to have an icon, rotate CCW, preset. When it comes to this h3, I'll say class name to be text small, font medium, text to be white. And for this div right here, I'll say display flex, justify between, and items to be center. Cool then. Let's see in here, instead of adjust, yes, we can see adjust and like this reset icon as well. So below this, I'm gonna say filter configs dot map. I'll take each and every config right here, and then inside of it, I'll take a div, and then first div will contain the label and the values, and then we will render the slider, right? First of all, I'll render the label right here, config.label. So if we see, oh, I haven't returned it. So return, yes, something like this. All of them are being rendered right here. Let's provide this div with some key and the class name space y to be 2. And for this inner div, I'm going to say display flex, justify between, items to be center. Now, I want the default values for each and every one of these. So default value is going to be 0 by default, and then I will be putting them inside the state to track all of these values, right? So I'll be taking a state over here, use state called filter values. Let's import use state, yes. And I'll take this filter config right here, and I'll extract default values from inside of this. So I'm going to say default values equal filter configs dot reduce. I'll take the accumulator by default as an empty object, and the configuration, each and every configuration. And for each iteration, I'll say accumulator, and I'll provide the configuration key equals configuration dot default value. So it will be like brightness 0, contrast 0, etc, etc, right? We're going to have an object right here, and I'll take this default values and I'll provide it over here in the use state, right? Let's also take a loading state, that is applying, to show the loading while it's being applied. I will also extract our canvas editor from use canvas hook, right? Our context API. So let's take this filter values, and right here below the label, I'll render a span tag with filter value and config.key. And below this, I'll render config.suffix. That is both of these things, this key. And if there's any suffix, so for example, this hue as a suffix of degree, right? This much rotation has been done. So we can add them. Otherwise, we can just say empty array. So let's see. Yes, something like this. You can see all of these values right here. And for hue, it's 0 degree. Let's render the slider here from Shadcn UI. So right below this div, I'm gonna say slider. Let's import this slider from Shadcn UI, and inside of this, we're gonna be taking like the current value for this. So value can be filter values dot config dot key, so that we can get the particular value from that state. And if we want to change it, we have on value change, right? We're gonna be creating a function over here called handle value change. We'll take the value and provide for this particular config key, it will change the value. So let's create this handle value change function. So const handle value change, and this will take the filter key and the value, and inside of this, first of all, I'm going to extract the new values that are being provided. So I'll say new values equals whatever the filter values were, and for that particular key, let's say if it's for brightness, I'll take it out. So array dot is array, like if it's an array format, like then I'll take out the first child, else I'll take out the value, right? And then I'll apply it. So I'll say set filter values to be new values and apply filter function. So this apply filter function obviously does not exist. I'll be creating it right here. Let's keep it empty for now. We'll come back to it. This will help us to apply it, right? Let's complete our slider first. Apart from this, our slider will need the max and min values. So min value config.min, then config.max, step like 1, 2, 3, like whatever that we defined, right? And class name width to be full. Let's see. Yes, something like this, right? This is exactly what we wanted, and you can see it is being updated over here as well in real time. Great. After this, we are just going to have some info over here about this. So right below, this is optional. If you want, you can add it. So adjustment are applied in real time. Use the reset button to restore original values. And if there's any processing going on, after this, I'll just simply be saying if is applying is true, then I'll be showing a loader 2 indicator with animate spin. We already created it before, right? Right here in the new project model. So I'll be saying applying filters. That's all. So if I show you, if I make this true by default, so see something like this, and this is the info that we have added right above it. So let me just revert it. Yes. Okay, let's go on and start working on this handle value change and apply filters. Basically, we have to add a couple more checks over here first. First of all, if there is no canvas editor present, so I'll say if no canvas editor, then I'll say load an image to start adjusting. Now, right here in the apply filters, it will take the new values. Okay, now first thing first that we have to decide is we have to know which image we want to apply the filter to. So this is the image that we want to apply the filter to, right? So I'll try to find the active image over here. So I'll say const image object equals get active image. If it's not present or is applying is true, then return. So we have to create this get active image function. So const get active image, and inside of this I'll first of all check if canvas editor is not present, then return null. But if it is present, then I'll find the active image, right? So I'll say active object equals canvas editor dot get active object, like whatever is being selected. Then I'll say if active object and active object type is equals to image, only then return active object, right? If not, we're gonna be we'll try to find an object which is image. So I'll say const objects equals canvas editor dot get objects. I'll get all the objects and then I'll find the first object with the type of image, and there's going to be obviously one object only with the type of image, which is going to be our image, right? So anyways, this will work. So okay, so now we can start applying. I can say set is applying to be true, and then after it I'm gonna have a try catch block right here. First of all, let's create an array filters to apply, and then we're gonna be making use of filter config to apply the filter. So I'll say dot for each, I'll take the config, and then inside of it for each and every key, so I'll say const value equals new values config dot key. So I'm taking out the current values from the new values that are provided to us. After this, I'm gonna say if value is not equals to the config dot default value, right? If it's not in the current default value, only then we will apply it. So the transform value equals config dot transform, and we'll provide the value right here, right? And then I'm gonna say filters to apply dot push, and we'll push it to our canvas, right? So I'll say new config dot filter class, and I already showed you this in the docs, right? Config dot value key and the transformed value. So from right here, right, it whatever transform value that it supports. So like for example in hue it is degree, right? So it's gonna be something like this. So all of this you can find in the docs. Yeah, after this thing, I'm just simply gonna say image object dot filters will have all of these filters that we have just now created, and then we are going to be applying them. So there's going to be a promise. So I'll say await new promise. I'll take resolve, and inside of this I'll take the image object dot apply filters and then render our canvas again. So canvas editor dot request render all, and I'll say set timeout resolve 50 milliseconds. Then inside of the catch I'll just handle the error applying filters, and then finally I'll stop the loading, right? So set is applying. Now again this is very instant, so you won't be needing loading that much. So let's see if I just refresh the page first, and you can see we are able to apply the brightness, contrast, yes, contrast as well. Let's add saturation, yes. What about hue? It's working, blur is working, and vibrance is working as well. Awesome. So everything is working. Let's work on this reset button now, and it is going to be very straightforward. So reset filters will simply do set filter values to default values and apply filters to default values, whatever the default values are, right? So I'll click on reset and see it turned it into the default values. Now this is done. So like if we are applying some brightness and stuff over here, right? Brightness, contrast, saturation, let's provide some hue as well, right? And like if I move some image over here, so this will be saved, right? But if I refresh the page now and go back to the adjust, see all of these are reset to default. So after we are loading this from the database, we want to make sure we apply all of these values again right here so that they are on the same place. So over here below this reset filters, I'll be creating a use effect right here, which will get the active image, and then it will get all of the filters from inside of it, right? So I'll say if image object dot filters are present, then I'll create a function called extract filter values. I'll provide it with this image object, and then I'll set the filter values to existing values, right? Simple enough. We have to create this extract filter value function majorly. So const extract filter values, and inside of it I'll be taking the image object, and first of all I'll check if there's any filters are present or not, right? So I'll say if image object is not present, then return default values. Otherwise, let's get the extracted values from the default values, and I'll just change this object and return it, right? So I'll do for each on this image object dot filters, and I'll take each and every filter right here, and I'll find the name of that config, or like the constructor class, right? So I'll say filter configs dot find with respect to this filter. So I'll say c.filter name, filter class dot name is equals to filter dot constructor dot name. If it is equals to this, then we will have it right here, the updated value. So I'll say if config is there, then we're going to be making the change inside of it, right? So I'll take out the filter value first of all. So filter config.value key. Then I'll do this extracted values config.key math.round filter value into 100, right? But when it comes to hue, it will be different. So I'll say if config key is equals to hue, I'll say extracted values.config key math.round filter values multiplied by 180 divided by math.py. And again, all of these formulas you can find in the documentation as well. I'm just doing what documentation has mentioned as for this particular filter, right? And yes, now I think it should work. Let's see. Oh, I think I need to return this from this as well. So in the end, return extracted values. And now let's see. See, now we are continuing where we left off. Awesome. On reset, it will be reset as well. Amazing. We have successfully created our very first editing tool. All right, now let's go on and work on the resize tab. This is going to be a little bit complex because if I show you right here, we have the ability to enter the custom width and height over here. We have the ability to select the aspect ratio, right? If we have logged the aspect ratio, we will get the same aspect ratio if we change anything. Like for example, if I say 1280 and it's gonna give 720p right here, right? So currently it's in 16:9. But if I just unlock this aspect ratio, then we can change it to however we want, right? And then we can click on the apply resize below to change it. All right, then let's go on and start working on this. So I'll open this resize.jsx, and over here, first of all, we need to configure the array of objects which will contain for each type of size, right? Like for example, Instagram story, Instagram post, etc, etc. So again, you can go to my GitHub repositories under this resize and just take this aspect ratios array and paste it right here, something like this, right? And notice this has the name of that size, the ratio in this case is 9:16, or if it's 1:1, 16:9, right? And the label that we're going to be showing right here. Okay, I'll show you how this is going to be helpful for us. First of all, inside this component, what are all the states that we're going to be creating? First of all, I'll be taking the use canvas context, right? And I'll be taking out the canvas editor, processing message, because when we will be resizing it, we want to show the processing message and set the processing message, right? While it's being resized, and set the processing message to trigger the processing message loading. Okay, then after this, we're gonna have 4 states for managing all of the resize. First of all, let me just import it. And yes, right here, we're gonna have 4 states. First of all, if we are trying to change the width, I'm gonna set the new width inside of this one. By default, it will be project.width. If it's not provided, then 800, right? Same for the height as well. If you want to lock the aspect ratio, so if you remember this thing, this will have the state here. By default, it will be true, right? Logged state, aspect ratio, and the selected preset, right? If either of these are selected right here. By default, it will be null. We also want to update or save our current resize, right? So I'm going to be taking this use convex mutation hook, and I'll be importing this API for update project, just like we did earlier. Make sure to import use state as well, and let's make sure that this is a client component. So use client, save this. Now below this, we are also going to be checking if the canvas is ready or not, right? So if canvas editor is not there and project is not there, or project is not there, then we're gonna say canvas not ready. And also we're supposed to take this project from right here in the props, right? Let's see if we are sending it from there, from this page.jsx, from editor-sidebar. So yes, we are sending it from over here. Cool, then let's continue. Also, I've taken this new width and new height states, right? So I'll just have a boolean flag over here just to check if change has been made or not. So I'll say const has changes equals if new width is not equal to the project width or new height is not equal to project height, then this will be true, right? So that we can show that apply button down there. Okay, now inside this div, first of all, I'll provide some space y2b6 so that there's some gap between the things inside of it. Then first of all, I'm going to display the current dimension of our canvas. So for that, simply, I'm going to have a div right here with background slate 700 with 30% opacity, rounded large, padding to be 3. Inside of this, I'll have an h4 called current size. And inside of this, I'm going to write project width x project height and then pixels, that is this much, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Current size is this much. After this, I'm gonna have a div which will input the dimensions manually, right? So inside of this div, I'll have another div which will contain a h3, which will say custom size, and also in front of it, I'm gonna have a button which will be responsible for locking our aspect ratio. So if you remember, this is the state that we took, right? When we click on this button, this will invert the current state. And let's import this lock icon and unlock icon from Lucid React. Yes, and this will be a button variant ghost size small, right? So let's see. There we go. If I click on it, it's open, else it's closed. For this div, I'll give class name, display flex, items to be center, justify between, margin bottom to be 2, and class name is going to be space y of 4. Yep, something like this, right? So in front of each other. Okay, now below this div is where I'll be adding both of those input fields. I'll say div, and this will have class name of display grid columns to be 2, right? That is width and height. We already have the states for both of them. So first of all, for the width, I'll have label width and the input component from Shadcn UI with value new width, the state that we took, and on change, we're going to trigger this handle width change, which obviously does not exist. So I'm going to create it right over here. Same function will be created for handle height change as well. So let me just write this UI first. And by the way, minimum width can be 100, max only 5000. You can, change it according to you. I'll have another div right below it for height. So label height and input to be handle height change, right? Same thing, just state will be new height over here. And also I'm sending e.target.value from right here. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's first create these both of these functions. Inside of this, we're going to be taking this value, right? So first of all, let's convert it to int. So width equals parse int, otherwise 0. And then I'll simply say set new width to be the width. Now we also have to consider if the aspect ratio is logged, right? Then we are going to be updating the height accordingly. So I'm going to check if logged aspect ratio and the project is present. Then I'll first of all calculate the ratio of the project. So project.height divided by project.width. And then I'll set the new height to math.round width, whatever the width is, into the ratio, right? So we can get the accurate height with respect to that particular width, right? With respect to that aspect ratio as well. Similarly, we're gonna build this handle height change as well. So something like this. I'll take the height, I'll parse int, set new height. Yes, aspect ratio is logged and project is there. Then I'll calculate the aspect ratio, and this time I'll calculate the height with it, right? And set the new width. And also I'll set the selected preset to null so that we can clear the selections since user is manually editing it, right? So I'll do the same for over here as well. Okay, nice. So there's that. Let's try to do it. Let's say, I'll just say if I move this, if I say 100, you can see with respect to my aspect ratio, this is editing it. Cool, then let's continue. Below this input, below this div right here, I'll just render if the aspect ratio is logged, then I'll say aspect ratio logged, otherwise I'll say free resize. So it will show something like this. If I unlock it, it will show free resize right here. Okay, then after this div is where we will render the predefined aspect ratios. So let's have a div right here, and inside this div I'm going to have a h3 which will say aspect ratios, and below it I'll have a div inside of which we are going to be rendering all of the as ratios, right? Dot map. Then inside of this I'll take a callback. I'll take each and every aspect ratio right here. For this parent div, I'll give class name of display grid columns to be 1, max height is going to be 60, and overflow y is going to be auto. Cool. Now first of all, inside of this, since we have, when it comes to aspect ratios, we have just the ratios over here, right? So with respect to the project size currently, project and like width and height currently, and with respect to the current aspect ratio, we need to calculate what dimensions this will produce, right? So I'm going to be creating a function right here called calculate aspect ratio dimensions, and it will take the aspect ratio dot ratio, and this will spit out the dimension. So obviously this does not exist yet. So let's create this function. So let's create it right below over here. Const calculate aspect ratio dimensions, and this will take the ratio in the arguments. And inside of this, first of all, I'll take, if the project does not exist, then return project.width and project.height, right? So we don't need to do anything if project does not exist. But if it does exist, then I'll take out the ratio that we are being provided for that particular option, like for Instagram, for example, for this Instagram story, right? So we have this ratio right here, right? So 9:16. So I'll take 9:16 right here, right? Width and height. Then I'll take the original area. So I'll say project width into project height, total pixel areas. And then we will be calculating new dimensions, maintaining the same area, like approximately same area, right? So I'm going to say aspect ratio equals ratio width divided by ratio height. Then we need to derive the height from the area constraints. So I'm going to say math.square root original area divided by aspect ratio. So this will give us the new height. And for the new width, I'll just say new height into the aspect ratio, and this will give us the new width as well, right? Simply, and this will provide us the final dimensions. So then I can return width with math.round new width and for the height as well, right? Simple enough. I'll just take this and let's go on and render it right here. So I'm gonna return a button component right here. I'll say the key is aspect ratio. Let me just import. Yeah, it's now already imported. Key will be aspect ratio.name. Variant is going to be, if this is the selected preset right here, then I'll show default. Otherwise, I'll show outline. And how do we select it? I'm gonna do something like this. I'll say size to be small, and on click I'll call this apply aspect ratio function, which does not exist. So let's get it, and we will be providing it with this aspect ratio. So right here, const apply aspect ratio. Inside this, first of all, I'll just calculate the resolution that we're getting by using this calculate aspect ratio dimensions that we just now created. So we will have the dimensions right here. Now we can set the new width and height just like this, and set the selected preset to that particular preset name, right? Something like this. Then I'll style this accordingly. So I'm going to say class name, justify between height auto, padding y to be 2. And if the selected preset is equals to the aspect ratio.name, I'll give it background to be cyan 500, on hover cyan 600, right? Else I'll say text to be left. So let's see something like this. Oh, I have not rendered anything inside of the button. So inside of the button, simply I'm just gonna say aspect ratio.name and the dimensions width and height that we calculated right here, right? And then I'll show the label as well. And then I'll have the monitor icon from Lucid React with height 4 and width 4, right? So let's see. Yes, like this, something like this, right? This looks awesome. Let's have some gap between this. Let's say gap to be 2. Yeah, that's more like it. And we need to have a apply button over here as well. But before applying, we need to tell the user what changes they have made currently, right? So below this div, I'll say has changes. So if you remember, this has changes we took right here. If it's different, like width and height is different from the original one, I'll say and right here you can show whatever message that you like, right? So simply let me just bring in the code. It's very straightforward code. So what I'm saying right here, let me close this. Yeah, I'm having a div. I'll say h4 new size preview. Inside this div, I'll have new canvas with new width and new height in pixels. If new width is more than project width or new height is more than project height, then I'll tell it that the canvas will be expanded, else canvas will be cropped. And I'll say object will maintain their current size and position. Let's see if I choose this. Oh, I cannot see it currently. I think I need to, let's go over here. So I think right here in the editor sidebar over here, we need to add overflow y scroll, and let's see. If I select it, yes, we can see we have the ability to scroll below, and we can see the new size preview right here. Awesome. Now, after this, we need to have the apply button as well, right? So right here, I'm going to have a button which will be disabled if the width and height are not changed, or if the processing message is going on. Class name will be full, variant to be primary, and on click will trigger this handle apply resize, which obviously does not exist. We'll create it. Inside this, we'll have this expand icon with apply resize. After this, we will simply, this is optional, so we will simply show what resize canvas does, changes canvas dimensions, what aspect ratios does, object maintain their size and position. This is just a little info that we want to show the user. So let's take this handle apply resize and go on right here, probably const handle apply resize, and this will be an asynchronous function. Now inside of over here, I'll validate the inputs and check if the changes are needed right here, right? So I'm gonna check if canvas editor is not present, or project is not present, or new width is equal to project width and new height is equal to project height, then we don't need to do anything, right? So no changes needed. Then I'll start the processing by saying set processing message resizing canvas, so that it will show me that atomic loading thing that we created, right? Then I'll say try catch block right here. I'll update the canvas dimensions according to the size that we want, right? So I'll say canvas editor dot set width to be this, set height to be this. Okay. After this, we need to calculate the viewport scale to fit the new dimension so that it does not go outside of it. So I'm going to say const viewport scale equals calculate viewport scale. This obviously does not exist. And if you remember, we created a similar function right here, calculate viewport scale, inside of our canvas.jsx file, right? So similar to this is what we will be doing over there as well. This I'll just copy this up and we will make the changes accordingly. Copy it and paste it right above it. We don't need to do this. I'm gonna check canvas editor dot get element dot parent node, right? If it is present, then I'll take it inside of the container. If not, I'll just return 1, right? 1 scale factor. Then I'll calculate this container width and container height. Same as before, same with this scale X, scale Y. Just make sure to update this project width and height to new width and new height that we are calculating, right? And same with this return as well. Scale X, scale Y, whatever the minimum, right? We will be taking that particular scale, right? So okay, let's go back over here. We have the viewport scale now. Then finally, we can just update the canvas dimensions. So I'll say canvas editor dot set dimensions to be width to be this, new width into viewport scale, new height into viewport scale, right? And we'll update the canvas layers. Then after this, same things, we're gonna update the zoom position, offset, and then we're gonna re-render the canvas. So I'll say set zoom to be viewport scale, calculate offset, and then request render all, just like we've done up until now. Then we will finally trigger our API and update our database, right? So I'll say update project. So this thing right here, update project ID to be project dot underscore ID, width, height, and the canvas state, like the current canvas state, right? Then in the catch block, I'm gonna say console error resizing canvas. We can also show toast. So toast, let's import it, toast.error. Inside this, I'll say fail to resize canvas, please try again. And finally, I'll turn off the processing. So I'll say set processing message to be null. Okay, I think this should do it. Let's try it out. If I go back right here, let's try to select Instagram story, right? And click on apply resize. Okay, it has applied the resize, but looks like it has not properly scaled it to the screen. How about we try doing this? The same issue was over here in the canvas as well. So I added this set timeout to resize it, right? So what we can do right after this, I can have a use effect over here, and this will run if the data changes or is loading changes, right? So I'll say if not is loading and data is present, that is the API call is done, then I think I can do this. Set timeout window.dispatch event, new event to be resize. Let's try to convert it back to Instagram post, something like this. Okay, it has resized it. How about the story? Oh yeah, now it's working. Awesome. So you can see I can deform this image as well. But yeah, now we are able to resize it properly. Let's go with Facebook cover. Okay, Twitter header. This is also working fine, I guess. Let's bring it back to YouTube thumbnail. I guess this was the size, right? I don't know what was the size, but yeah, it's working pretty nicely. There's another fix if for some reason this is not working. You can also try just reloading the whole window. So you can probably do something like this, window.location.reload, right, to apply the new canvas dimensions, but we don't need to do this. If you are facing issues with this, then probably you can try doing this, right? It will just reload the window and fix everything up. However, this is not recommended. But anyways, great, this is working. Let's keep moving forward and start creating the crop tool, right? Let's first explore what crop tool is all about. So let's go to the crop tool and see, it gives us a UI like this. It tells us the steps, what we need to perform. If I click on start cropping, it gives me this handle like this UI. We can make it smaller, bigger, something like this. We have different sizes over here that we can change it to, right? Like portrait, it has given me portrait now. We can make it smaller, something like this. Let's make it square, right? So I'll just try to make it, or not square, let's just crop this much part, right? I'll click on apply crop and there we go. It is done. Amazing, right? And you can see the cursor is also different in crop, right? Awesome. If I want to cancel it, I can cancel it over here as well. So cool then, let's start working. Now for this crop component as well, we're gonna be needing some data. So make sure to copy this aspect ratio array of objects from crop.jsx file in my GitHub repository and paste it right here on the top, right? So basically this has a label, a value, and an icon from Lucid React. So let me just import it for the square. So this is basically freeform, as you've already seen. Square for 1:1 ratio, widescreen for 16:9. Same, we have the portrait along with the story, Instagram story, right? So different types of crop types. After this, inside of this crop component, first of all, let's just make this a client component. So use client, and inside of right here, I'll first of all take out the things from our global state. So use canvas, make sure to import it. I'll take out the canvas editor and the current active tool so that we can work with that, right? If it's crop, then we would take some states over here. Like first of all, the image that is selected, right? The image to be cropped. So selected image, let's import use state right here. Then I'll take is crop mode. That is if the crop mode is on or off. By default, it will be off. So false. Selected ratio. Out of these, or if there's any custom ratio, crop rect. So this is going to be the state for the rectangle that we'll be creating, right? The crop rectangle and the original props of the image, right? So that we can restore it as well. Okay, now we need to find the active image first, right? So what I would need to do right here is this function that we created, get active image. So I think it was right here in the adjust, right? So yeah, get active image, we would be needing this. So I'll copy it and paste it right here. Let's see, canvas eternal active object, something like this. We would find if it's an image. Yes, exactly like this, right? This is what we want, get active image. And right below this function, I'm gonna have a use effect hook. So like this, and inside of this, I'm gonna check if the active tool is equals to crop and the canvas editor is there and is crop mode is on. Right? If either of these three things exist, then I'll find the active image. So I'll say get active image, and below it, if the image exists, right, then I'll initialize the crop mode. So let me just create the function initialize crop mode. Obviously this does not exist, so I'll create it const initialize crop mode. We will come back to this soon. Else if it's not the crop mode right now, right, the tool has been switched. So I'll say active tool, so that is whenever active tool will switch, and also the canvas editor right here. I'll check. Else if active tool is not equals to crop and is crop mode is on, then we want to exit the crop mode, right? So again, this function as well we will be creating right here. So I'm just gonna say exit crop mode. We will keep this as empty for now. We'll come back to these very soon. I'm just writing some edge cases over here. One of them can be this as well. So I'll take another use effect. And when we are unmounting the component, we want to exit the crop mode in that case as well, right? So again, if is crop mode on, so exit crop mode. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's first go on and start building the UI, and then we'll focus on all of those things. Let me just write if the canvas editor is not present, then I'm going to say canvas not ready for this component, right? Otherwise, let's go inside of this dev, and I'm going to first provide some spacing. So space y to be 6. And first thing first, I'm going to check is the crop mode on. Right? If the crop mode is on, then I'll say crop mode active and adjust the blue rectangle to set the crop areas. You already know all of these styles, so I'm not going to explain these styles again. Very straightforward text and background styles right here. So let's see. If I go to crop, so right now it's not on, obviously. So if I just say true hard coded right here, you can see crop mode active. It shows this. Okay. Then below it, I'm going to be showing that button to activate the crop mode, right? So I'm going to say if crop mode is not active, only then we'll show the button, right? And the active image is present with us. So the active image will be this get active image, right? Which will be coming from this function that we had created. Okay. Then we're going to render a button right here, right? And on click, we're going to trigger this initialize crop mode, which will have image as args. Let's make sure to import this button and this crop right here. And let's see how this looks currently. So we can start cropping and nothing will happen, obviously, because we don't have anything inside of it. So first of all, inside of over here, we're going to check if image is not present and crop mode is on, then I'm going to return it, right? So to prevent double initialization again and again. Anyways, we will turn off that, we'll make the button disappear. And we want to remove any other crop rectangles if there are present any right here, right? So for that, I'll be creating a function called remove all crop rectangles. Let me just create it right here. So I'll duplicate it, remove all crop rectangles. Inside of this, simply I'm gonna check if canvas editor is not present, then return otherwise. So the reason why I'm removing this is because we will be creating a rectangle as well for that, right? And it will be present as an object inside of our canvas. So we need to find that object and delete it. So you know what, let me just create it first, and then I think this will make more sense to remove it. So after this, we need to store the original image property so that if we cancel the crop mode, we can restore them. So I'm gonna say const original equals left, image.left, top, width, height, scale x, scale y, angle, if it's selectable or not, evented, etc. Right? All of these things. And I'll just back up them right here. Set original props to the original. And I'm going to set the selected image to this current image that is being selected. And then I will set the crop mode to true. Cool then. Now, when the crop mode is on, we don't want the user to make the size of image different or perform any events, right? So I'm just gonna say image.set selectable to be false, evented to be false, right? And then finally we can create the crop rectangle. So create crop rectangle with this image, right? And then we will re-render our canvas with that crop rectangle. So let's just create this crop rectangle function, and then I will create this remove all crop rectangles. So const create crop rectangle. So first of all, to create this rectangle for cropping the image, we need to get the actual position as and the size of the image on the canvas, right? So I'm gonna say const bounds equals image dot get bounding rect, right? So we will get the actual rectangle of the image. Now we need to create the crop rectangle. Now if you want to create any element inside of this fabric canvas, right? So we have to do something like this. We have different types of elements, like one of them is rectangle, right? So it comes from fabric, something like this. If you go over here, comma, you will get more like circle, ellipsis, etc. Right? So something like this. So rectangle, and inside of this, we are going to be adding the properties of this rectangle. So first of all, the position. So position will be bounds.left and bounds.top, right? Wherever the image exists, plus bounds.width into 0.1. That is, it will be inside of it, right? And from the top as well, multiplied by 0.1. That is the 10, it will be 10% inside. And then after this, I'm going to calculate the width and height. So multiplied by 0.8, that is, it will be 80% of the width and 80% of the height. Then we won't be filling anything inside of it, and we will be providing it with the stroke, right? That is the outline. So fill will be transparent, stroke will be cyan. We will provide the stroke with the stroke width of 2 and the stroke dashed array 5,5, right? Dashed line. Then more styles like selectable will be true, evented will be true, name can be crop rectangle so that we can identify it later on. Then let's provide it with the visual style. So let me just add it with the comment. So visual styling for the crop handles. Corner will be this color, corner size, transparent corners. Again, all of these things you can find in the Fabric docs, right? Or you can also ask ChatGPT or Claude to generate these things, right? These are very specific things, so you will spend a lot of time going through the docs. It's better to get it generated from Claude or ChatGPT. So transparent corners, corner style, border color, border scale factor. Then I will say is crop rectangle to be true to identify crop rectangles. All right, now we want to add some event listeners over here. So I'll say crop rectangle dot on when we are scaling it. So scaling, comma, a callback right here, and I'll take the event from inside of it. Let's take out the rectangle, whatever the current rectangle is. And if let's say this aspect ratio is selected, so over here, if we have selected any of these aspect ratio, while resizing it, we want to maintain it, right? We don't want to deform it. So I'll just cancel this. So right here, I'm gonna say if selected ratio and selected ratio is not equals to null, then I'll take the current ratio equals to be rectangle dot width into rectangle dot scale x, and for height as well into scale y, right? So it properly scales. If the ratio is shifted here on there, we want to correct it, right? So I'm gonna say if math dot absolute current ratio is minus selected ratio more than 0.01, then I'm gonna fix it with this new height right here, again by doing rectangle dot width into rectangle scale x divide by selected ratio divided by rectangle dot scale y, right? and then I'll set the height to this new height right here. Okay. Then finally, after this, in the end, I'm going to say canvas editor dot request render all. Then finally, after this, I'll probably add this inside of the canvas editor. So I'll say canvas editor dot add this crop rectangle from right here. Set active object to be crop rectangle and set crop rectangle to be this crop rectangle, right? Okay, let's see. Let's try it out. If I click on start cropping, I get an issue. Image is not defined. So image should be coming from here. So image right here. Let's try this again. I'll click on start cropping and there we go. We can see it right here. Amazing. You can adjust it accordingly. Great then. Let's render all of them right here. And also actually I need to write the exit crop mode function, or probably this thing, remove all crop rectangles first. So after this, I'll get all of the objects inside of our canvas editor, right? So I'll say const objects equals canvas editor dot get objects, and I'll try to find the object which is rectangle. So I'll say rects to remove equals object dot filter for each and every object. If the type is rectangle, I'll get it. If there are multiple rectangles, we will remove them all, right? If due to some bug there are multiple rectangles. So I'm going to say rects to remove dot for each, that is through this, and I'll say canvas editor dot remove, and I'll remove all of those rectangles and then re-render our canvas. So I'll say canvas editor dot request render all. Let's write this exit crop mode function while we are at it. Inside of this exit crop mode, we want to check if is crop mode is not on, then return it. We don't want to do anything. Otherwise, we want to clean it up. I want to say remove all crop rectangles, this function that we created, right? And set crop rectangle. Then I also want to restore the original image properties and interactivity. So if you remember, we had taken the backup right here, original, and this set original prop state, right? Sorry, original prop state. So right below this, I'm going to say if selected image and original props present, then I'll say selected image dot set, and we'll just return the basic things, right? Selectable, evented, left, top, scale X, scale Y, angle, right? All of these things. And then after this, I'll set the selected image back to the active, right? So I'll say canvas editor dot set active object to be selected image. Then we want to reset everything after it. So reset the states, set is crop mode false, selected image, original prop, set selected ratio, all of them will be null. And then I'll re-render the canvas editor if it's present, right? So request render all. Cool. So now after this button right here below it, I'll say if is crop mode on, and inside of this I'll have div. Div. Inside this div I'll have an h3 which will say crop aspect ratio, text small, font medium, text wide, and margin bottom to be 3, right? And then below it I will render all of those aspect ratios. So I'll have a div. This will have the class name of display grid column will be 3 and gap will be 2, right? Inside of this div I'll say aspect ratios that we took dot map, and here I'll first of all take out the icon. So I'll take the icon component equals ratio dot icon return. Inside of this I'll render a simple button component which will say key to be ratio dot label, on click apply aspect ratio dot value. I've taken a button like this so that we want to basically render this in a grid, right? So I don't want the Shadcn UI to interfere right here. So inside this button I'll just put the icon component, this icon component that's coming from the particular aspect ratio, and make sure to take the ratio from here, and let's see, start cropping, and yes, we can see different ratios present right here. Cool. Apart from this icon I'll have div ratio dot label and ratio dot ratio. If it's present, then I'll render it right here, right? So it will look something like this, because for freeform there will be no ratio, right? So that's why we are checking it over here. Also this apply aspect ratio is not present, so I'll just create it right here, apply aspect ratio. We will come back to this very soon, but first let's style this button. So I'll give it the class name text to be center, padding 3, border rounded large, transition colors, cursor pointer, right? If selected ratio is equals to the ratio dot value, then we will highlight it by border cyan 400, background cyan 400. Otherwise simple border white, on hover border white, and background white as well. Let's see. If I click on start cropping, yes, something like this. Great. Let's just quickly have a cancel button over here at the bottom. So right below this, I'll say if crop mode is on, then we'll have two buttons right here. First one will be on click apply crop, which again we will create this function very soon. So let me just duplicate this right here and I'll say apply crop. It will have check icon from Lucid React. It will say apply crop, and the next button will be cancel. So this will simply actually be calling, I'll call exit crop mode. That's all. It will have an X icon and the cancel text. So let's see, if I click on over here, start cropping, and you can see this is still visible. Multiple rectangles is visible. So if I click on cancel, it will clear all of the rectangles right here. And let me just style it a little bit. This actually should be outside of this. So right here, so that it's properly rendered on the bottom. Yes, something like this. Cool. If I click on cancel, it's gone. Then below it, if you want, you can add some instructions. It's completely optional. So something like this inside of a div, how to crop. You can add some steps, start cropping, drag the blue rectangle, blah, 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 right? This is optional. So let's see. Yes, something like this. All right. So everything is done up until this point. The only thing remaining right here is creating both of these two. Let me just minimize all of the other functions that I have created so that we have some space to work with. So first of all, for the apply aspect ratio, inside of this, we will receive the ratio right here and I'll set it. So I'll say set selected ratio to ratio. And then after it, I'll check if no ratio has been selected, that is, it is free form, right? Then we don't need to do anything. So I'll say if not crop rectangle or ratio is equals to null, right? Then we'll return. Otherwise, we will calculate the dimensions for the rectangle, right? So I'll say current width equals crop rectangle width into crop rectangle scale x. And then we will use this current width to calculate the new height. So current width divided by the ratio, right? So it remains under that. And then I will simply apply it to a rectangle. So I'll take the crop rectangle and I'll say dot set the height, new height divided by crop rectangle dot scale y, and vertical scaling we will keep uniform, right? So I'll say crop rectangle dot scale x. Okay. After this, we will re-render our canvas. And guys, at any moment, if you feel like you are not able to understand something, I would highly recommend you guys to take that piece of code and also try to ask questions from ChatGPT or Claude, right? This is the best way to learn in 2025 and beyond, or if you're watching in this video in future as well, right? So make sure to take this approach and actively use these chatbots so that you can not blindly follow videos like these, right? So make sure to understand each and every step properly. If I click on start cropping, you can see if I say square, yes, this became a square now. If I say widescreen, it became a widescreen. Story, it became an Instagram story like structure, right? So yeah, if I cancel, it's gone. Okay, nice. Now the only thing remaining is to apply the crop. So to apply the crop, first of all, we'll check if the selected image is not present or crop rectangle is not present, then we will return, right? Otherwise, I'm gonna say try catch block. Now, first thing is we need to get the crop area where our rectangle is present. So I'll say crop bounds equals crop rectangle dot get bounding rectangle. So we'll get all of its properties, and we will also get the image bounds wherever the selected image is present. So we have those things. Now we need to ensure that the crop stays within the image boundaries. So I'm gonna calculate crop x equals math.max 0 comma crop bounds dot left image bounds minus image bounds dot left. If it's more than is, then it will bring it in, otherwise it will take 0. Same with the vertical thing as well, right? And then we're gonna calculate the crop width and crop height. We'll calculate if crop bounds dot width is less or image bounds dot width minus crop x is less. Whatever is less, we will take that. So this is horizontally and this is vertically for the height. After this, we need to account for the image scaling to get the actual pixel coordinates. So I'm going to say image scale x equals selected image dot scale x if there's any. Otherwise, we will take 1 by default. Similar for y as well. If it's supposed to be scaled y, otherwise I'll take 1. Then I will calculate the actual crop x and y by dividing this crop x cropped image by image scale x, right? So that we can decide if we want to scale it or not. And we'll get the actual crop x and y. Same with the width and height as well, right? So if you want to scale it, we will do that right here using this crop width and the image scale x and image scale y. Okay, now that we have all of this information, we can create a brand new image for our canvas. So I'm going to say const cropped image equals new fabric image. So make sure to import it from fabric. Let's see if it's imported properly. Yes, it is imported. And I'll provide this selected image dot element. We need to work with this. And inside of this object, we're going to provide all of these things that we have just now calculated. First of all, the left and top position. So it will be the same thing that was for the rectangle. So crop bounds dot left plus crop bounds dot width divided by 2. Same for the height as well for the top. Then I'll make sure it's in the center. So origin X center, origin Y center, settable true, evented true after it is added. Then I will apply the crop properties. So I'll say crop X will be this, crop Y will be this, width will be this, height will be this, scale X, scale Y. Right, all of these things after it has been applied, then we can simply remove the previous image from our canvas and add this new image to it. So I'm going to say canvas editor dot remove previous image and add this cropped image. After this, I'll set the active item to be this cropped image and re-render our canvas. Nice. Then finally, we can exit the crop mode. So exit crop mode. Great. If there's any error, I'll say console.error and exit crop mode. Right. I can also say toast.error and we can say fail to apply crop. Please try again. Okay. Hopefully everything should work. That was a lot of code that we just wrote. So let's try it out. How about we try cropping this image from here to here. We can also adjust it like this. Let's just make it something like this, right? So I'll click on apply crop and there we go. It is done. Amazing. It has cropped it successfully. And I'm pretty sure this was one of those features that not a lot of tutorial, even though there are few tutorials on creating an image editor, but 99% of them don't show you this crop feature. At least I have not seen anyone showcase this feature because this is very tough to build, right? But you right now just learned a very important feature while building an image editor app. And this is going to go a long way if you're going to be building such a product of your own in future. Awesome. So we have created 3 major features of our app. Let's now move towards this AI background, right? Right now you can see it's logged. Let's try to unlock it. I'm going to go on and subscribe to this plan and pay with test card. Continue. And there we go. These are unlocked. Amazing, right? Super cool. This is the benefit of using database like Convex. Everything is real time. Also, by the way, if you want to add some specific crops, like for example, face cropping, right? Like you have this photo and if you add fo-face to your image URL, it will only provide the face from your picture, right? So Imagekit has a bunch of such strategies like object-aware cropping, face cropping, smart cropping, right? A lot of such things. So I would highly encourage you guys to go and check out their documentation and implement these as well inside of your project. All right, now let's go on and work on this AI background tab. So if I show you in our deployed app right here, see this is our image, right? If I go to AI background, we have multiple options right here. First of all, to remove the background. Second, we can choose a background color. Let's say if I want to choose this color, see, I have applied it. If I want to apply a custom background right here, we can do that as well. We can remove the canvas background. So if I say this, yes, see. Now, if I want to remove background for this image right here, I want to just extract this car, right? So I'll say remove image background. You can see it's removing background with AI. So let's wait. And there we go. It has removed the background so clearly, right? And now we can, let's say if I want to add some image in the background, we can also make it smaller. So let's just go on and search over here, road, right? And let's search it. You can see we got bunch of image right here. So I'm going to choose this pic. See, it is inserted. I'll make this smaller or probably bigger, whatever that you want to do right here, right? And look, it looks so cool, right? This is such a powerful tool that you're building right here, right? And people will definitely be impressed when you post this on LinkedIn or show it to your recruiter, right? Let's get started. So what I'll do, I'm gonna go to this tools folder and I'm gonna create a new file right here, ai-background.jsx, RAFCE, let's say background controls. Okay, let's take this background controls and let's add a new case right here in the editor sidebar. So right below it, I'll say case background and right below it, I'll say return background controls and I'll provide it with this project right here. Okay, if you remember in the editor top bar, we have all of these tools, right? So this ID has to match with that. Okay, so let's go on over here. I'll say project, and let's see if I go to this AI background, we can see background controls right here. Cool. So first of all, if you notice, for fetching those images, we are using some API, right? And we're gonna be using Unsplash API. So let's search Unsplash API, and I'll go right here. And this is absolutely free to use, by the way. Let's click on register as developer. I've already registered, so let me just go on and use email password to log in. Here we go. Let's click on your apps, and you can see I've created an app right here. Just click on new application to create a new app. Make sure to read the agreement and check these, accept the guidelines and accept the terms. Okay, let's name our app Pixel, create application. Oh, we need to add some description over here. Let's say AI image editor. And there we go, it is ready. Let's go down and let's copy these keys, and you need this access key right here. So just go back right here in the .env.local and paste this access key, and let's name it next public unsplash access key, right? Just put it right here and let's move forward. Now inside this component, first of all, let's just take both of those things outside of it. So something like this, unsplash API key will be process.env.next public unsplash access key that we just took. And Unsplash API URL will be this, right? We will come back to this very soon. But inside of this background controls component, let's take all of the states from our context API first. So use canvas, and I will take out the canvas editor, processing message, and set processing message to be shown when the background is being removed, right? We're gonna be needing some states over here as well. So all of these, make sure to import use state. So first of all, background color, for storing the background color, right? If you want to change it, by default, it will be white. Search query, when we are searching the images. Unsplash images, after we get the search results from Unsplash, is searching, right, while it is being searched. And the selected image ID for the image which is being processed. Okay, now right here inside of this div, first of all, I'll just give this a class name of space y to be 6, relative, and height to be full. Right, now inside of it, we're gonna have another div which will first of all contain the heading, right? So AI background removal, and automatically remove the background from your images using AI. So this will be for the AI background removal, and below this we are going to be having a button. So right below this, I'll have this button right here. Make sure to import from Shadcn UI, and the trash 2 icon to remove image background. Let's see, something like this. When we click on this button, I'll trigger a function called handle background removal, and this will be disabled if the processing is going on or there is no image present to remove the background off, right? So we need to create both of these functions. So I'll just take this and say const handle background removal. Let's duplicate it and create a get main image function as well. So just like this. Now when it comes to get main image, how will we get it? I'll first of all check. If canvas editor does not have anything, then return null. Otherwise, we're gonna use the same technique that we've already used, right? We're gonna get the objects, and then we can find the first image object that we find inside of this, right? And we will return it. So this will get us the image that we're supposed to remove the background of, right? And probably you can create one central function for something like this, right? Since we have been using in multiple places, and then use it again and again, right? So okay, now inside this handle background removal, I'm gonna say const main image equals get main image, and I'll check if main image is not present or project is not there, then return it, right? Otherwise, we will simply start the processing. And then after it, I'm gonna say try catch block, and here is where I'm gonna be removing the background of the image. Now, how will we remove the background? That's the main question, right? So we will be using the powers of Imagekit. So let's see. If we open the documentation of Imagekit right here, you can see inside of the image transformation, we have this AI transformations tab, right? And here you can find a lot of such things. And go to over here, image background removal, e-bg remove, and this is what we will be using. See, this is how it helps us to remove the background. So how do we remove the background of an image? Simply, we have to use this e-bg remove from over here. So let me show you. So let's say this is the image with us, right? And you can see it is also added to ik.imagekit.io. If you want to simply remove the background, all we have to do is take this e-bg remove, and right here I'm gonna add in front of this URL $tr for transformations equals e-bg remove, and press enter, and notice it works like a magic. It has removed the background, and this is exactly what we will be using inside of our app as well. So okay, let's go back to the code, and right here, let's get the current image URL from the project. So I'll say current image URL equals project.current image URL. If it's not present, then we'll take the original image URL, right? Then after this, we just have to append that background removal search param after it, right? So I'm gonna say, first of all, the URL should be an Imagekit URL, right? So I'll check, even though it is, I'll check current image URL dot includes ik.imagekit.io. If it does, question mark, then what I'll do, inside of the backtext, I'll take template string, I'll say current image URL dot split, and I'll split it with question mark, just in case if there's any search params that are already present right here, right? We don't want to touch them. And I'll say 0th index, that is the original URL. I'll say question mark, sorry, after this question mark, tr equals e dash bg remove, right? Otherwise, I'll simply say current image URL if it's not an Imagekit URL right here. Okay, so this should give us the removed background image right here. And then we will load the processed image with background removal. So I'm gonna say processed image equals, and also this will be an asynchronous function since we're gonna be using promises over here. So processed image equals fabric image. We're gonna be creating a new image out of this URL. So I'll take this fabric image from fabric, make sure to remove this from the end. And I'll say from URL, just like we've done before, bg removed URL. And inside this, I'll say cross origin for any coarse error if there's any right here, right? Cool then. Now, the only thing that we need to do right here is just provide the props to this particular image, just like we have done already. So I'll say current props equal left, top, scale X, scale Y, angle, origin X, origin Y. We're just going to be copying this from the main image that we already had, right? So simple enough. Then simply we are going to remove the main image and we will add the processed image inside of our canvas. So I'll say canvas editor.remove main image, apply this properties to the processed image, these properties, and then canvas editor.add this processed image inside of the canvas. We also need to do this processed image.set coordinates. This ensures proper interaction and selection behavior, right? So that this will update the object's coordinate after we have done the modifications. After this, simply we just need to set the active object to this image right here, so processed image. Then we're going to calculate the offset and everything for proper mouse interactions, and then we will re-render our canvas. This should do it. After this, simply in the catch, I'm just going to say console.error, error removing background. We can also show toast over here, toast.error, and fail to remove background, please try again. And then in the end, we're going to set processing message to null so that processing is stopped. Okay. That was quite a lot, and I think this would have done the job. Let's go and check it out. If I go to AI background, click on remove image background. Yes, it is removing the background. Let's see if the car is extracted from this image or not. And there we go. Awesome. This looks amazing, right? You can see it has done a clean job right here. If I just make it a little bit bigger, it looks super cool now. Great. Let's move forward and work on the other features. Also, by the way, after this, if there is no image present, just in case, we can show the warning, right? So I'll say if no get main image, then I'll say please add image to the canvas first to remove its background. Okay. Now after this div, we're gonna have two tabs, right? First one will be for the color, another one will be for adding the image. So let's take the tabs component from Shadcn UI. So let's go right here and I'll click on this tabs. I think we've already installed tabs, right? So see, it works like this. If we are on this tab, it shows something else. On this tab, shows something else. Okay, let's just take this code right here and I'll paste it right here. Make sure to import all of these things from @/components only, not radix. So this trigger, tabs content, and let's see. So yeah, something like this. See, it's right here. Let's style this a little bit actually. This will have two tabs and each tab will have certain ID like account and password, right? So we want the color to be the default tab. So default value is going to be color, class name, width, full, right? When it comes to these triggers, first trigger is going to be for the color, right? So tabs trigger value will be color and some class name right here. If it's active, state is equals to active, then we'll show background sign to be 500 and text to be white, right? So let's take this palette icon and then next trigger will be the image, right? So let's say value to be image. If it's active, then sign 500, text white, right? And we will show the image icon right here. Let's go and see how it's look. It's not width full. Why is it? I think we need to provide here a class name of display grid, width to be full, grid columns to be 2, and background slate 700. Okay, let's see. Yes, something like this. It looks good now. After this, we need to render something inside of the content as well, that is tabs content. So first one will be for the color, class name space y to be 4, margin top to be 6. And the other one, it's this. Other one will be for the image, right? Class name space y to be 4, margin top to be 6. So yes, we can see both of them right here. And now inside of this, I'm gonna have a div which will say h3 solid color background. Choose a solid color for your canvas background, right? Below it, I'll have a div with class name space y to be 4. And then inside of this, we will have a color picker. So how do we pick colors? There's actually a free library called React Color Full. This one. So see, something like this. It will give us this UI. And this is super easy to work with as well. We just have to add this component. So let's install it. I'm gonna copy it up, go to the terminal and paste it right here. Okay, now inside of this div, I'm simply going to be adding this hex color picker, right? Imported from React-colorful. This will take the color, that is this background color state that we have created right here. To change it, on change, I'm gonna provide the set background color and style to be width 100%. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. We can change these colors from right here. We can choose the exact color that we want. Awesome. We can also have an input box over here to input a certain color. So let's take this input just like this. Value will be background color, on change, set background color to be this, right? Placeholder will be this. And if you want to enter a certain code, you can enter it right here as well, right? Class name will be flex1 to take the whole space, background slate 700, border white to be 20, text to be white. And below it, we will display the colors preview over here, right? So style will be this background color. So let's see something like this. This has this color code as well that we can copy or change it from over here, and we can see the preview right here. Awesome. Now simply we can add a button to apply this. And actually I'll just take this inside of over here, and below this div, I'm gonna say a button. On click handle color background, which obviously does not exist. We will create it. Class name width full variant primary, right? Let's import this palette icon, which is already imported, I guess. And let's create this function then. So right below this, I'll minimize this. I'll say const handle color background. Inside of this, I'll say if not canvas editor, then return simply. Otherwise, this will be simple enough. I'll just say canvas editor background color will be this background color, and request dot render all, right, to re-render the canvas. So let's try it out. I'm gonna go over here. Let's choose this color and click on apply color. See, it is applied. Great. Let's choose some other color, probably let's say yellowish, something like this, right? So looks good. Okay, now next we are supposed to work on adding the background image. So just like before, I'm gonna have a heading over here, image background, search and use high quality images from Unsplash. Below this div, I'll have another div which will say display flex gap to be 2. Inside this div, I'll first of all have an input tag for entering the search query. So value will be search query. On change, set search query to e.target.value. On key press, we will trigger this handle search key press function so that we can track that enter key, right? When we press on enter, we can track it. Placeholder and some class name, right? So let's create this handle search key press. So we just minimize this as well, and right here const handle search key press, and this will simply say, I'll just take the event over here, e equals enter, then trigger this search unsplash images function, which will be created right here, right? So something like this, and this will be an asynchronous function as well. We will come back to this very soon, right? First of all, let's write more things below it. I'll just have a button now. On click, we will trigger this search unsplash images function that we created. It will be disabled when is searching is going on. So see is searching, or if search query is not present, right? Variant will be primary. And if searching is there, we will show the loader too, else the search icon. Let's see. If I click on image over here, yes, something like this, right? If I type something, see, it is enabled now. Otherwise, it will be disabled. Okay, let's first write the function for search unsplash images, right? So inside of it, I'll first of all check if search query is present. If not, if it's not present, or if unsplash access key is not present right here, then we'll simply return it, right? After it, I'll say set is searching to be true, and then I'll say a try catch block. All right, now we have to use the API from Unsplash. You can check this in their documentation as well. It is something like this. So await fetch, and inside this we will take the URL, this URL right here, and I'll say slash search slash photos, and we will provide the query right here. So encode URI component will convert it into the search params and provide this search query. And per page we want to display 12 results. However results that you want to display, you can display right here, right? Inside the header we can provide the Unsplash access key. So client-id and then the Unsplash access key. This is how you have to do it exactly, right? Then after this, if response is not okay, so not response.okay, then we will throw the error failed to search images, or rather I can say toast.error, and here I'm going to say failed to search images, right? This is much better UI. But if we have got the response, so I'll say data equals await response.json, and then we will set the Unsplash images inside of this state right here, right? Data.results, otherwise an empty array. In the catch, we can simply say console.error, error searching Unsplash, and we will display the toast failed to search images, please try again. Then finally we need to turn off the loading as well, this set is searching, right? So I'll say finally set is searching to false. All right, let's see if this is working or not. So what I'll do, let's console log unsplash images, right? Just console log this thing and test it out. If I just say let's go to inspect console, I'll search for road, right, and search it. Okay, there we go. We've got these 12 responses right here. Amazing. We will use this and render them right here. So inside of this, we have this URLs, which provides us the image in multiple different sizes, right? So we're going to be using small for the thumbnail, and for displaying it in the background, we're going to use full, right? So let me show you. I'll just remove this console log from over here and go back down right here below this div right here. I'm going to say unsplash images dot length. If this is more than 0, right? So I'll just add a question mark here. And if it is more than 0, I'll display a div right here. Okay, now inside this div, I'll first of all show how many search results are there. So I'll say h4 search results unsplash images dot length. So see search results 12. Then below it, I'll show a div with class name grid columns to be 2, gap to be 3, max height to be 96, and overflow y to be auto. And inside this, we will show the images in a grid like format. So unsplash images dot map, and here I'll take each and every image, and inside of this I'll render that image inside of this div. So for this div, I'll say key to be image.id and class name to be position relative, group, cursor, pointer, rounded to be large, overflow is going to be hidden, border white to be 10% opacity, on hover border cyan to be 400, right? And transition is going to be added on the colors. When we click on this certain image right here, I'm going to trigger this handle image background function, which obviously does not exist. So let's just create it empty over here for now, handle image background, and this will take image urls dot regular and image dot id. Okay, we will come back to it very soon, but first let's just render it. So I'll render each and every image in this image tag. So image dot urls dot small, image dot alt underscore description, otherwise we'll show background image, and class name will be width full, height to be 24, and object cover. Let's see how this looks. If I click on over here, okay, I think I need to return. Yes, return, save this. Yes, see, something like this. We have all of these images just like this. Now if a certain image is selected, so I'll say if selected image id, that is from over here, right? If image id is selected is equals to the current image, then I'm gonna show a loader over here, that is this particular image is being processed from right here, right? This state was for the processing. We can also show a download icon right here. So inside of this div, I'll make the position absolute since we have kept it relative right here, and set to be 0, background black, group hover is going to be background black to be 30% opacity, transition colors, display flex item center justifies center, so that we can display it on the very center, and this will only be displayed, by the way, when we hover on it, right? So opacity will be 0, group hover opacity will be 100. Let's import this download icon. So if I go back and show you, if I say image, and again let's search it, and see when we hover on it, then we can see that download icon right here. Cool. We can also provide the attribution as required by Unsplash to the author, right? So right below this div, I can say this div and paragraph by image.user.name, simply the name of the author. See, something like this. This is to avoid any copyright and stuff, right? So looks good. Let's go on and work on this handle image background. Or actually, before this, we can also handle if there are no search results found over here, right? So below this, I'll say if searching is not going on and unsplash images dot length is equals to 0 and search query is present, then inside of this div, I'm gonna say no image found for this search query. Try a different search term with text wide to be 70, text small, simple enough, right? All of these things. Also below it, if you want, you can show if unsplash API key not present, then you can say unsplash, you can add the unsplash API key, but we don't need to add it. It's not compulsory. Also, if search has not been performed yet, that is no search query, and unsplash images.length is equals to 0, then we're gonna show this search icon, it's already imported, and I'll say search for background images powered by unsplash. So let's see right now. If we don't have anything over here, oh, it's not showing up. What's wrong? Oh, it's null right here. So I'll just make it empty array. So now, yeah, see, search for background images powered by Unsplash. Okay, looks good. Now let's create this handle image background function. And this will take the image URL and image ID, and this will be an asynchronous function. Okay, inside of this, I'll say if no canvas editor, then return. And then since you want to process it, I'll just add it set selected image ID to with this image ID, right, for this background image. Then I'll have try catch block right here, and then we're again going to be using the Unsplash API to download that image. So I'm gonna say if Unsplash access key present, then fetch Unsplash API URL slash photos slash the image ID slash download. And this is actually not doing anything, but this is important as per Unsplash's API terms, right? You have to do it so that they would know and they would be able to track the download for Unsplash analytics, right? This is something that is just inside of their terms. So that's why I've used it. Then after this, we're gonna use this image and create a new fiber image out of it. So I'll say const fabric image, sorry, not fiber image, and await fabric image dot from URL and use this image URL from right here. Say cross origin anonymous to handle the course just like before. And then we want to make this image like completely on the canvas height and width, right? So I'll take the canvas width and height right here. Then we want to calculate the scaling just like before. So I'll say scale y canvas width divided by fabric image dot width, this fabric image, and same for canvas height as well, so that we can scale it with respect to the canvas height and width. And let's calculate the scale now, scale value. So scale will be match dot max, whatever the max is between both of these, we will scale with respect to that particular value. Now simply we can just use this fabric image and say fabric image dot set, provide the scale, origin which is going to be center horizontally and vertically, and left and top it will be positioned on the center, right? So canvas width divided by 2 and canvas height divided by 2. Then below it I'll just set the background image to fabric image and just re-render it, right? Then let's clear the loading state, so set selected image to be null. And yeah, that's it. Inside of the catch, I'm gonna say console error setting background image, and again we can just clear the loading state right here. If you want, you can show our toast dot error right here if this fails. So failed to set background image, please try again. Yeah, I think this should do it. Let's try it out. If I again search road right here, here we go. If I, let's say, what is more suitable, let's just choose this one, right? See, something like this. Let's just make our image smaller with respect to the road. Yes, looks good. How about that? It looks flawless, right? The image is perfectly aligned right here. Okay, now this one more feature remaining, if you have noticed. So we have the ability to clear canvas background, and I don't know why this production code is breaking right now. I guess I didn't apply that overflow Y in the sidebar, but anyways we will apply it right here. So right below this thing we will add it. So let's go down to the very bottom, and below the tabs I'm gonna be saying a button with on click handle remove background. We will create it very soon. Class name width full variant outline and trash 2 icon. So this will be removing the background of canvas. So that's why I'm saying clear canvas background. right? So probably you can name it handle canvas, like remove canvas background or something like that, right? So let's go over here now. Let me just close this function, minimize this function. I'll say const handle remove background. First of all, we want to check if canvas editor is not present, then return. Then simply we want to remove all of the background, right? So background color, background image, and then re-render the canvas. That is all. So let's try it out. I'll go right here, and again it is overlapping. I think there's some issue right here. Let's see, have I provided height full? Let me just remove this height full from here. Oh, it's because I've given absolute over here. So remove this absolute, and now it should be good to go. Yes, clear canvas background. Let's click on it and see, it has removed the canvas background. Let's say showroom, showroom, and let's add this image. Yeah, something like this. Not very good, but yeah, that's fine. How about this one? Maybe I will align the car over here in front of all of these cars, right? Anyways, yeah, this looks good, right? Let's just set a color for now. I'll just apply the color. After clearing the canvas, I'll just apply the color, and there we go. Awesome. I think before applying the color, there's some issue over here. See, if I select an image and if I apply the color, it's not applying. So what I can do, I can just take this canvas editor background image to be null. So when I'm trying to apply the color right here, to handle color background, I think I can do this background image to be null and then apply the color. Okay, so now if I apply, yes, now it's fine. All right, and with this, we have created our AI background. Now, one homework for you guys over here. All of this is fine, like we are adding image background, right? But I want you to have an input box over here, which will take a prompt from you, from the user, like for example, hills or whatever, right? And it will generate the image using AI. And how will you do it? Just go to this Imagekit documentation, and here we have this change background functionality. See, e-change background -prompt, and after this you can provide whatever prompt you want. Like for example, for this one, this has e-change background prompt -snow road, right? So if I click on this first image, see, this is how it looks. And if I click on the second image, it has this thing. Instead of snow road, if I say snow mountain, press enter. Let's see if it changes the background. And there we go. It did change the background. Awesome. So see, something like this. This is your homework. Try to implement this. All right, now let's start working on this text tab, right? Like if I show you, if I go to the text tab right here, if I want to add the text in this image, I can click on add text and see it has added this text. Let's say G wagon, and I can resize this text over here as well. If I want, I can change the font family, something like this. If I want, I can align it. So it's just one line, right? Let's just say Mercedes. I hope this is the correct spelling. And let's center line it. See, you can change the alignment. If you want, you can make it bold as well, italic or underline, whatever you want, right? Or you can go on and delete this text as well by clicking on the delete text, right? So cool. Let's go on and start working on this. All right, then let's create a component right here, .jsx, RAFCE. I'll name it text controls. Let's take this and go back to editor sidebar and render another case right here for case text, right? Import text controls right here. Let's see if it has been imported. Yes, something like this. Okay, now over here, first of all, we have to create an array, inside of which we will be taking all of the font families. Now I have taken very limited font families over here. I would encourage you to add at least like standard 30-40 font families over here, right? So you can probably generate the list from ChatGPT. I just wanted to give you an explanation, like an example basically, of how you can do this. So you can simply just add the name of those font families right here, right? We can also define font sizes over here. That is from 8 to 120, right? And default will be 20 when we create the text. Inside of this, I'm going to be taking out our canvas editor from the use canvas hook that we have created. Then we're going to be taking the states that we will be needing right here, right? So use state, make sure to import use state on, and also make this component a client component. Let's see what these states are. So first of all is the selected text that we are going to be editing, because there can be more than one text as well, right? So selected text has to be there so that we can work on it, perform bold, italic, or whatever that we're trying to do. current font family of their text, font size, text color, text alignment, and this basically re-render trigger for the button states so that they are updated, right? You'll see where I'm gonna be using them. Also, if you want, you can add right here, if canvas does not exist, like canvas editor does not exist, then canvas not ready, right? Now right here inside this div, first of all, I'll take the class name right here, space y to be 6, and inside of it, so first thing first, here we are supposed to show the heading and the button for adding the text, right? So simply I'm gonna add a div right here which will contain first div for the title, like add text, and subtitle, click to add editable text to your canvas, and then a button from Shadcn UI with the type icon which will say add text, right? And on click, I'm going to be triggering this add text function. So right here, we can say const add text, right? So inside of it, I'm going to first of all check if canvas editor is not there, then return. Otherwise, I'll create a new text for our canvas, right? So I'll say const text equals new I text, right? This comes from Fabric. So from right here, make sure to remove this from the end, and inside of this, I'm gonna say edit this text. So this will be the default text that will be added inside of it, comma, and the object. Now inside this, we have to tell them the position of this text inside of the canvas. So I'm gonna say left canvas editor dot width divide by 2, and top canvas editor dot height divide by 2, so that it's centered vertically and horizontally. We're going to be defining the origin, which is going to be center, actually both origin X and Y. Then I'll define the properties for it, like font family, font size, and fill color, along with more properties like alignment, editable will be true, selectable will be true, right? So we have our text right here. Let's add this to our canvas. So after this, I'm going to say canvas editor.add text and set active object to the text and request render all to re-render our canvas. And we want to enter the text editing mode after a short delay. So after this, I'm gonna add a set timeout of 100 millisecond, text.enter editing and text.select all. Okay, let's try this out. I'll click on add text, and there we go. This text has been added right here, right? We can make this bigger. If we want, we can edit this text as well, right? Awesome. Now let's continue after this add text. So below this div, I'm gonna say selected text, which is going to be this text which is currently selected, and we will only be showing this div when a text is selected, right? So inside of this, I'm gonna have a div with class name border top, border white, and padding top to be 6. Inside of this, first of all, I'm gonna have an h3 edit selected text. Then below it, we're gonna have a drop down where we are going to be rendering all of our font families, right? So label font family. Class name is going to be space y to be 2, margin bottom to be 4. Now before proceeding, we have not written the logic, I forgot, for this selected text, right? So let's write the logic for this so that we can instantly select it. So right here, I'll have a use effect hook. As soon as the component is rendered, I'm gonna check if canvas editor does not have anything, then return, and if it changes, then we will rerun this use effect, right? So inside of it, we're gonna call a function called update selected text. So this is the function that we'll be creating here. So update selected text. We'll come back to this very soon, and we will trigger this function if user, let's say, selects a text. If they update a text, that is, they select some other text, or they want to clear the selection, right? So there are going to be 3 things: handle selection created, handle selection updated, and handle selection cleared, right? So we are going to be adding event listeners for all 3 these. So from canvas editor, so canvas editor.on, this one will be for created, this one updated, and this one for cleared, right? And let's write the cleanup logic over here as well when the component is unmounted. So return canvas editor.off. Okay. Now let's see this update selected text function. Again, inside of this, we can check if canvas editor not present, then return if we are calling it somewhere else, right? Otherwise, we're gonna get the active object. Active object equals canvas editor dot get active object, and we need to check that if it's an I text or interactive text object, right? So I'm gonna say if active object is there and active object dot type is I dash text. If yes, then set selected text to this active object, right? and then we will sync the UI with this current properties. So I'll say set font family to this, send font size, send text color, set text align, all of these 4, right? So that we can display it inside of our UI. Otherwise, no text selected, so clear the selected state. Cool. Let's try this out. So if I go back, if I select this, yes, we can see edit selected text. Cool then. Let's go back right here. And below this H3, below this label right here is where we're going to be rendering a select, right? For all of the font family. So we've taken this font family array, right? From right here. So I'm going to take them and I'll say dot map. I'll take each and every font and inside this option, inside this select tag, we'll render all of these options, right? So key will be font and value will be font. And here in the select, I'll say on change. I'll provide the event apply font family, right? So this function obviously does not exist. So I'm going to take it. And by the way, I'm going to give this the class name of width full, padding horizontal, some padding vertical, some background color, border white, and some text white with text small, right? Simple enough. Let's take this apply font family and create it right here. Const apply font family. We will say family right here. Let's first of all see if this is visible. Yes, it is visible. Let me just provide some gap right here. Let's say padding vertical can be 4 over here. Oh, sorry, it's padding, right? So it should be margin vertical to be 2. Yes, now it has some more space. So let's go to this apply font family. And again, this is going to be very simple. I'm going to say if no text is selected, then return. Otherwise, set font family to this, the current state value, and selected text dot set font family. So this is we are setting inside of the canvas to this family, right? Update Fabric.js object property, and we will re-render our canvas right here. So let's see. So if we've selected this right, I'm gonna say Arial black. Yes, this is working. Great, awesome. So we are able to change the font family. Great. Similarly, we're gonna do the same thing for the font size as well. So where is it? Inside of like below this div, I'm gonna render another div for font size, right? And notice what I'm doing over here. Simple, again, just a label, font size, the span tag for rendering this state of font size from right here. Then below it, we're going to be using the slider from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import from @components, right? So value will be this font size value. On value change, we will provide this apply font size function, which does not exist. We will create it in just a moment from font sizes.min to font sizes.max that we have taken right here. Step will be 1, that is we will be increasing it by 1 value, and class name width full. So okay, let's create this apply font size function. It's going to be very similar to this apply font family. So right below this, I'm going to say const apply font size equals, it will take the size. It will first check if the text is selected, otherwise it will return null, and it will handle both of the direct values and array values from the slider component, right? The direct values that are added right here. So const new size equals, if the size provided is in array, so we will take the first child, else we will say size, right? Set font size state to new size, that is the local state, and then we will update it inside of our canvas. So selected text dot set for font size property new size, and then re-render our canvas, right? Cool. Then let's see if I click on it. Yes, and there we go. We are able to increase this. Next, we will do this for this. Oops, not this one. Yeah, let me just add it and show you. We will do it for this text alignment as well, text color, formatting. All of these will be exactly the same, like very similar. So I want you guys to do this first and then see my solution. And I'm going to quickly do all of these one by one. So below this div, let's have another div. This one will be for text alignment, right? And for this, I've prepared this data, left, align left, center, align center, and these will be icons, right? So align left, align center, align right, align, justify, all 4 icons, and we'll be taking them out right here. So alignment value and the icon value. And simply inside of Shadcn UI button, I'm going to give the key for the map first. On click, apply text. Obviously, this does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. Variant, if text align that is selected in this state is equals to the current align value, then we will show default, otherwise outline. Size small, class name, padding to be 2, and we will show the icon, this icon right here. Let's take this and create this function on the top right below this, same as we've been doing up until now. If no text selected, return, set text align to alignment, set for the selected text, so selected text dot set to be text align property, right? All of these are inside of the object, and then re-render our canvas. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so you won't be seeing it because it's just one line text. If you want to test it, just enter multi-line text over here, right? Then after this div, after text alignment, we have text picker. So just like this one, I'm gonna have another div right here with label text color. Inside this div, we're gonna have an input of type color. So this is a native text picker, just in case if you want to know, if you don't want to use React dash colorful library. Value will be text color. On change, apply text color. Again, we will be creating this function. Class name width and height 10, rounded, border and border white with background transparent, right? And we can also provide the input, custom input for entering the text code. So we will just say text color. On change, we will again trigger this apply text color function in just a moment, and some placeholder right here. So let's create this then. Let's go on. I'm just going a little bit fast in this part because this is very redundant, right? All of them are very same. And the goal of this tutorial is not to make you copy and paste stuff. It is to make you independent so that you can write your own code, right? So you should be able to write all of this code yourself, and you should be using this part as a reference, this part of this video, right? So apply text color to be this color. If not selected text, then return set text color to be this color that we are selecting. Selected text dot set. I'm gonna fill this color, right? Fill is the property inside of the fabric, and then we will be re-rendering it. Let's see. I'll go to text. Select this color. Yes, we are able to change this color, something like this. Great. All right. Now, finally, after it, we are supposed to work on the formatting. So after this div, I'll have another div. Inside of this, I'm gonna be having label formatting, right? And inside of this formatting, I'm gonna have few buttons, right? Like bold, italic, underline. So first of all, bold. On click, toggle format to be bold. Again, this function does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. Variant, if it's equal to, font weight is equals to bold, then we will show the default, else outline. Size, small, class name, flex to be 1, and we'll show the bold icon right here from Lucid React. Similarly, we're gonna do this for italic and the underline as well. So below it, I'm going to be having a button for italic, right? Toggle format to be italic, import the icon. Same right here, font style, and over here for the underline as well, import the underline, selected text or underline. If it's selected, then default, else outline, right? Again, very redundant code, should be simple enough. Let's go and write this toggle format function right here. So we'll be inputting the format in the arguments. Then inside of it, I'll say if no selected text, then return. Otherwise, we will have a switch case right here. I'll say format. With respect to the format, we will perform the action. Like for example, if the case is bold, then we will say const current equals selected text dot font weight, the current font weight. If there's no selected font weight, then I'll say normal, right? And then whatever the current font weight is, I'll set it right here. So selected text dot set font weight. If it's bold, then we'll convert it back to normal, else bold. For italic, we will change the font style. So instead of font weight, I'm gonna say font style right here. Again, same thing, right? Then after this, for the underline, I'll just remove this default case and I have the underline case right here. This time we will check for underline, right? Simple enough. And invert it, invert the current value of true or false. Cool. Then simply after this switch case, we will re-render our component, request render all. And actually I was having some problem with this. This was not re-rendering, right? So I had to force a re-render right here by including this state of set change, right? So I updated it and the component started re-rendering. This is sort of a workaround for this issue. Let's go and test it out. So okay, we have to style this properly as well. So let's go down. Let's wrap this inside of a div. So I'll just take the closing end and take it until over here. And for this div, I'll give the class name of flex and gap to be 2 between them. So something like this. Let's give some padding y to be 2. Let's see. Yeah, if I select it and click on bold, yes. Italic, okay. Underline. Awesome. This is working great. Now the only thing over here, we can just add some instructions for the user at the bottom. So right over here, I'm gonna have a div which will say double click any text to edit it directly on canvas. Select text to see formatting options here. Okay, let's scroll down. Yes, something like this. All right, so there's our text component. Let's just say car over here, or let's say my new car, something like this. Let's try to add another text, new text. How about that? I'll just make it a little bit bigger. I'll change the color over here, probably to something like green, make it bold and underline. If I switch these, yes, our states are also being updated in real time. You can see. Let me just change the font. Yes. Okay. Everything is working fine. Great then. I think the only thing remaining is to add the delete functionality, right? Yeah, I forgot to add that. So right over here, actually, after this div, I'm going to have a button for delete text, right? And trash to icon. It will trigger this delete selected text. And this will be nothing. We're just going to be removing it from the canvas, right? So let's go on over here, right here. And I'm going to say delete selected text. It will check if canvas editor does not exist, or if text is not selected, then return canvas editor dot remove this. We will re-render it and set selected text to null. Now if I select this and let's go down, yes, if I click on delete text, it is deleted. Amazing. This is working fine. But there is one more thing that I want to update over here inside of this app. Let's say if we are on this Resize tool, right? And if I select this text, I should be switched to this text tab along with all of these options, right? This is a logical thing to do, I guess. And this is this thing that you see in most of the editing apps as well, right? So if you're here and you're selecting this, we should be switched to the text tab, right? So let's add this logic. So I'll go to the canvas.jsx component, and here, let's see, we have this use effect, all of these things. Let's just add a use effect over here, one more use effect. So right below this, I'll say use effect. Here, I'm gonna, well, make sure that you have this on tool change function right here to change the tool, right? So I'm gonna say if canvas editor is not there or on tool change function is not there, then I'm gonna return it. Otherwise, I'm gonna be creating a function over here called handle selection. So when we select some object, I'm going to say e.selected and get the first selected object, right? If the selected object is text, automatically switch to the text tool. So I'm going to say if selected object and selected object or type iText, then all tool change to text. And then after this, I'm going to add some object selection event listener. So dot on selection created, handle selection, and for the updated as well. And then we will clear it when we are unmounting this component, right? So canvas editor dot off. And also right here, I'm going to give canvas editor and on tool change. So let's see if it's working. So let's say if we are on resize, or let's say crop, like on resize, if I select this, yes, we are switched to text tab and with all of these functions right here. Okay, great. Let's now start working on this AI image extender. But there's one thing about this tool, that obviously if we have the background removed for a certain image, we cannot extend the image in that case, right? Because there is no boundary to extend. So this extension will not be available if you have applied the background removal, right? So let me just reset it. So we have this reset button right here. We will be implementing this very soon. So now you can see we have all of these options. So now let's say if we want to extend this image, let's say downwards. So I'll come to this tab and I'll say bottom, and then I can choose the extension amount. Let's say 200 pixels. And I can click on apply AI extension, and this will extend it, right? So extending image with AI, let's wait. And there we go. You can see it has extended the bottom of this image. This is super cool, right? Similarly, you can extend left, right, top as well. You can provide however extension amount as you like. And this will also be possible using Imagekit API, right? Imagekit's URL parameters. So cool then, let's go on and start working on this. I'll go on and create a new file right here in the tools called ai-extend.jsx, RAFCE, AI extend controls. And this will also be taking the project in the params, right? Let's go to our editor sidebar and render it right here. So I'll add a case for AI underscore extender, and let's import it. Oops, why is it not importing? Is it, I have not written the correct spelling. So this, and let's import it something like this. Let's go back and see. So inside of our app right here, if I click on AI image extender, yes, something like this. Now, first of all, before moving to the code, we need to understand how we are going to be implementing this AI extension. And for that, we have this bg-genfill from Imagekit, right? This will be added to our image URL and it will help us extend our image. Like for example, you can see we have this bg-genfill option, right? And they've given this example over here of this image, original 640 pixel wide, right? This image with this URL, and they've extended it to 1000 pixels. How did we do it? So they've said transformation background dash genfill. They've provided width and height and cm pad resize, right? This is basically the crop strategy. If they, let's say, wanted to shift the image to the right or left side, either way, then they would have used focus option as well, and I'll show you how you can do this as well, right? So yeah, something like this. So we'll be making use of this bg-genfill. So here I am in the AI extend component, and first of all, I'm going to be making an array of objects right here for the directions. So also const directions, key, top, label to be top, and some icon of arrow top, right? These are the buttons that we will be rendering right here. So arrow down, arrow left, and arrow right, right? All these things. We will also be taking another map for focus, right? So focus map. So basically where we are shifting. So if we are trying to extend image from the right side, then we need to shift the original image on the left side, right? And vice versa. So you can see for left, it's focus right, so that we can extend on the other side. Okay, let's take out the states right here, but first I need to make this a client component as well. So use client, and then right here, let's take out from the use canvas hook our canvas editor and the processing, like set processing message when this is being extended, right? We also are going to be taking a state for selected direction, that is top, bottom, left, right. We want to have a state for the extension amount, how much we want to extend, how many pixels we want to extend, right? So extension amount, and then we will take that function for updating our project, like this mutation right here, use convex mutation, and this API as well, right? So this update project will be used for updating our database. Okay, now let's create a function for finding the image that we are trying to extend, right? So get main image, canvas editor dot get objects dot find. If the object type is image, then we will take it. I'll be taking one more function right here, get image src. This basically extracts the URL, the Imagekit URL from the Fabric image object, right? So image dot get src, if this has something, or image dot element dot src has something, or image dot src has something, right? Either of these. Cool. Now, as I mentioned, if the image background is already removed, then we will not extend it, right? So we need to check that as well. So for that, I'm going to be taking a function has background removal, right? So for just to check this, we will check all of these things from Imagekit. There are multiple ways to remove or change the background, right? So dash background remove, either this is present, or remove dot bg is present, or change bg is present, right? Either of these is present inside of our Imagekit URL, then we will not allow user to extend it, right? So, and you can see I'm using this get src function, and I'll provide it with this get main image right here, so that we can get the image src. Let's make use of this has background removal now, right here on the bottom, and I'm gonna say has background removal. Does it have background removal? Then I'm going to render this extension not available. AI extension cannot be used on images with removed backgrounds. Okay, cool. But if not, then I'm going to be creating the height and width for this image. Right, so I'll be taking a function right here, calculate dimension. Now originally this will give us the original height and width, but after the extension is done, this will recalculate it and give us the updated width and height right here. So let's create this function above this, const calculate dimensions. Inside of this, first of all, let's get our main image. So using this get main image function, so const image equals get main image, and I'm gonna say if image is not present or selected direction is not selected, then return width to be 0 and height to be 0. Okay, let's get the current image width and height, including any scaling if it's any applied, right? So current width equals image width into image dot scale x, right? We want the exact width for it so that we can showcase it and make use of it, right? Same with the height as well. Then we need to determine if we are extending horizontally or vertically, then it's going to be either left or right. If it's vertical, then top or bottom, right? So if the selected direction that we have currently selected, if it includes either of these things. Then in the end, we will simply return width to be math.round. Current width plus is horizontal is there, then extension amount to this width. Same for the height as well, right? Whatever we're trying to extend. And this will be showcased, right? New height and new width below it. Let's go on and work on UI now. So this div will have class name space y to be 6. And inside of this div, I'll have another div which will contain heading and subheading, that is select extension direction, choose one direction to extend your image, and below it is where we will be rendering all of these directions that we have taken right here, right? So come over here, I'm going to say div and directions dot map. Inside of this, oops, we're going to take a callback. I'm going to take out all three things from here: key, label, and the icon. Then inside of this, I'll say return button from Shadcn UI. Inside this button, I'll simply show the icon and the label. This button will have key of this key, and on click, we will trigger this select direction function, which does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. And then we will also have the variant. If the selected direction is equals to the current button key, then it will show default, else outline. We will also add a class name over here, display flex, items to be center, gap to be 2, and if it's same as the selected direction, then background cyan to be 500, on hover, background cyan to be 600. Let's create this select direction over here. Also actually, before that, let's give this div some class of display grid columns to be 2 and gap to be 3. Okay, so select direction will be very simple. It will simply say set selected directions, whatever direction is provided is. If previous was equals to this direction, then null, that is like unselected or deselected. Otherwise, just add this direction, right? Okay, let's see how this looks. So obviously the extension is not available since we have removed the background, right? So let's create another project. So I'm back here, I'll go new project. So here it is. Let's call this image something and create project. So here it is. This is the image. Let's go to this tab, and yes, we can see this UI right here. Awesome. Let's continue. Now with respect to the selected direction, below this div, I'm gonna be showing a slider from Shadcn UI, right? So simply I'm just gonna have a div right here with label extension amount and span to be extension amount in pixels. We have already done this in the resize tab, if you remember, right? So I'm gonna take the slider from add components. Value will be this extension amount, this right here. On value change, we're gonna take the value and set extension amount to the value, right? Minimum will be 50, maximum will be 500 pixels. Step can be 25. Class name width full, and it will be disabled if the direction is not selected. So let's see, slider is not defined. Why? It is defined. Yeah, there it is. Now, yes, this is being enabled. See, now we are not able to do it, but as soon as we select something, we are able to change this. Okay, let's preview these width and height below it, right? So below this div, I'm gonna have another div right here, and this will be only rendered if the direction is selected. So selected direction, and inside this div, I'll have an h4 with extension preview with the class name of background slate 700 with 30% transparency, rounded large, and padding to be 3. Below this, I'm going to showcase the current image dimensions. So div, and below it, I'll have another div. Inside this div, I'm going to say math.round current image.width into current image.scalex, right? Whatever the scaled width and height is. And this is for the current image, not the updated one. Then I'm going to show the new dimensions after extension, that is this new width and height that we have taken right here. We will also show the canvas dimensions right here, right, which are not changed since we are only extending the image. And then below it, I'll show the selected direction. So from the directions array, I'm going to find the currently selected direction and I'll showcase the label for it. Let's see if I go over here. Current image is not defined. Which one? This. Let's take the current image right here. So it will be basically this get main image function, right? It will be taking it from there. So now let's see. Yes, if I click on top and if I change it, yes, you can see it is showing me the updated values right here. Something like this. Awesome. This looks good. So far so good. Then after this div, actually right here for this parent div, let's give it some styles. So text to be extra small, text wide 70 and space y to be 1. Yes, now it's better. it was too big earlier. Okay, below it we will have a button. Right below this we're gonna have a button to apply it. So something like this. I'll say apply AI extension. I'll have this wand icon, and this apply extension function I'll create it in just a moment, but it will be disabled if the direction is not selected. Class name wait to be full variant primary. So let's take this and create it right here, over here. Const apply extension. We should also showcase some instructions below it. So I'm just gonna have a simple div. This is optional. How it works: select one direction, then set amount, then apply extension. Right? This is the basic step that user has to perform right here. Okay. Let's create this apply extension function. First of all, I'm gonna do the same thing that we have done up there. I'm gonna take the main image using get main image, and if it does not exist or the direction is not selected, then return. Then we will start the processing with AI. So I'll say set processing message extending image with AI. Then I'll have a try catch block right here. Inside the try block, first of all I'll get the current image URL, that is the Imagekit URL, right? That is for the image inside of our canvas. So using this get image src that we created, right? And I'll provide it with this main image. Then after this, we are going to build our URL from this current image URL, right? So I'll say extended URL equals build extension URL current image URL, right? So we have to create this build extension URL. Inside of this, I'll create the base URL after extracting this image URL from over here. So I'll split it, right? So that we do not disturb any other parameters that are here. Then I'm gonna say using calculate dimensions, I'm gonna take the width and height, the updated width and height. Then we are going to create the transformation parameter. So there are four main things as I showed you: bg genfill, then it will take the updated width and height, so with w dash width and height dash height, whatever the new value is, and cm dash pad resize, so it adds space rather than cropping. Okay, we are also supposed to use this focus that we have created, this focus map. So I'm going to be saying const focus equals focus map and selected direction. So we can say which part of the image we need to extend, and if focus is there, then we're gonna push focus first and then return the final URL after adding these, right? So I'll say return base URL transformations dot join using this comma, so tr equals this. Okay, let's continue this. After this, here we have gotten the extended URL. Now finally, with this new URL, we are going to be creating another Fabric image. So const extended image, and this will be an asynchronous function since we're using await over here. So Fabric image, make sure to import it from Fabric. Let's make sure it's properly imported. Remove this from the end. So Fabric image dot from URL, we've already done this multiple times, extended URL and handling the chords right here. After this, we will calculate the scale to fit the extended image within the canvas, right? We don't want to make it larger than the canvas dimensions. So I'm gonna say scale equals math.min. If project divided by extended image width or height, whatever is minimum in either of these or one, right? We will take that scale right here and we will scale it with respect to that. So finally, again, before adding it to the canvas, we are going to be setting the properties just like before. So extended image dot set, we're gonna provide the left, origin xy going to be center, scale xy is what we'll be calculating over here, selectable to be true and evented to be true. Okay, now finally we need to remove the old image and add the new image and re-render the canvas. So canvas header.remove main image, canvas header.add extended image, and set active object to this extended image, right? And then re-render our whole canvas. Then finally we can update our database as well. So await update project with this project ID, current image is going to be extended URL, and canvas state is going to be this to JSON. Then finally we can set the selected direction to null, something like this. And inside of this catch, I'm going to say console.error, error applying extension. We can also display the toast.error over here. Failed to extend image, please try again. We can also actually over here show a success toast. So toast.success image extended successfully. Then finally we can stop the processing. So set processing message to null. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for this tool. Let's go and try it out. So over here, let's make this image a little bit smaller, and I'm gonna choose bottom. Let's extend it by, I don't know, 100 pixels. 125 pixels. Apply AI extension. Let's see, extending image with AI. And there we go. Our image is extended. Awesome. This looks super cool. Let's go on and work on our final tool, that is AI editing, right? If you go right here in our deployed app, so I click on AI editing, we have 4 options. AI like retouch, upscale, it will increase the resolution, enhance and sharpen, premium quality. Let's apply AI retouch. I'll click on apply AI retouch and let's see what happens. I mean, this image is already high definition, but if let's say an image is low definition or low resolution, these options help massively. See, it has applied it. You can try it out probably with some lower resolution image, and this will be a relatively easier thing to implement. So let me show you how we are going to be implementing it first. So if you go to the Imagekit docs again, we have these options right here, retouch. So you can see e-retouch, and see, they have taken this blurred image first, and after retouch, it looks smooth, right? And all they have to do is, see, first URL looks something like this, and the second image, they've just added tr equals e-retouch. Now you can also combine these multiple options together, like, see, you can see upscale is here, so e-upscale. Original image was 275 pixel wide, right? And they've upscaled it to 2500 pixels. So now it's in, like, it's like HD. We can combine these with other things, like for example, if you go to this effects and enhancements, we have things like contrast. For increasing the contrast, we have sharpness, right? So that is what we will be doing. So enhance sharpness, we will use e-sharpen, right? And there are a bunch of different things right here that I would recommend you guys to play with, right? Like for example, adding the shadow right here. I'm just giving you a starting point. I don't want to spoon feed you guys, right? So I want you to explore these options right here and add these to your app and make it a complete package, right? So, okay, let's go on and start working on it. First of all, what you need to do, just go to my GitHub repository, inside the app, main, editor, components, tools. And for the edit tool, you need to copy this object right here that we will be rendering, right? So just copy it up and come back to our code right here, and let's create a new file, ai-edit.jsx, RAFCE AI editor, and paste that object right here. So it simply contains these things: key, a label, the description for it, some icon, and the URL parameter that will be added, right, to transform this. So e-retouch, just like I showed you, and recommended to be true, right? So it will be selected by default. Let's import all of these different icons, user, mountain, and premium quality. So you can see I have added all of these right here, what effect we are going to be applying to them. Let's take this AI editor, and actually this will also take the project as a param and import it right here in the editor sidebar. So paste it over here, AI edit to be this. Let's import it, AI editor, sorry. Let's save it and go check it out. AI editing, yes, we can see the AI editor right here. Cool, let's build this. Now, inside of it, first of all, let's take out the things that we're going to be needing from our context. So canvas editor, set processing message, import it, and make this component a client component. So use client. Okay, after this, let's define all of our states. We're going to have a state to track which preset is currently selected. So I'm going to say selected preset, set selected preset, import it from React. Then we will also have our use mutation, update project, and import this use convex mutation hook to trigger this API. Okay, just like last time, we're going to have a get main image function, just like we did in previous component, right, to get the main image. And before building our UI, we will check if the AI transformations have already been applied to this project. So I'll say const has active transformation, and simply I'm going to say project.activetransformations.includes e-retouch. If remember, we have this active transformations as well, right? And we also want to check which transformation has been applied, right? So I'm going to be using this retouch presets that we created right here, right? And I'll say .find p.key equals selected preset, that is from this state. Okay, I think this state, like this much information is enough to start building this. So I'm gonna say class name space y to be 6. And first of all, if there are active transformations right here, so has active transformation is true, has active transformations true, then simply we're gonna just show a div which will say image enhanced, AI enhancements has been applied to this image, right? If we import this check circle, let's see AI editing. Currently you can't see anything, but if this was true, yeah, see image enhanced, it will show this. Let's reverse it. Below it, we are going to be rendering that grid for all of the presets, right? So inside of this div right here, I'm gonna first have an h3 which will say choose enhancement style. Then below it, I'm gonna have another div which will render all of the retouch presets, and we will be rendering it inside of a grid, right? So class name grid columns 2, gap to be 3. Okay, now inside of this, I'm gonna say presets.map, and here I'm gonna take each and every preset, right? And inside of this, let's extract the icon. So preset.icon and is selected preset equals preset.key, right? This will help us to highlight it. I'll say return. Inside of the return, I'm gonna have a div, and the key will be preset.key. Now inside of this div, I'm gonna have another div with the class name display flex column item center text to be center. Inside this, I'm gonna have first of all the icon that we're supposed to render over here, the label for that preset, right? So preset.label inside of an h4, and if this preset is recommended, we're gonna put a star around it, right? If preset.recommended true, then let's say some padding horizontal and padding vertical, background cyan and text white, right? Then below this div, I'm gonna have a paragraph tab which will say preset.description, and if it is selected, then actually this should be inside of over here, and I'm gonna wrap this one inside of a div, so just like this. So below this div, I'm gonna say if it is selected, then div with class name absolute top to right to, and div with cyan background and height and width of 3, right? So let's see, let's give this div some styles: display flex, item center, gap to be 2, margin bottom to be 1. And since this is absolute right here, then for this parent div, I'm gonna give class name of position relative, padding to be 4, rounded large, some border, cursor pointer and transition all, right? If it is selected, then we're gonna show border and background to be cyan, otherwise white and slate. Let's go on and check. Yes, something like this. We want to add the functionality. If we click on it, it should get selected. So right below this, I'm gonna say on click, set selected preset dot key, and this will use our state right here, set selected preset state, right? So let's see. Yes, this is working fine, and you can see we have put star over here that this is recommended. Then below this div, below this whole thing actually, I'm gonna have a button right here to apply it, right? With want to icon, and import this button from Shadcn UI. It will trigger this apply retouch function, which we will create in just a moment. Class name weight to be full, variant to be primary, right? And this will have class name of height and width and some margin right. And selected preset.data.label, that is we want to show it which label we are going to be applying, like which preset we are going to be applying right here. And below it, if you want, you can show this div like optional information about how AI retouch works. So import this info icon. Simply, we're just showing details about AI retouch, smart processing, multiple styles, instant results, like all of these things that works behind the scene. If you want, you can skip this part, right? Okay, let's create this apply retouch. So let's say right here, const apply retouch. This will be an asynchronous function, and inside of this, it won't take anything. Now inside of it, let's take the main image that we're supposed to work with. I'm also going to be taking this selected preset data, so let's move it right here, and I'll take it inside of it, and I'll check if main image is not present, if project is not present, or the selected preset data is not present, then simply return. Otherwise, we're gonna start processing. So select like set processing message, enhancing image width and the label of that preset. Below it, I'm gonna have a try catch block. In the try block, first of all, just like before, we are going to be extracting the URL. So const current image URL equals main image.getSRC or element.src or just src, right? Either of these is present. And then we can start building the retouch URL. So for that, I'm going to be creating a separate function called build retouch URL. I'll provide it with the current image URL and selected preset. So let's see how we can build this. So let's say right below, like above over here, build retouch URL with both of these things. So inside of it, First of all, let's find the preset. So I'm going to say preset equals retouch presets.find and whatever this preset key is right here. If it's equals to this, we will get that preset. If it is not present, if image URL and preset, either of these is not present, then return image URL. Otherwise, we're gonna split it in two parts just like before from question mark, right? So that we can keep the URL different, like separate, and the params separate. Let's check if there's any existing query here. So if there's any existing query, then I'm gonna say const params equals new URL search params and provide this existing query right here so that we can add it later on. Let's check to see if there is transform already applied. So params.get tr. If it is already applied, we want to append it, right? So I'll say existing transform is there. That is something like this. Then we'll simply add preset after it, right? So existing transform, and then we will add this transform right here. If not, then we will simply say return base URL with our presets. Okay, let's make a use of it after it, and let's create a new image out of this retouch URL using the Fabric image, just like we've been doing up until now. So let's make sure that yes, this is properly imported, and Fabric image.from URL retouch URL. We've already done this multiple times. After this, again same thing, we are going to be adding this image to our canvas. So let's define the image props, left, top, origin X, origin Y, angle, scale X, scale Y, whatever the previous values were, we will simply take that from main image right here, and selectable true, evented true. After it, simply we're gonna remove the main image. Inside of retouch image, I'm gonna add these image props. Then we will add this to our canvas, right? We will update the coordinates using retouch.image.set. We will update these coordinates retouched image.set coordinates. So this can be selected. We will make it an active object and re-render our canvas. Then finally, in the end, we can update our database with these active transformations, right? So I'm gonna say await, update project and project ID, current image URL, canvas state, and the active transformations. That is this right here, selected preset data. Okay, so there's that. After it, simply in the catch, I'm gonna say console.error and toast.error. Let's import toast right here. Finally, we can just turn off the loading. So set processing message to null, and that should be it. Let's go on and try it out. So right here in the AI editing, let's just try AI retouch only. I'm gonna say apply retouch. So it has made image a little bit better. Let's add some sharpening actually over here. I'll just apply it, and it has made image a little bit sharp. Great then. Now, the only features remaining is this: reset, manual saving, and export as all of these things, right? So okay, let's go on and do these. So we will do them on, like we'll build them on this Topbar editor like Topbar.jsx. Yes, right here. So we have these tools, and right below these tools, I'm gonna say export all the types of exports that I'm gonna be having, right? So you can just go to my GitHub repository and you can copy this array of objects. So this simple export formats, it just has a format, the quality, the label, PNG, high quality, and extension, whatever extension that we want to add, and we will export it in either of these four formats. So make sure that you copy it from my GitHub repo, or if you want to add your own, you can add it right here. All right, then here it is, write action. This is where we are supposed to add these. So inside of over here, I'm gonna have div class name flex item center and gap to be 3 between these three buttons. First button will be for reset to original. So I'm just gonna bring it in real quick. This button with variant outline, size to be small. On click, we will trigger handle reset to original. It will be disabled if the manual saving is going on or project original URL is not present, and class name gap to be 2. And we'll have this refresh CCW icon reset. Let's create this function handle reset to original right here. Const handle reset to original. This will be an asynchronous function. Let's see. Is saving is not defined, of course, because we have not imported that use convex mutation hook. So I'm gonna say right here, use convex mutation just like before, and import this API as well, right? This update project, and this is loading is gonna be renamed as is saving. Let's see. Yes, we can see the reset right here. Okay, so let's write the logic for it inside of it. First of all, again, I'm gonna check if no canvas editor, no project, or no project.original image is present, then I'm gonna show the toast.error. Otherwise, I'll have a try catch block right here. First of all, we want to reset everything, right? So we want to clear the canvas. So canvas editor.clear, background will be white, background image will be. Then we are going to be taking the original URL that we backed up inside of our database, right? If you remember, then we will take it. I'm gonna say fabric image equals await fabric image imported from fabric. So right here after removing this, so fabric from URL and this project.original image cross origin anonymous. Now we need to calculate the scaling just like we did in the canvas component. All of those things will be same. So image aspect ratio will be whatever fabric image width is divided by fabric image height. Canvas aspect ratio, project width, project height. And with respect to both of these, we will calculate our scale. So I'm going to say const scale. If this is more than the canvas scale, then project width divided by fabric image width. Otherwise, we're gonna do it with respect to the height. Okay. Then finally, again, we have done these things multiple times. Fabric image dot set left project width divided by 2, top project height divided by 2. Origin x and y is going to be center, scale x and y going to be this scale. Selectable true, evented true. Then we will reset all of the filters. So fabric image dot filters is going to be arrays, like empty array. We're going to be adding it inside of our canvas. We're going to be centering it, setting it as active object, and then refreshing our canvas, right? And then finally, in the end, I'm going to update my database. So await, update project, project ID, canvas state, current image URL, active transformation is going to be undefined, and background removed to be false, right? After this has been done. And then after this, in the end, I'm going to just show a toast.success, canvas reset to original image. Inside of our catch, we can just say error resetting canvas, failed to reset canvas, please try again. Let's try it out. If I click on reset, see, it has reset my complete canvas right here. Great, it's working flawlessly. Now we can start from the scratch as well. After this, we are going to be working on saving. So after reset, I'll have a button just like this, variant primary, size to be small, on click handle manual save. We will create it in just a moment. It will be disabled when is saving is going on. Class name gap to be 2. If is saving is true, then we'll show a loader 2 icon over here. Show loader, else we will show the save icon, right? Let's create this handle manual save. So right here, const handle manual save, and this will be very simple. We just trigger the API. It will be an asynchronous function. Inside of it, I'll have a try catch block right here. And the only thing we will do inside of it is just trigger this update project function, project ID and canvas state, and I'll show toast success. In the console like catch, we're gonna show error, right? Simple enough. Let's go and try it out. If I click on save, yes, saving, project saved successfully. Great. Now finally, the last thing and probably the most important thing is the exporting the image, right? That is the most important stuff. So for that, I'm going to be taking a couple of states right here. First is exporting, that if it is exporting or not, the loading indicator, and the export format like PNG, JPEG, whatever, right? Also, we've already taken things like can export and is free to check if the free tier is done, like 20 exports is done for the month, so that we can trigger the upgrade modal for the user. So let's just create the UI first. And for this, I'm going to be using a drop down component. So right here, right below it, I'll go to Shadcn UI docs, and we have a drop down menu. Yes, if I click on it, see, it opens something like this. You can click on something. Yep. Let's just copy it up and paste it right here. And here, let's import all of these things first from add components, menu context, menu label, separate. I don't think we're gonna need separator, or maybe we can show the separator after each and every labels or item, sorry. Let's item, let's save it and check. Yes, we have this open. If I click on it, yes, it opens something like this. First of all, for the label, I'm gonna be saying export resolution, right? So instead of this, I'm gonna be replacing it with project width x project height, whatever the project is, right? After resizing or before resizing. And I'll just give it a class name of some padding, horizontal and vertical, text small, text wide to be 70. Let's set the alignment for this. So align equals end, and then I'm gonna give this some class name of width to be 56, background slate 800, border slate 700. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's render our options right here. Actually, first of all, let's work on the trigger, right? So trigger is just currently this open. So over here, I'll have this button component with variant glass, size small. It will be disabled if is exporting or canvas editor is not present. and is exporting true, that is this state right here, then we will show the loader icon just like before, else we'll show this download icon. So let's see, there we go, right here, something like this. Now right here, in place of this, after separator, I'm gonna render export formats dot map. I'm gonna map through it. I'll take the config and the index and render this drop down menu item. Now for this, we will show a file image inside of it, and things like config.label, config.format, config.quality into 100, right? We will do math.round and show the current quality. So if you see, we have all of these things right here. Then over here on click, I'm gonna trigger this handle export function which does not exist. I'll create it soon. And class name will be text white on hover background slate 700 cursor pointer display flex item center and gap to be 2, right? So let's take this handle export and I'll create it right here, const handle export. We'll come back to this again. Let's see first of all how this looks. Yes, something like this. And actually for this separator, I'm gonna say class name background slate to be 700, a little subtle, right? And below this as well. We're gonna show a message after this. So let's see. Yes, something like this. It's looking better now. After this, if user is on a free plan, then I'm gonna show a div like this. That is free plan equals user.exports this month. However, exports are remaining. If none, 0 out of 20 exports, right? And if users exports are more than 20 this month, I'm gonna show upgrade to pro for unlimited exports. Let's see how this looks. We also have to actually take this user right here. So right over here, I'm gonna be importing this API, get current user, right? So use Convex query, and yes, this will be useful now. See, free plan, 0 out of 20 exports this month, something like this. That is how many exports have been consumed. So I'm gonna say is free, only then we will show it, right? But since currently we are on pro plan, I don't think we will see it. Yes, see. And actually what we can do, we can just include this separator in here as well, along with a fragment. So I'll just wrap all of this thing like this so that we don't see an extra separator. Yes, something like this. Now we can add a functionality to click on it and export it, right? Also inside this trigger, just add as child so that we don't see that outline around it. Yes, this is fine now. Okay, so when it comes to this handle export, this will have asynchronous function, and I'll say export config like this. So notice we are sending this config from right here, right? So whatever the configuration is in which we are supposed to export it. First of all, I'll check if canvas is not present or project is not present, then toast.error, canvas not ready. After this, I'm gonna check to see if user plans allows the export using this can export function, right? So inside of it, I'm gonna say if can export user.exports this month, I'm gonna provide it. If they cannot export, then set restricted tool to export, and we will show the error, right? And set show upgrade modal to true. So if you remember, we have added on the very bottom right here, restricted tool to be export, and reason if the restricted tool is export, free plan is limited to 20 exports per month. Okay, cool. So after this, if user can export, then we're gonna move forward. So I'm gonna say set is exporting to true and set export format to be this format. All right. Then after this, to export our canvas through like Fabric.js, we do something like this. So const current zoom, canvas editor.get zoom, current viewport transform. We'll take all of these settings and we'll take out the viewport transform as well. And then we will reset them for accurate export, right? So I'm gonna say canvas editor.set zoom to be 1 and set view transform to be this. So what do these numbers mean? So basically this is what it means. So this is A, B, C, D, E, F, right? A, D means scaling, B, C means skewing, and E, F means translation. So I'm putting A to be 1 and D to be 1. We are just putting the scale as 1 and other things to be 0. Then I'm gonna say request render all to reset the canvas. Then we will export the canvas. So I'll say const data URL equals canvas editor dot to data URL. This is a function that we use. We're gonna provide the format, the quality, and the multiplier. After this, we're gonna reset canvas back to its original state after it has been exported. So canvas editor set zoom, what we have taken right here, then current viewport transform, the dimensions, and again re-render the canvas. All right. Now finally, we will generate the link to download our image. So link equals document.create element A, link.download, project title dot the PNG or whatever JPEG, whatever that you're trying to create it in, and we'll set the link href to data URL for this a tag, and then I will append it inside of our body and simulate a click and then remove it after clicking it, right? So then we would get the prompt to download this image. Then we can simply say toast.success image exported. Let's see, let me just wrap this whole thing inside of try catch block. So try catch, I'll just close this right here. After this, inside of catch, I can say console.error failed, sorry, error exporting image, and then first I'll say fail to export image. Then finally, in the end, I'm going to say set is exporting to false and set export format to null. Also, I noticed one thing is missing. After doing this, we need to set the project width and height as well, right? So we're gonna do width will be this, height will be this for the export, right? Now let's try to export it. Let's try to remove the background. What do you say? I'll just say remove image background. There we go. I'll add some text right here. Let's just say road right coder. I'll properly align it. I'll probably add some underline, some border. Let's change the fonts and let's change the color as well. This looks bad. Whatever, right? I'll just put whatever color over here and let's try to export now. Export PNG. There we go. We have it downloaded. Let's click on it. And there we go. Yes, it is completely accurate. And it is in the original dimensions as well, as you can see right here. Awesome. This looks phenomenal. And with that, we have completed our whole app, right? Now, the only thing remaining right here is the undo and redo functionality. And this is an assignment for you guys. Don't worry, I have included the code for this in my GitHub repository as well, so that you guys can go on and try to implement this on your own, right? I want you guys to implement this because this is not that much of a tough thing to implement. So I would highly recommend you guys to do it. Try to, search it yourself first, try to go through the docs, probably ChatGPT and all those things. And then you can check my solution right here. So you can see there's the undo and redo. And the only thing that we are doing right here, when you click on it, I'm triggering this handle undo function. And this is maintaining a stack in the front end where it is storing the canvas state, right? JSON.stringify. It is very straightforward if you think about it. It will use array data structures and it's pretty easy to implement. So let me know in the comments below if you're able to do it. Also, you might remember we created this folders schema, right? So this is another one of your homework, that you have to create this folder UI, and trust me, it's going to be very simple. You just have to have the ability to add a folder inside of the UI and store all of the projects inside of it. So over here you can see our project contains this folder ID as well, right? So it will decide which folder does this project belong to. And now finally, let's go on and deploy our app on Vercel, right? So I'm gonna say vercel.com over here. And actually, before this, we need to push it to GitHub, right? So let's open GitHub first. I'll create a new repository. Let's call it Pixel and create repository. Okay. Now let's take this git init. I'll go back to my code right here. Let's make sure all of these windows are closed. And now let's focus on this. So in the terminal, I'm going to say git init. It has initialized a new GitHub repository right here. I'm going to add the remote origin over here like this. And then I'll say git add dot, so it adds the complete code, stages the complete code. Then I'm gonna say git commit -m and I'll say deployment. Press enter. Okay, it has committed all the changes, and then git push origin master and press enter. And this should now press the push the complete code right here in the GitHub repo. Let's refresh it. There we go. There it is. Awesome. Let's go to Vercel now, and I'll click on add new project and import this pixel project that we just now pushed. Now we have to make a few changes right here in the build and output settings. First of all, open the Convex. There we go. I have opened it up. And here, instead of development, we want to now move towards the production environment, right? So click on production. And right here, first of all, let's see in the settings, we want to add an environment variable, right? That we added in the development as well. And that will be this thing, Clerk JWT issuer domain. So copy it up and paste it right here, save it. And here I've actually opened their docs for Convex, so that you can follow step by step, right? So create a Vercel account, list your project on Vercel. Yes, we have done that. Override the build command. So instead of npm run build, we want to say npx convex deploy --cmd and this, right? So just copy it up and go back to Vercel. So right here in the build command, I'm gonna paste this. Okay, What else? Set up Convex deploy key environment variable. Okay. Let's go to the Convex dashboard and project settings. Click on generate production deployment key. Okay. So right here, generate production deploy key. Let's name it Pixel. Save it. There we go. We have this. I'm gonna copy it up and I need to paste it as Convex deploy key. Okay. So right here, I'm gonna say, I'll just paste it and name it. What do we need to name? Convex deploy key equals this. Okay, now we simply need to deploy our site. Okay, that's fine. Right, then so what do we not need over here? We don't need these two now, right? So those were the development keys. So let's copy all of these keys right here now and then go back to our cell over here in the environment variables and paste them, right? Let's remove this one. Yes, so all of these should be right here. Let's hope this works and click on deploy. And you can see deployment has started. In the build logs, you can see if there's any error, it will be visible right here. So let's wait to check. Okay, creating an optimized production build. It might take a few minutes to deploy this. It is generating the static pages. This is nice. Deploying outputs. And there we go. Looks like it is successful. If I click on it, all right, this is deployed. Now, if you want to change this URL, I mean the domain, let's continue to dashboard. Let's go to the settings. Over here in the domains, you can update it to be whatever that you want, right? Like for example, just pixel dash YT, whatever, right? I'll just save it. And now if you click on this one, let's close that one. Yes, now you can see it is updated. Now you can add this app to your resume. Let's click on sign in and let's try to do something. Continue with Google. Let's click on start creating. Let's add this image right here, create project. And there we go. It is completely fine. Amazing. Congratulations for building such a complex engineering project. And now your resume will not be the same again. Now the next step for you guys is to prepare for those upcoming interviews, because now you're gonna get a lot of interviews. So click the link in the description down below, and just for you guys, since you guys have made till the end of the video, enter the coupon code PIXEL, PIXXEL, to get the maximum discount. And don't forget to hit that like button as well.